Chapter 15:12. Fu Hui didn't come over to help. She didn't know what she could do. The moment she entered the room, Yi Qian immediately restrained Li Yi. Even if she wanted to help, she couldn't. 15 minutes ago, her parents were the same. According to Yi Qian's instructions, she first took her mother away alone. She didn't know what to do. Yi Qian had already captured her father, who was about to pray, and then tied her mother up with a rope. Li Yi, who was restrained, was shocked. With half of her face pressed against the cold ground, she began to struggle violently. She, who had never been obedient, vaguely realized something and struggled even more fiercely. He was quite strong. Even if her hands were tied behind her back, she wouldn't give up as long as she could move. The second her mouth was gagged, she only had one thought in her mind. I have to escape. Yi Jian smiled. Her voice was as cold as the moonlight, as if she was holding down a poisonous snake. Those young girls who were harmed by Sister Li must have struggled like this before. Unfortunately, Sister Li didn't let them go. As he spoke, Yi Qian, who was sitting on Li Yi's back, grabbed her calf with both hands. With just one movement, Li Yi's expression changed drastically. Horror hit her like a stormy sea, and her body trembled violently. Sister Li is really strong. Looks like I have to break one of your legs. The voice behind her was clear and light. It was very pleasant to the ears, but Li Yi almost fainted when she heard it. What is she doing? Who is she? Yi Qian said that he would break one of her legs. He was definitely not just saying it. He meant it. In Sister Li's club, it's very common to break the legs and arms of abducted girls. Sister Li must have seen a lot, so you're not afraid anymore. I just don't know if Sister Li has experienced it before. There's no time like the present. Tonight, Sister Li, you should have a taste of what it's like to have your arms and legs broken. No, how could Li Yi want to have a taste like that? She shook her head frantically. The fear in her eyes was not fake. Woo! Li Yi, who was really afraid of having her arms and legs broken, whimpered. She didn't want to have a taste at all. She didn't want to have a taste at all. Fu Hui, right, there's still Fu Hui. Li Yi, who was so scared that her face turned pale, tried her best to raise her head and look for Fu Hui, who was still there just now. Only she could save her. TSK. Elder Sister Li is a famous person in Yuyang City. Why is she afraid of a broken arm and leg? I thought Sister Li wasn't afraid. Otherwise, why would she always play this trick on those girls? Yi Qian did not intend to let her off easily. With Xia Jinyuan and the others outside, as well as the Guilin police, she had enough time to play with Li Yi. Let's play with Li Yi, who killed countless abducted girls. With a cold expression on his face, Yi Qian gripped her calf tightly and twisted it bit by bit like a screw. Li Yi, who had just started, couldn't bear it anymore and let out a muffled scream. Li Yi, who did not see Fu Hui, was in so much pain that her entire body tensed up. She kept struggling in her throat. Who was this girl that he had abducted on his way back to the village? She would rather believe that she came back to take revenge on behalf of her kidnapped sister. What was the truth? The truth was something she didn't dare to think too deeply about. Even if she only thought about it, she was so scared that her heart trembled. Ever since she killed those policemen, her heart had not felt at ease for a single day. That night, when she suddenly heard Wang Gui ask if something had happened, her heart skipped a beat. It was not that she didn't suspect this girl, but in the end, she still let her greed get the upper hand. After testing her a few times, she thought that there was nothing wrong. Chapter 15:13. It was a big problem. It was a pity that she would never have the chance to regret it. For example, if she had thought about it just now, she would have noticed that something was wrong. However, because she couldn't get through to the club's phone and heard the dogs barking in the village, she panicked and didn't think too much about it. She was obviously afraid of dogs, so why would she appear behind the maple tree? She even knew that she had already come out and directly called her Sister Li when she walked out. Just now, she really only needed to think about it a little, and she could have escaped. It was too late. It was too late to know now that Big Sister Li was a death sentence and could easily take her life. However, she really didn't expect that such a young girl would be a police officer. She even dared to sneak into the village alone. Wasn't she afraid that she would end up like the other police officers in front of her? Li Yi, whose facial features were distorted from the pain, was already in tears. It was better to give her a quick death than to torture her so slowly now. Don't worry, Sister Lee. We've just started. Wouldn't it be too boring to finish it all at once? Look, I haven't even used the methods you used on those girls. Yiqian said softly. His voice was really soft, but there was a bone-piercing coldness in it that pierced Li's heart like needles. As he spoke, his hands didn't stop. He continued to twist at a moderate pace. Li was in so much pain that she definitely couldn't calm down and think. Beside her, Fu Hui saw Li's miserable state and felt an indescribable joy in her heart. She was looking for her just now. Did she think that I would come forward to save her? She was dreaming. Listening to Li's screams, Fu Hui only felt that the pressure in her heart for so long dissipated bit by bit. It was over. All the pain would end tonight. After tonight, would this mountain village, where she was born and raised, become an uninhabited village? Fu Hui slowly leaned against the wall and lowered her head heavily. Drops of water fell from her eyes. She cried. She cried for this mountain village and for her home. But she did not regret it. If the sin was not destroyed, more families would be hurt, and more families would experience the pain of separation. The loudest scream was heard. Fu Hui was so shocked that she jerked her head up to look. She saw Li, who used to be insufferably arrogant, with her hair disheveled and her body in a sorry state. Her right leg was strangely twisted. Yiqian had really broken her leg. Fu Hui laughed. It was not a silent laugh but a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, Li, you also have this day, you also have this day. How did you break my classmates' legs? Today, I'll let you have a taste of your own medicine. Li, who was in so much pain that she was about to faint, could no longer hear Fu Hui's laughter. She collapsed like a dead fish and allowed Yiqian to tie her legs. It was too painful. It was so painful that she wished she could just die. Even if she didn't want to accept the truth, she had no choice but to do so. Even if she didn't believe that the girl in front of her was a police officer, she had to accept. The city girl who had been abducted was a police officer. It was really funny. She had always thought that she had successfully lured Yiqian, but in fact, she had directly jumped into someone else's trap and was feeling complacent. Li didn't struggle. It was too painful. It was so painful that she didn't have the strength to struggle. When her hands and feet were all tied up, Li knew that she had lost because of her carelessness. She had lost completely. If she didn't escape tonight, it would be equivalent to losing her entire life. Chapter 15-14. No, she couldn't lose. If she lost, she would lose everything. She had to find a way to escape. There had to be a way to escape. Li, whose face was distorted from the pain, began to plan in her heart. She had to leave. In order to leave, she had to endure the pain. Stay at home and turn off the lights. Don't let anyone in. Yiqian finished his work and didn't even look at Li. His body was slightly heavy as he reminded Fu Hui. Remember, Fu Hui. Don't let anyone in. Don't go near your parents. When they captured her parents just now, there was obvious reluctance in her eyes. This was a very normal emotion. Her parents were captured right in front of her, so there would be some emotional fluctuations in her heart. Fu Hui wiped away her tears and didn't look at Li. She nodded gently and replied solemnly, "Don't worry, I'll guard the house well. You have to be careful. Don't get bitten by the dogs." Although her hands and feet were bound and she couldn't speak, Li, who could hear, understood who Chan Jiafu suspected of being the mole. She didn't expect it to be Fu Hui, who they had never suspected. Fu Hui was introverted, taciturn, and didn't have much of a presence in the village. All day long one would be pecked by the goose. It was his own carelessness and overconfidence. But now wasn't the time to settle the score. She had to escape first, and then she would settle the score with this little bitch. She thought she had treated her family well, but she was betrayed. It was hard to swallow the anger in her heart. She couldn't just sit and wait for death. As long as Yiqian left, she had to negotiate with the little bitch and persuade her to let her go. Also, this little bitch was in the room just now, but she didn't come to help her. Good. Wait. When she escaped, the first person she couldn't forgive would be the little bitch. Li, whose eyes were full of hatred, glared fiercely at Fu Hui. Little bitch. When she came back from school, she should have cut her tongue out. Li, if you do evil you will die. Don't blame others. You can only blame yourself. Fu Hui spoke. The hatred in her eyes was no less than Li Yi's. Even her voice was full of hatred. In order to satisfy your greed, you sacrificed my whole family. Li Yi, do you think I don't hate you? I have to thank you for taking a leave of absence for me. Otherwise, I would still be in the dark. She usually did not speak, but when she opened her mouth, her voice was filled with sharp hatred. Li Yi could not help but tremble. Would this little bitch kill him? My classmate. A girl who loved to talk, laugh, and dance. After she was coaxed out by you, she never came back. Everyone thought that you sponsored her to study abroad, but in fact. Fu Hui's emotions fluctuated greatly. She walked in front of Li Yi, and the light in her eyes was like a knife. She almost wanted to kill the other party. Actually, you crippled her legs for not giving in and locked her in the basement. He even told the people around him that he was raising a dog to vent when he was in a bad mood. Li, you're really amazing. You can even raise people like dogs. If I can, I really want to raise you like a dog. Fu Hui almost used all of her strength to coax him out. Yi Qian, who was about to leave, suddenly raised his head when he heard this. His gaze instantly turned towards Li Yi. Treating people like dogs, Li, you're so arrogant. This matter was not in the information that the Noble Kingdom's police investigated. Li Yi's shoulders trembled from the roar. These things were actually known. Then could she still use Fu Hui, this little bitch, to escape? It seemed impossible. Chapter 15:15. At 36 years old, Li Yi, who had always dressed fashionably, seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. Her face was ashen. Realizing that she had no hope of escaping, Li Yi, who had fallen to the ground, raised her head and stared at Fu Hui. She mumbled, "If you have the guts, kill me. Kill me. If you kill me, none of you will be able to escape. Heaven's net has a long arm, but nothing escapes. People like you will be punished by the law, so why do we have to do it? Ha, I'm afraid of dirtying my hands." Yi Qian's gaze swept over like cold water and he said, "Ignore her. Calm your emotions. Think about what you were thinking at that time. Stick to your principles and don't be easily swayed by your emotions." He was worried that Fu Hui would be too emotional and make a mistake in principle at a critical moment, which would cause her to break the law. Fu Hui, who had screamed out all her pain, wiped her tears and nodded heavily as she panted slightly to show that she understood and would not do anything that would harm herself. Yi Qian could not help but smile at her nod. This girl was very resilient and principled. As long as she agreed to something, she would definitely not disappoint. She glanced at Li Yi with a faint smile. Her eyes were clear, as if she had seen through her thoughts. She wanted to drag a few people down with her before she died. What a whimsical idea. Yi Qian led Li Yi to Fu Hui's house, and Xia Jinyuan and the other two sneaked into the village. They needed to first control the surrounding individual villagers and tear open an opening for the Guilin police to enter the village. At the entrance of the village, Pigeon and T6 found the bungalow built by the Chan Jiafu brothers. They had to deal with the 4 wolf heads first. The whole process was very short. When Yi Qian finished dealing with Li Yi and came out, the barking of the dogs in the village gradually subsided. The flashing flashlights also went out one by one, and the village gradually quieted down again. "Just drag them away," someone said softly. At the same time, he was carrying a villager who had fainted. "Leave them all to the police. We won't interfere." It was Xia Jinyuan's voice. The white crane nodded. Like a ferocious beast, it picked up a villager in its hands and walked briskly over the fields overgrown with weeds. It brought the man and quickly handed him over to the Guilin police. The Guilin police had already surrounded the mountain village. They were only waiting for the main culprit, Chan Jiafu, to be arrested. Then they would immediately break in and arrest all the villagers. With a clear goal in mind, Yi Qian once again touched the century-old maple tree. At this moment the village was so quiet that it made people panic. Some villagers were startled by the dog and turned off the lights. They came out to look around and found nothing strange before returning to their rooms. The bright lights went out in an instant, and the sound of fighting came from the darkness. Another villager was subdued. They were all villagers from the surrounding area, not a group of villagers gathered together. K7 had already snuck into the villager's house where the phone was installed. He silently cut the phone line. This kind of thing was a piece of cake for him. Yi Qian has arrived at Old Maple. K7 meet up with her. The Snowfield Brigade's operation was divided into 3 groups, and Xia Jinyuan was in charge of the whole operation. His low voice came from the dark, like a sword that was quietly unsheathed and ready to be swung at any time. K7 replied with a simple "Roger that," and immediately disappeared into the dark of the night. The Guilin police were holding their breaths as they waited for news from the military. At the same time, they kept carrying the villagers who had fainted. After carrying more than 10 of them back, one of the police officers asked the captain beside him with sweat on his forehead, "Captain, who did the military send to help us?" Chapter 15:16. It was too scary, there wasn't a single sound along the way. "I'm not too sure. I heard it was a soldier from a special force." The captain with the Type 92 pistol in his hand stared at the front where he couldn't see anything clearly. He was waiting for the police to bring back the remains of his fallen brothers. The military special forces put the remains of their brothers into their backpacks and met with another action team. They solemnly handed over their backpacks and then let the police brothers bring back their brothers. The souls of heroes returned to their hometown, resting in their hometown. In a cave about 5 kilometers away from the small village, a few figures stood up and walked around from time to time. These were 4 Western faces, all from a newspaper in a Western country. "God, I don't want to wait any longer. It's too cold here, I've had enough," a woman said impatiently. "No, I don't want to wait any longer, I want to wait any longer, it's still the same." She picked up the backpack by her feet, turned on the flashlight used for walking at night, and insisted on going over. A Western man with a beard blocked her and unhappily reprimanded. "Mary, calm down. You're a reporter, don't you have any patience?" "No, I'm very patient, but you see, oh, I can't wait any longer because we've already waited for 3 days. Damn it, if I knew, I would have stayed in the capital and not followed you to a mountain with no people." The female reporter Mary didn't get any valuable news. Her patience had already run out. She didn't want to wait any longer. Damn it, they said that there would be military and police people killing civilians with guns. Oh God, how could she be so naive to believe it? This was a country that strictly controlled guns and ammunition. A country that absolutely didn't allow military and police to point guns at civilians. How could she believe it? Mary's personality was quite stubborn. When she said she wanted to leave, the other 3 people couldn't stop her. She came out of the cave and stepped on the withered grass, rushing to the foot of the mountain alone. She wasn't afraid of getting lost, nor was she afraid of encountering any ferocious beasts. Mary walked very fast towards the direction she came from 3 days ago. She had no intention of stopping. Damn it. Calling her was definitely a wrong decision. A man picked up his backpack. "We have to catch up with her. There's still no news after 3 days. I don't think there will be any news." Gunshots couldn't be heard from a distance of 5 kilometers, but if one walked to the top of the mountain, they would definitely hear gunshots coming from the bottom of the mountain. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive gunshots rang out, causing the 4 Western reporters to become alert. Mary immediately exclaimed, "Oh my God, I think I heard gunshots." It was indeed the sound of gunfire. Chen Jiafu's brothers were shooting randomly as they fled towards the mountains. The village was in chaos. A large number of police officers entered the village. They could be seen entering and exiting every household. The villagers of every household had their hands behind their backs and were detained by the police. The villagers who were arrested all cursed loudly. The younger and stronger ones were still fighting with the police in the house, trying to escape, but to no avail. Even if they ran to the door, they were blocked by the police who were guarding outside. "Put the handcuffs on and behave yourself. Take them all away. All promotional materials will be destroyed." Chapter 15:17. Although the village was in chaos, it was only the sound of people talking. But when Chen Jiafu's 2 brothers fled up the mountain, the villagers in the small mountain village were shocked by their continuous gunfire. A few middle-aged men happened to climb over the wall, and when they heard the gunshots, they were so frightened that they fell off the wall. If they had not heard gunshots before, they would not have been so scared. It was precisely because they had heard gunshots and witnessed the power of bullets with their own eyes that they were scared. Before he could regain his footing, he was pressed to the ground by the police who shouted, "Don't move! His voice was intimidating, like thunder exploding above his head. He didn't dare to move and obediently allowed himself to be arrested. I won't run anymore, I won't run anymore. I'll come down, I'll come down. When a villager who had fled to the roof heard the gunshots, his knees went weak. He was no longer as vigorous and bold as before. He sat down on the blue tiles and did not dare to move for a long time. When the police officers climbed up, he did not resist and obediently allowed himself to be arrested. Gunshots. Those were gunshots just now. Since the police had already brought their guns over, why were they still running? No matter how fast they ran, could they be faster than bullets? One of the police officers who had been killed some time ago had run so fast, but in the end he was still hit by a bullet. Recalling the fate of being hit by a bullet, the villagers who still wanted to escape became obedient. Gather all of them and escort them to custody. Handcuff their hands and feet. The brigade leader in charge of the entire operation gave the order. The entire small mountain village was brightly lit, and there were even high-powered searchlights shining down from the top of the mountain like a small sun, illuminating the entire mountain village like it was daytime. The police escorting them were not equipped with rifles. They only had handguns for self-defense, and they only had 2 live rounds. In fact, they were all Type 84 pistols with blank cartridges. They would only raise their guns and fire in self-defense if they encountered extremely vicious villagers who were carrying dangerous items. They're really coming over. 3 men and a woman, a total of 4 people. They're sneaking around and I can tell they're up to no good. Based on the trajectory of the signal source and the other party's walking path, the T6 combatant, who was secretly following them, pressed down on his earpiece and whispered, "They're fully equipped with camera equipment. Should we do some damage?" When no one answered him for a long time, the T6 combatant chuckled to himself and did not say anything else. "Then let's do some damage." He didn't reply because he didn't have much time. The pigeons and cranes surrounded Chen Jiafu, and Xia Jinyuan, K7, and Yi Qian purposely forced Chen Jiafu's brother to run into the mountains. The Great Hall had given the order to let the Chen brothers go, so they had to think of a way to make them think that they had really escaped. There are still 2 pistols missing. All teams, please do your best to search. The village police officer's voice was deep and filled with anger as he shouted, "Find him even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground." The 2 missing pistols were the guns of the deceased police officers. They were all live ammunition. If they were leaked into society, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Qian, who was already equipped with an earpiece, took out a dagger and dug out a bullet that had been shot into a tree. The bullet was still a little hot. Other than the smell of gunpowder, there was also the smell of burnt trees. He put the bullets he dug out from the tree trunk into his pocket and whispered, "Found that the suspects fired a Type 84 handgun bullet. It matches the bullets of the handgun that the deceased police officer lost. The 2 suspects each have a Type 84 handgun. They can go, but they have to leave the guns behind." Xia Jinyuan, who was chasing from the side, said, "It's confirmed that the police still have 2 Type 84 handguns that have not been recovered." Chapter 15:18. The assembly hall had the intention of letting them go, but they would definitely not allow them to bring their guns back to society. Moreover, this was a gun that had been assigned to a sacrificed police officer. Moreover, bullets did not have eyes. If they intended to take revenge after they got out, who knew how many innocent people would be hurt by their guns? They had to get the gun back. Even if they could not get it back, they had to destroy it. It was not difficult to make them think that they had really escaped. At the same time, they had to think of a way to confiscate the guns in their hands. K7 forced them to head in the direction of the 4th searchlight. There's a patch of grass 200 meters away from the 4th searchlight. Yi Qian set up an ambush and shoot at their weapons. Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing an army combat uniform, caught up to Yi Qian and jumped to the front. They had already lured the Chen brothers up the mountain, so the next step was to hand over the guns. Xia Jinyuan charged in front and covered the left and right sides in the middle. K7, who was behind him, was in charge of guarding and defending. The 3 positions alternated. They moved quickly but did not panic. Based on the trajectory of the bullets and the movements in front of them, they calmly followed the Chen brothers closely. K7, who was in charge of guarding and defending, quickly moved from the back to the front. After making a hand signal, Yi Qian passed by the two of them and sprinted towards the direction of the fourth searchlight. Just as Yi Qian passed by him, he heard a gunshot behind him. K7 wanted to cover and confuse the Chun brothers. The bullet seemed to have brushed past Yi Qian's shoulder. The faint smell of gunpowder drifted past the tip of his nose. Yi Qian did not stop. He did not even try to dodge. Bullets did not have eyes, but the person holding the gun was a comrade whom he could trust with his back. Therefore, he did not have to worry about the bullet hitting him. T6's voice rang out at this moment. He said that he was going to cause some damage. Yi Qian, who was moving forward, dodged a searchlight that swept past him. His figure flitted behind the leaves like a night bird. Xia Jinyuan fired a shot in the direction of his right hand. When he heard the leaves rustling in front of him, he said to Yi Qian. Yi Qian moved quickly. He and K7's pincer attack forced the Chun brothers to run toward the fourth searchlight. They had no other choice. Chun Jiakong tried to escape to the east twice but was forced back by the bullets. He whispered to his brother, Chan Jiaxing, who had not moved, "Brother, we can't run out of the mountain. Run into the mountain first. The mountain is big. It won't be easy to find us." Compared to Chan Jiaxing, Chan Jiakong was much bolder and more meticulous. Although he had a gun in his hand, he didn't fire blindly. He was afraid that he would run out of bullets when he needed to rush out. "Let me catch my breath. I sprained my ankle." Chan Jiaxing was the second son of the Chan family. He was in his 40s, so his physical strength was naturally not as good as Chan Jiakong, who was ranked 4th. He squatted behind a bush and panted heavily. This matter had blown up. With so many police officers coming out at once, he panicked. Chan Jiakong panicked. "Second brother, if you continue to rest, you'll end up like third brother waiting to be caught. Damn it, there seems to be a few policemen following behind us. We have to hurry up and run. The mountain is our world. As long as we get into the mountain, they won't be able to do anything to us." The two of them were still huddled up and did not move. The bullets flew over their heads and brushed past several leaves. Chan Jiaxing was so shocked that he hugged a tree and hid behind it. "Why are you still hiding? Hurry up and run." No matter how bold Chan Jiakong was, he did not dare to fight head-on with bullets. He pulled Chan Jiaxing and ran into the forest. Chapter 15:19. The Chun brothers had always been close, so they didn't leave anyone behind when they were running. Other than Chan Jiafu, they didn't have a chance to pull him along. K7 and Xia Jinyuan fired back and forth, forcing the Chun brothers to run towards the direction of the fourth searchlight. They forced the Chun brothers to run towards the direction of the fourth searchlight until they reached an open field of vision. The searchlight would shine for about 5 seconds before it stopped. In order not to arouse the brothers' suspicion, the searchlight was temporarily turned off and would only be turned on when they were within range. Ready to shoot. Xia Jinyuan raised his phone, and his cold voice came from his earpiece. 1, 2, 3. K7 fire. To force the Chun brothers to raise their guns, the searchlight suddenly swept over them the moment they raised their guns. Yi Qian, who was already prepared, aimed at one of them and quickly fired. Bang bang. 2 consecutive gunshots were heard. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan fired almost at the same time and fired at the same time. The two brothers' guns were hit by the bullets. The bullets collided with the barrels and sparks flew everywhere. "Get down, second brother!" Chun Jiakong roared. He reacted the fastest. As soon as the gun left his hand, he threw himself into the grass. He even knew how to quickly roll to avoid being targeted by the bullets. Chun Jiaxing didn't react as fast as him. He only realized that he had to lie down after he roared. The two of them were so close to the ground that they wanted to bury their bodies in it. At night, the cool wind blew through the treetops, causing a rustling sound. The wind carried with it faint smoke as it blew past their noses and disappeared without a trace. Time seemed to pass very slowly. Chun Jiakong didn't know how long he had been lying on the ground. When he quietly moved his legs, it felt like hours had passed. "Fifth brother, it seems like there's no movement." Chun Jiaxing's trembling voice came from the grass. "Did they all leave?" Chun Jiakong didn't reply. It was shown on TV that it was best to lie down longer after the bullets were fired, so that the enemy would think that they had run far away. Moving his numb legs, Chun Jiakong quietly raised his head and looked around cautiously. It seemed like they all left. Second brother, let's go. Without further ado, Chan Jiakong immediately stood up and ran into the mountains. The two figures disappeared from sight. Xia Jinyuan hugged the tree with both hands and slid down. T6, it's your turn. They've already run into the mountains. Find a way to lure the 3 men and 1 woman to the Chan brothers. Okay, give me half an hour, T6 replied. The T6 combatant replied. He easily followed behind the 4 Western reporters and began to operate alone for half an hour. Only he knew how he was going to act. Xia Jinyuan and the others didn't ask, nor did they say that they were going to support him. After going on several missions with them, Yi Jian had already figured out how they were compatible with each other. If they needed to carry out a mission together, they would definitely make arrangements in advance. If they were to act alone, they would also consider the dangers in advance and come up with countermeasures. Yi Jian picked up the pistol that was hit by the bullet from the grass and handed it to Xia Jinyuan. It's useless. The magazine can be ejected. Together with these two, we've found all the missing pistols. The Guilin police didn't find any foreign weapons in the small mountain village. The only guns they had were those of the policemen who had died here. Xia Jinyuan opened the other pistol and took a look. There were still 18 bullets left, which belonged to Chan Jiakong. As for the other pistol, there were only 4 bullets left. Chapter 15-20. Chan Jiakong is smarter than Chan Jiaxing. Yi Qian said calmly. There was a thin layer of haze in his lowered eyes. The murderers of the police actually managed to escape overseas. Letting them live for a few more days was already a kind of mercy. Xia Jinyuan put the magazine into the magazine pocket of his combat vest. He looked at Yi Qian and said, The Great Hall will take care of everything, so we don't have to worry. Someone will take care of these 2 criminals. Escaping is only temporary for them. Once politics were involved, the soldiers who were on duty had no right to interfere. When Yi Qian heard this, he nodded slightly to show that he understood. Let's go down the mountain and meet up with the Guilin police. Xia Jinyuan took off his helmet and looked into the depths of the mountain. Now they could only wait for news from T6. K7, who was carrying an assault rifle on his back, strode out of the forest. He smiled at Yi Qian first, then turned to Xia Jinyuan and asked, Can we leave now? I don't want to spend the night in this godforsaken place. K7 couldn't help but feel repulsed by this place that was full of crime. No, let's leave immediately. Yi Qian's vacation is almost here. Little Fox only had 2 days off tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. School had just started, so she shouldn't take too much time off. Although freshmen and sophomores focused on physical training, professional knowledge couldn't be neglected either. Yi Qian naturally wanted to leave tonight. Since the mission had been completed, of course he had to return to school on time. However, he still had to look for Fu Hui tonight. The young lady had helped him capture her parents. Even if he was mentally prepared, there was still a hurdle in his heart that he couldn't cross in terms of emotions, morals, and filial piety. When the 3 of them came down from the mountain, all the villagers at the foot of the mountain were already under control. Fu Hui let 2 police officers to bring her parents out of the cellar they used to store sweet potatoes in. She stood quietly in the darkness as she watched her parents stumble out of the cellar with hunched backs. She bit her lower lip and tilted her head sideways as she watched her parents stumble out of the cellar. She didn't want to see it, nor did she have the heart to see it. Fu Hui's parents didn't notice that their daughter was standing on the side. When they saw the uniformed police officers, their first reaction wasn't to think that they couldn't even protect themselves, but to look around for the great committee member Chan Jiafu, who had made the whole family rich and healthy. Let's go. The police would not be kind to the villagers who killed their own brothers. They directly pushed them to leave. Fu Hui wiped away the tears that had flowed to the side of her mouth. She only left after her parents had walked past her. Don't listen to what they say. It will only soften your heart. If you make a mistake and break the law, there will never be a good ending. Her parents can only spend the rest of their lives in prison. As a daughter, she will help her parents repay the debts of those families who lost their children. It was said that one of the families had an only daughter. Chen Jiafu was taken away alone. He didn't even meet with the villagers. After being arrested, he was taken away without stopping. Li Yi, who was walking on one foot, didn't receive any special treatment. Two police officers grabbed her left and right shoulders and directly dragged her away. When Fu Hui's parents came out, they just happened to see it. The two of them were shocked. Fu Hui's mother directly shouted, "How can you treat Sister Li like this? You are all evil spirits, you will suffer retribution. You deserve to be killed, all of you deserve to be killed." Chapter 15:21. The police who were escorting the couple immediately used tape to seal their mouths. It was obvious that the couple had been severely brainwashed. Unable to speak, the couple jumped up and struggled, their throats emitting angry cries. Their son still had to come back to marry his wife, and they still had to hold their grandchildren. Fu Hui's parents would not obediently follow the police when their family's matter had not been completed. Fortunately, their mouths were sealed with tape. Otherwise, who knew what kind of nasty words they would have scolded? Not only Fu Hui's parents, but all the villagers in the mountain village were like that. When they saw Li Yi dragging her limp legs, all of them were very angry. They scolded and shouted, treating the police as evil spirits. They shouted that it was right to beat and kill them. Her home, her mountain village, her hometown, it was destroyed. The only one who was not taken away, Fu Hui, stood in her own yard. Her tears had not stopped since the moment her parents were taken away. They kept flowing, as if she wanted to dry up her tears for the rest of her life. There were more than 30 households in the village, with a total of more than 170 people. The young ones were outside recruiting believers, helping Li Yi and Chan Jiafu accumulate money crazily. They instigated believers to give up production and sell their property, and all the money they exchanged for was given to Chan Jiafu. The middle-aged and elderly stayed at home, praying every day. This time they were arrested and the team was like a long dragon. Unfortunately, not many were obedient. A few middle-aged women in the village, who were already powerful, simply refused to leave. They cried and shouted that someone had destroyed their family, and could not bear to see their family live a good life. They could even say things like betrayal. They were so noisy, and all the police involved in the operation did not have much patience. Fine, you don't want to leave, right? If you don't want to leave, then drag them away. You still don't want to leave, right? They don't mind using the same method to kill their brothers in the past. It was funny. Feeling threatened, they immediately accused the police of not treating civilians like this. Civilians? Civilians lived a 9-to-5 life and lived a law-abiding life. They were not like them. Li Yi, who was the last to leave, heard the villagers fighting for justice for her, and she wanted to escape. If she could incite civil unrest, could she wait for an opportunity to escape? She was dreaming. As one of the main criminals, only the death penalty awaited her. Cry well tonight. When the sun rises tomorrow, Fu Hui, you have to start walking your original path again. Yi Qian handed her a wet towel and said softly, "This is the life you want to live. You won't be nervous, afraid, hesitant, or uneasy anymore. Your parents broke the law and hurt several families. The punishment is also an explanation for the families they hurt." Behind him, the one-story red brick house that was built less than 2 years ago only had one light on in the lobby. Without the laughter of the past, the whole house seemed particularly cold. Fu Hui looked back at her home. After a while she nodded. "I still have a lot of things to do. I have to pull myself together. Thank you, Yi Qian. Thank you for helping me." "No, we should be the ones thanking you." Yi Qian gazed deeply at the strong girl. "There are still countless families who would like to thank you. Fu Hui, your phone call has saved countless families. You have done a great deed that benefits the country and the people." Chapter 15:22. Fu Hui smiled. Even though she wasn't good-looking, her eyes were filled with sunshine. It was the kind of sunshine that made people see hope. Fu Hui had a pair of bright eyes and a kind conscience. A girl like her was really beautiful. "I'll send you off with the Guilin police." Looking at the bright light in her eyes, Yi Qian's smile deepened. Fu Hui would definitely stand up again and walk her own path. Fu Hui did as she was told. She turned around and went home to take out a luggage bag that she had already packed. Her thin figure walked out from the shadows with a tenacity that would not be easily defeated. Half an hour later, the Guilin police were still cleaning up the small mountain village. The T6 combatant, who was dressed in a combat uniform, came over to report. When he saw his comrade, he chuckled and strode closer. It's done. I even followed them for a while. The Chun brothers know one of the reporters. You don't say. That reporter speaks very fluent Chinese. He even has a northeastern accent to him. It's clear that he usually operates in the north. As he spoke, he said to Yi Qian, I've memorized his appearance. I'll have you draw it later. When the time comes, we'll submit it together with the report. Every time a mission was completed, a report was essential. The members of the Snowfield Brigade were not afraid of going to the battlefield, but they were afraid of writing a report. They could not fill in the blanks, could not exaggerate, and had to speak less nonsense. But they had to go into detail about the important points. They were so worried that they had to pull out a few handfuls of hair every time. There were even small leaves on his helmet that moved as he spoke. Yi Qian laughed and joked. You're really trying your best just to add one more page to the report. Oh, you know us well. The T6 combatant laughed and looked at Yi Qian with bright eyes. I think we can totally let you handle this. Girls are born to be tattletale. Xia Jinyuan stepped forward to defend his girlfriend. She's just assisting and still has to go back to school. She doesn't have time to deal with you. He turned to Yi Qian and whispered, Ignore him. If this happens once, there'll be a second time. The two of you separate a little. As the T6 combatant spoke, he squeezed himself between the two of them and stood properly. With a cold expression on his handsome face, he said calmly, All right, let's continue. K7 did not understand what was going on. When he saw T6's expression clearly, K7 moved away indifferently. He understood. The T6 combatant was jealous that someone was standing in a pair in front of a single person like him. Fortunately, it didn't affect him. There was no way Xia Jinyuan would let the T6 combatant have his way. He took a step back with his slender legs, then another, and instantly moved from Yi Qian's left to his right. Go away. I still have something important to discuss with Yi Qian. That was why it was so convenient to find a like-minded girlfriend who could carry out missions with him. At the end of the mission, he could even have a casual conversation. The T6 combatant, who had failed to stop the T6 combatant, felt sad. He still had not found a girlfriend. Although Jessen looked carefree, she was actually not easy to deal with. As Yi Qian's good friend, how could it be so easy to woo her? Pigeon and White Crane came over and searched Chan Jiafu's house. Other than finding a large amount of cash, they did not find a single bullet. Fake news deliberately released to confuse the Noble Lin police. White Crane smiled at Yi Qian in a gentle and elegant manner. They're already in the process of approving Chan Jiafu's identity. Once it's confirmed, everyone will leave the mountain village. Leave early. We'll leave together on motorcycles. The T6 combatant also did not want to spend the night in a place like this. He was unhappy and did not feel good about it. Chapter 1523. At that time they had asked for the military's help because they knew that the main culprit had a weapon provided by a foreign country. Now that they didn't, the military's Snowfield Brigade teammates could naturally leave. They marched very quickly. By the time the Guilin police had all evacuated from the mountain village, Yi Qian and the rest had already walked more than 11 kilometers. However, they were still 30 kilometers away from the place where they hid their motorcycles. A normal person would need 5 to 6 hours to walk, but they would need 4 hours. They would arrive at their destination at 3 in the morning. The Guilin police also needed to walk, but their speed was not fast enough. In addition, the villagers were not cooperative and deliberately stopped along the way. It would take them 7 to 8 hours to walk dozens of kilometers. Li Yi was dragged along the entire time. The police knew her identity, so they wouldn't let her have a good time. The mountain road was not easy to walk on. Li Yi was dragged all the way until she screamed and almost fainted from the pain. In the end, she screamed until her voice was hoarse, but the police didn't sympathize with her. Fu Hui, the village girl who accompanied them, had already told them countless things about Li Yi. Every time she said something, the eyes of the unyielding police turned red. Abuse, humiliation, imprisonment, hanging and beating, feeding dog food, eating rotten rice. These were all used by Li Yi to deal with the girls who had been abducted. Some of the girls didn't make it and left just like that. Some of the girls were tortured and finally died in pain. Some of the girls had diseases that couldn't be treated and were still suffering. There were also girls who were forced by Li Yi to hit the wall. It was tragic. Li Yi knew that she didn't have long to live. Previously, when she heard Fu Hui talk about her, she still had the strength to be angry. Now she didn't dare to think about what was waiting for her. Li Yi, who looked defeated, no longer had any hope. When she knew that Chen Jiafu was also arrested, Li Yi instantly withered. Later, during the preliminary trial, she would answer whatever the police asked. Death penalty, it must be the death penalty. Not even a reprieve. Soon Li Yi's crimes were collected and organized. A 36-page document was sent to the Director General. The Director General was furious. He slammed the table and stood up. You're not allowed to apply for a defense lawyer. No visitors are allowed. Detain her alone and interrogate her alone. This was only the preliminary trial. This was only the preliminary trial. If he probed deeper, he would unearth even more things. At this time, Yi Qian had already returned to the military academy. Tomorrow, she would have to return to the classroom and become a military academy student who was still receiving education and training. Captain Xia, I can go in alone. For the third time, Yi Qian reached out to take the luggage from Xia Jinyun. He said helplessly, I have classes tomorrow, so I have to return to school before 6 p.m. You can't let me be late, right? Yi Qian was sitting in a suburban park about 5 kilometers away from the University of Science and Technology of China. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Xia Jinyuan refused to let go. Seeing his girlfriend rush back to school without any reluctance, the young major felt a little sad. It's still early. We'll take a taxi at 5 and arrive at the school gate at 5:30. There's still half an hour to go back to the dormitory. Faced with his meticulous planning, Yi Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment. With a smile in his dark eyes, he looked at the major who obviously had a motive. He raised his eyebrows and asked calmly, Tell me, what do you want me to do? Smart. The major, who couldn't bear to see his girlfriend leave, smiled elegantly. Then, he bent down and his handsome face slowly came closer. Kiss me for 3 minutes and leave immediately. Kiss for 3 minutes. Chapter 1524. Yi Qian really didn't understand how he could be so frank about these intimate words. That's right, he was frank. He said he wanted to kiss her for 3 minutes, so he meant it. He told her very clearly what his intentions were. He told her seriously, clearly, and directly. Just like Xia Jinyuan, he would make a move when it was time. He would never wait. It was the holidays, so there were many tourists in the southern suburb park. There were many children flying kites on the lawn in front of the park. The adults were sitting in groups of 3 or 5, playing cards, chatting, and some were lying in the shade to bask in the sun. She looked around and was about to say something when Major Xia, who was tall and slender, smiled slowly. I've wanted to do something since last night, but I only said it tonight. Little fox, it took me a lot of courage to say it. Do you have the heart to reject me? Oh, I do have the heart to reject him, Yi Qian thought to herself. She looked up from his lean waist to the second button of his white shirt. It was not properly buttoned and was casually unbuttoned, revealing his sexy collarbone. Her heartbeat seemed to quicken slightly. She looked up and saw his Adam's apple moving up and down. His breathing seemed to be a little irregular. Xia Jinyuan was full of temptation in his military uniform. With his shirt on, he was obviously elegant and noble, but it made people's eyes linger on him even more. It was an abstinent temptation. Yi Qian exhaled softly. Then her gaze fell on the handsome face that she could never get tired of looking at. She saw his serious expression and also his faint anticipation. One of them was studying while the other was protecting the country. It was rare for them to get together even once in a few months. Last night, he and the others were all there. In order to finish the report as soon as possible, everyone gathered together and worked hard to write the report. Meanwhile, she drew the faces of the Western reporters that T6 had seen and discussed with T6. After several revisions, she finally finished 4 drawings. When she went back to her room to sleep, Captain Xia and the others were still writing the report. Although they had been together for a few hours, they weren't alone. Now that she saw the hidden anticipation in his eyes, Yi Qian, who wanted to reject him, couldn't bear to. There are too many people here. Yi Qian spoke very softly. When she finished speaking, her ears were burning red. She could not bring herself to kiss him in public. Intimacy was a private matter between the two of them. It would be too embarrassing if others saw it. Xia Jinyuan smiled. He knew that there were many people here, so he would not choose to kiss little Fox here. Yi Qian found it hard to breathe when he saw his eyes light up. She glanced left and right with the corner of her eyes. Pursing her lips, she began to discuss in a low voice. There are people all around us, and there are people who keep looking in our direction. How about next time? He started to learn how to keep accounts. Fortunately, he was familiar with the South Suburb Park. It was easy for him to find a secluded place. His girlfriend was shy and didn't like to be looked at by others. Similarly, he didn't like to be looked at by others. It was better for the two of them to have a deep conversation in private. Hailing from an aristocratic family, the cautious Major Xia was not as unrestrained as the other young masters in the capital. He had always abided by self-discipline. We can change to another place, a place where we won't be seen. Major Xia, who had thought about it the entire night, would not let go of his girlfriend so easily. 3 minutes was too little. Yi Qian was stunned. She felt that he had already made arrangements and was just waiting for her to agree. He was already holding her hand tightly, as if he was afraid that she would go back on her word. Chapter 1525. Yi Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Captain Xia, you must have planned this from the start. Ever since he was 14 years old, Yi Qian had been competing with him in a battle of wits and courage. He realized that it was too difficult to win against him. They pestered me too much last night. I tried to get up several times last night, but the T6 combatant blocked me. At that time, I really wanted to knock him out and lock him in the bathroom. Speaking of last night's incident, Major Xia was still gritting his teeth. His life was gloomy because he didn't have a good relationship with his comrades. Why did the T6 combatant block him? It was all because he didn't have a girlfriend. He said that he wanted his beloved comrade to accompany him through the long night. Captain Xia had a deep relationship with his comrade. Although he said those harsh words, there was a slight smile on his handsome face. It was obvious that he wasn't really angry. They walked from the bottom of the grassy slope all the way to the top, then went around the camphor forest. Major Xia, who was familiar with the path, brought his girlfriend to a slope where there was no one around. His slender fingers couldn't help but caress her fair and slender hand. He lowered his dark eyes and gazed deeply at her. There's no one here. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Qian's heart raced even faster. Even his heart was trembling. He slowly raised his head and met a pair of deep, dark eyes. There was a deep meaning in those eyes that made his heart burn in panic. 3 minutes. You'll keep track of the time. A second more is no less, okay? He slowly closed the distance between them, which was originally an arm's length. Looking at him, Yi Qian was thrown into his arms by his strength. She could feel his strong heartbeat. It was his heartbeat, a heartbeat that made her feel exceptionally at ease. His hand that was holding her changed into an embrace around her waist. His palm was so hot that her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Thump, thump, thump. His heart was also beating very fast, each beat vibrating her eardrums. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a comfortable and satisfied smile. She closed her eyes and reached out to wrap her arms around his muscular waist. This was really good. Leaning on him, she could truly feel his love. This was really, really good. The surroundings were very quiet, so quiet that only the two of them existed between heaven and earth. Yi Qian couldn't help but let out a sigh of contentment. She gently rubbed her cheek against his chest. After finding the most comfortable position, she didn't want to move. Let's stay like this until the end of time. It's kissing time. Raise your head. A gentle voice came from above. Yi Qian, who didn't want to leave his chest, shook his head to indicate that he didn't want to do anything for the time being. Her coquettish behavior made Xia Jinyuan chuckle. She must be acting coquettishly in front of him. The expression in his deep eyes became increasingly gentle, like the sunlight jumping on a leaf, so warm that it made one want to pluck it and hide it deep in the heart. Xia Jinyuan said in a low and magnetic voice. He tightened his arms around his girlfriend who was acting coquettishly. You don't want to? Are you going back on your word? He hugged her very tightly, so tightly that her upper body seemed to be rubbed into his embrace. Yi Qian continued to shake his head and pursed his lips into a smile. Regret? No. She just wanted to tease him for a bit. Her continuous actions not only made him feel coquettish, but also a little flirtatious. Major Xia, who had always been calm in his embrace, felt a little restless at this moment. She kept snuggling into his embrace. Sighing softly, Major Xia, who had already begun to react, moved closer to Yi Jian's ear. His voice was low and soft, yet sexy and hoarse. When you graduate from university, you have to be a professional firefighter. Chapter 1526. Yi Qian didn't quite understand what he was saying. She lifted her head from his embrace and blinked. How did this have anything to do with a professional firefighter? What an innocent little fox. She didn't know anything, but she was always able to seduce him. Not knowing anything was the real definition of seduction. His handsome chin rubbed against her ear. His breath carried his unique coolness as it sprayed by her ear. Then he said something that sounded like an adult. Yi Qian was stunned. She was stunned for a few seconds. Yes, this time his girlfriend understood. His thin lips curved upwards. His warm lips brushed against her earlobe. He wanted to say more, but Yi Qian's body trembled in his embrace. She withdrew her hands from his waist as if she had been electrocuted. How would she know that this was called seduction? She hadn't noticed it at first, but now that he reminded her, Yi Qian finally felt the change in him. Just like the last time when they rolled in the bushes, she clearly knew that his body had reacted. However, she was still in high school at that time, so she believed that he wouldn't do anything else. But now she was older. She was 18 years old and considered an adult. What if? Yi Qian, who had never experienced such things in her 2 lifetimes, panicked. In the past, he had said things that made her blush. Although he did mean it, he had said it tactfully and vaguely. As long as she didn't expose him, she would be fine. But today he had said it so blatantly. He had even said the word hard. Yi Qian felt that she was burning from the bottom of her feet all the way to her face. It burned until she suddenly opened her mouth. When she came back to her senses, Yi Qian realized that she had already bitten down on his chest. She had bitten down on the exact spot. This time she couldn't clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. How could she have bitten down on the exact spot on his chest? So impatient? No, you're deliberately seducing me. I have to stay calm. He spoke softly with a smile, but the pair of hands around her slender waist was like a heated iron pincer. They burned Yi Qian's skin until it was boiling hot. It was easy to say, but the spot on his chest had never been used by the opposite sex. The stimulation it received was extraordinary. It's time to let go, little fox. He had received a lot of training to resist temptation, but it had never worked in front of her. His body always reacted honestly, and he had no way to control it at all. As for the self-control that he was so proud of, it was not worth mentioning. At this moment, his body had already sincerely expressed how poor his self-control was. Fortunately, he was still able to restrain himself from further actions. Yi Qian quickly turned his head away, not daring to look anymore. What should she do? She really wanted to run. Even if she wanted to escape, she would have to see if Xia Jinyuan would allow it. With the right time, the right place, and the right people, how could he let her escape? Xia Jinyuan, who had seen through her thoughts, did not give his girlfriend a chance. He moved his hands away from her slender and soft waist and slowly held her face. His slender fingers gently stroked her face. When he lowered his head, he could smell a fragrance that calmed him down. That was the pleasant fragrance coming from the little fox's body. It could evoke a man's most primal possessiveness. Yi Qian had already closed her eyes and felt the warmth of his fingers. After years of training, his rough fingers caressed her, causing her eyelashes to tremble slightly. She closed her eyes just like that and allowed him to caress her. Her beautiful face only showed her complete trust in him. She was not afraid that he would have any bad intentions, nor was she worried that she would be hurt. She trusted him wholeheartedly just like that. Chapter 1527. Xia Jinyuan's heart melted. This was his most beloved lover, his closest comrade. His dark eyes were half closed, and the tip of his handsome nose gently rubbed against hers. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Yi Qian. His soft murmur was enough to express his deep affection for her. It was so gentle that Yi Qian felt as if she had fallen into a thick cotton ball. It was so soft that she couldn't help but stand on her tiptoes to welcome his kiss. Her cheeks were hot, but her heart was filled with joy. Kissing made people dizzy and made it difficult to breathe. She didn't know when her hands, which had been loosened, had once again wrapped around his waist. She hugged him tightly and slowly grasped the back of his shirt. Xia Jinyuan's kiss was very gentle, neither slow nor slow, and extremely patient. It was like when he was in battle. He used a silent and penetrating battle tactic to plunder the city. Xia Jinyuan. Yi Jian, who was trembling from the kiss, clutched his shirt tightly and leaned into his arms as if she was about to collapse. She let him lead her and felt the charm of the kiss. It was fragrant, intoxicating, and difficult to control. 3 minutes of kissing was a little long, but it satisfied Xia Jinyuan's little desire and relieved the discomfort in his body. Once the two of them, who were always separated, got intimate, it was like lava erupting from a volcano. Xia Jinyuan's hands tightened around her waist, deeply and deeply enjoying their time together. Yi Qian responded to him. Every time he couldn't help but call her name, she would get closer to him and let him feel her response. She loosened her grip on his shirt and climbed onto his shoulder. He kissed so deeply that Yi Qian imitated him and kissed him back. No one disturbed them on the grassy slope, leaving a large space for the intimate lovers. Birds chirped in the treetops, then suddenly flapped their wings and flew away quickly. Someone came and it was almost 3 minutes. Time's up. Time's up, it's time to stop. Yi Qian, whose tongue was still in his mouth, reminded him in a muffled voice. She had no choice. She was fully immersed in the kiss, so she knew how long the 3 minutes had passed. Xia Jinyuan wondered if he was still not good enough to kiss his girlfriend. His girlfriend actually had the leisure to count the time. He had to admit that he was a little shocked. Xia Jinyuan, who was comforted, suppressed the restlessness that had invaded his eyes. His bright and dazzling black eyes stared at Yi Jian, who still had her eyes closed. Her red lips were so red that they looked like they were about to drip, full of temptation to take another bite of the forbidden fruit. Xia Jinyuan, who was a man of action, lowered his head again and gently pecked her red lips. He let his lips touch the warmth of her red lips to relieve his thirst. Next time I'll ask for 6 minutes. Adhering to the spirit of seeking truth from facts as a soldier, the restlessness in his body had not yet calmed down. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Is it because you haven't done it for a long time and have regressed? Oh, otherwise, how can you keep track of the time so accurately? I can't even extend it," he said with a low chuckle. His voice was hoarse and full of the restlessness of a normal man. If they really kissed, Yi Qian's heart would open up a lot. She didn't feel shy anymore. It was clear that this kind of thing was new to her the first time, and she would get used to it after a few more times. There was also a young couple coming over. They came out of the forest and saw someone in front of them. They were obviously stunned. Chapter 1528. Yi Qian smiled at them, then turned to Xia Jinyuan and said, "We have to give up our seats. Come earlier next time to reserve a seat." The major, who had calmed down, calmly picked up his luggage, but naturally held his girlfriend's hand and walked down the grassy slope. Behind them, the little girl was stunned. "Wow, that guy is so handsome." "The girl is prettier," the little boy said quickly. Then the little girl was unhappy, and the little boy had no choice but to lower his head and apologize, trying to make his girlfriend happy. Their love could be squandered, and they could argue over small things without any scruples. This kind of love was close to life, plain and sweet, and their love would not lack speed and passion. Perhaps the next time they met, they would be facing artillery fire, bullets whizzing past their ears. He would say, "Cover, advance," and she would say, "Clean up." Love on the battlefield, love in the flames of war, was soul-stirring and had no regrets. The sun began to set in the west. This time, Yi Qian did not let him watch her leave. She took the luggage and smiled at him. "Captain Xia, I want to watch you leave." Xia Jinyuan helped her change into the student uniform and buckled the collar that represented her identity as a student. "Okay, you can send me off." She did not refuse. It was either him sending her off or she sending him off. His back was tall and stalwart in the sun, and he had the majesty of a soldier as he walked. She kept staring at him, unable to look away for a long time. Xia Jinyuan needed to go to the southernmost sea of China. He would meet up with the Devil King, Li Jinyan, and start preparing for the international competition next year. He left in a taxi and waved goodbye to the slender figure still standing at the school gate. "See you next time. See you next time." Yi Qian waved back and also mouthed back. Next time they would meet again. After entering the school, Yi Qian, who had successfully completed his mission, immersed himself in his studies. After completing her professional courses, she began a simple but not boring military school life. A week later, she received a call from the military headquarters, telling her that she had made another contribution. Fu Hui has been arranged to study in the city. The school has waived her tuition fees and a company will sponsor her until she graduates from university. Major General Liu briefly explained what had happened so that Yi Qian, who was concerned about Fu Hui's future, could rest assured. He was indeed relieved. A kind and righteous girl must have a good ending. Chan Jiafu, Li Yi, and the villagers who participated in the killing of the police were sentenced to death. Among them was Fu Hui's father, because he used a mountain axe to participate in the dismemberment. As for Chan Jiakong and his brother, Chan Jiaxing, who had fled abroad, they thought that everything was fine. Little did they know that they had been closely monitored by our country. Once the diplomatic operation was launched, their lives would also come to an end. Yi Qian did not ask about the arrangements in the Great Hall. Captain Xia had reminded her that as a soldier, she only needed to listen to orders. She should not stand up when she was not allowed to speak. She should not question any decisions made by the higher-ups. Obeying orders and following orders was a discipline that a soldier must abide by. Why was it said that a soldier's duty was to obey orders? That was because this duty was the belief and the purpose of the army. She thought that the Major General was only contacting her because of Fu Hui, but she didn't know that there was another important matter waiting for her. The Major General's smiling tone gradually became serious. He only coughed lightly. Yi Jian, who was holding the topic, stood at attention reflexively and waited for the Major General to speak. Chapter 1529. Yi Qian could vaguely guess what the general was going to say to her. Xia Jinyuan had mentioned this to her when she left the Storm Amphibious Frogman assault team during the summer vacation. She calculated the time he mentioned and realized it was about this time. Next year, there will be a competition between our country and the Western countries. This will be the first time our country will send special forces to participate in the competition. Yi Qian, you will be one of the female special forces soldiers and fight for the glory of our country alongside the male soldiers. The Major General was indeed talking about this matter. His words confirmed that Yi Qian would definitely participate in the competition. Her name was on the list and would not be changed. The Major General had a lot of confidence in Yi Qian. Otherwise, he would not let a military academy student participate in such an important competition. Do you have the confidence to fight for the glory of our country? To return victorious? Faced with the Major General's question, Yi Qian stood upright like a pine tree in the snow. She slowly replied word by word, "I will not disappoint you." "Good. I admire your fearless personality. Next, Yi Qian, you will work harder than the male soldiers and you will have to sacrifice more." The Major General laughed heartily. This girl's personality was still the same as when he first met her. Her heart had never changed and she was always moving towards her goal. Such a talent, such a female soldier as a soldier, how could he bear to let her remain silent? It would only better develop her potential, allowing her to walk step by step steadily to the peak and become the most dazzling star in the army. It would guide the younger generation soldiers to bravely move forward like her, wear the military uniform, hold the steel spear in their hands, and protect their home and country. They would not let this life down. Yi Qian yearned for training and improvement. At the same time, she did not want to fall behind in her studies. However, from the Major General's words, it seemed that she would need to take time off for training. Then, she would definitely fall behind in her studies. This was something she did not want. She asked, "Major General, do the military and the school have any plans for my studies?" After all, she was still a student. Her studies could not be completely separated from her life. She wanted to know how the military and the school would communicate. Don't worry about that. The military will have a plan for your studies. The Major General laughed even louder. The girl had always been looking for room for improvement. She never wanted one thing to cause another to fall behind. Her ambition had always been big. Studies were naturally important for a military academy student. That was why she would have to work harder than the male soldiers. With the Major General's words, Yi Qian felt relieved and hung up to wait for her to leave to do so again. The school's initial reaction to the military's arrangements was only to say one word. Isn't this nonsense? Let a student leave to participate to train for a month. To train to come back to study. I can't agree to this. To be to the school. To be to make. The principal and the dean, who were sitting at the top, looked at each other. The principal bent his hands and placed them flat on the conference table. His fingers lightly tapped on the table. The teachers and instructors who were originally against the idea all quieted down. They sat up straight and turned their heads to look at the dean. This is an order from the military. The school can only obey and cooperate. The dean and I have studied Yi Qian's results for 2 nights. We also investigated her movements in the school during this period. 24 hours a day, the classroom, the training field, and the library took up 17 hours of her time. Chapter 1530. Furthermore, her arrangements are very scientific and reasonable. She made good use of her time and effectively increased her efficiency. Through analysis and observation, the dean and I have agreed that Yi Qian will leave the school on December 12. He will be away for a total of 45 days. The teacher quickly calculated the time and realized that he would be back 3 days before the midterm exam. Dean, I would like to ask about the arrangements for her midterm comprehensive exam. By the time she returns 3 days before the exam, the comprehensive physical exam will have already ended, and all the students will be in the final revision phase. It is very likely that she will not be able to keep up with the progress of the other students. I agree with what Instructor Du said. This is her first semester's comprehensive physical exam. If she makes a mistake, it will affect her future postgraduate, doctorate, and evaluation. Dean, I still want Yi Qian to be the outstanding student of the 99th batch. The military's arrangements make me feel uneasy. The teachers considered the results of the professional courses, and the instructors considered the physical exam results. It was clear how much importance they placed on Yi Qian. The dean turned sideways and faced the instructors and teachers who were participating in the discussion. Everyone, it's like this. The military has considered all the issues that you have mentioned. Therefore, the professional courses that Yi Qian will be away for a month will need to be divided by the teachers and instructors. The focus of the final exam will also need to be emphasized by the instructors. The training Yi Qian will be away for this time is not normal training. It will affect the reputation of our military internationally. Everyone knows that our country has just held a grand celebration, but you must not know that our student Yi Qian will be secretly accompanying the celebration as a soldier to protect the safety of our country's leaders. This was not a secret. After graduation, all the contributions that Yi Qian had made during the school term would be printed on his personal graduation information. Furthermore, during the live broadcast of the celebration, Yi Qian was in the camera for 3 seconds. Those who were familiar with Yi Qian would have noticed. Because she had only been in the school for a month, although the teachers and instructors had a deep impression of her, they did not notice Yi Qian in the camera for 3 seconds. Everyone, you can go back and watch the celebration. Yi Qian is in the camera for 3 seconds. When she realized that the camera was pointing at her, she reacted quickly and avoided it. Otherwise, there would be at least 10 seconds of footage. The dean had to look around again to see his student. When they found out that their students had been sent to protect the country's leaders as soon as they entered the school, the clerical teachers and instructors were quite surprised. They had all watched the grand celebration, but they did not see Yi Qian. He had to take a look tonight. As teachers, instructors, how could they not know about such an important matter? Wasn't this a little too low-key? Taking in the expressions of everyone present, the dean smiled and continued. In other words, our student Yi Qian is valued by the leaders and the military. They need the school's cooperation to allow her to leave the school to complete this important training. As for why he left the school for training, I'm sorry, but this is confidential. Neither the principal nor I know. However, the military has already considered all of your concerns and has come up with a countermeasure. In other words, Yiqian's departure from school for training will not affect her professional classes and physical training. Whatever the students learn in school, Yiqian will learn the same thing even if she leaves school for training. It will not affect her studies. It was just that it would be very difficult for the individual. However, as a soldier, one could not be afraid of hardship and fatigue. No matter how difficult it was, one had to overcome it. Hardship was nothing. In the end, the only one who would benefit would always be oneself. Chapter 1531. The teachers and instructors all fell silent. After that, one of the instructors in charge of the students' physical fitness said with a sigh, "Military academy students have 3 major nightmares: housekeeping, formation, and physical fitness. Every freshman will be tortured for at least 2 months. And from the looks of it, Yiqian is no different from an old soldier. Let's take folding blankets as an example. Even now, freshmen can't fold a square block of tofu to a standard. The corners and corners don't even have a shape." On Yiqian's first day at school, she was the only one in the class who met the standards for housekeeping. The housekeeping team was very surprised, so they took a tape measure. Good Lord, 65 centimeters in length and width, 15 centimeters in height, not an inch more and not an inch less. That's the exact number. The surface of the blanket was so flat that, in the words of her classmates, a drop of water would make the water slide down. The blankets freshly received by freshmen were so new that they still had the smell of storage. It was soft and smooth to the touch, and definitely comfortable to cover. But to fold a blanket like this into a standard block of tofu was difficult. Everyone sitting in the meeting room knew that every year when new students entered the school, the first problem they had to overcome was folding their blankets. Even those students whose family members were in the military or whose parents were soldiers had to go through this experience when they entered the school. There were also some who could fold it well after a few days, but Yiqian, who folded it so neatly the moment she entered school, was still rare. Even if they were mostly boys. A single housekeeping incident was enough to make people remember Yiqian. Although Yiqian is a freshman, her housekeeping and formation are exemplary. During training, if I'm not around, she can become an assistant instructor and guide students who don't meet the standards. Since the military has already made arrangements, I believe that she won't have any problems with the comprehensive physical fitness test. The instructor in charge of the physical fitness test was no longer worried. The teacher in charge of the specialized course said, "Student Yiqian has always been very hardworking. As long as she has free time, even if it's only half an hour, she will study hard. I've observed her studies for half a month, and I've also seen her study schedule. During the summer, the school wakes up at 5:30, while she wakes up at 4:50, and spends half an hour studying different languages. During the winter, the school wakes up at 6 o'clock, while she wakes up at 5 o'clock and spends an hour studying. Every day, I've never fallen behind." During the week, he appeared in the school library and the public computer room. His waking time and bedtime were the same as usual. There was no difference at all. Not only was he talented and intelligent, but he was also very hardworking. Even though his overall grades were above the rest of the year, he had never once slacked off on himself. Day after day, there had never been a change in his perseverance. For such students, even if they hadn't graduated yet, they could already see a bright future ahead of them. As expected, they were all chosen to secretly protect the country's leaders during the celebration. The teachers and instructors in the conference room didn't even have the chance to accompany the country's leaders. Smart, hardworking, and knowledgeable. The corner of the teacher's mouth curled up into a slight smile. Such a student was hard to come by. After discussing this matter, there were no more doubts. The matter of Yiqian leaving school for training in the middle of December was decided and would not be changed. Yiqian didn't know that the principal had specially organized a meeting for her departure from the academy for training. Ever since she found out from the Major General that she would be away for about a month, her study schedule had become even more packed. It was so tight that it was hard for the girls in the same dorm to see her. Chapter 1532. There were only 3 girls in the class, so the whole class would know if anyone made any noise. Yiqian was one of the top students in the class, so if she made any unusual movements, the whole class would know even faster. Freshman training was more important than studying, so every student took the time to rest after a day of training. Some students with weaker physiques who hadn't gotten used to the high-intensity training would doze off during class. Under these circumstances, Yi Qian as a girl was still able to study every day, listen carefully in class, and never doze off. From September to October, she had already conquered the whole class. Now she was even working a night shift. Last night, all the students in the class participated in a 5 kilometers run. After the run, they were all exhausted. They returned to school at 7 p.m. and dragged their legs into the dormitory. They didn't even have the energy to shower, so they directly laid on their beds to rest. But Yi Qian didn't. After showering, she said goodbye to He Jing and Su Wan, then went into the library to study. After the 5 kilometers run in the morning, she could still study until midnight. The next morning, He Jing held her forehead and said to the boys in the class, "She's so strong-willed, we can only look up to her. You and Su Wan have worked hard." The boy Qian Yanjun looked at her with heartache and said, "Living with her, the psychological pressure is huge. The scariest thing wasn't that someone was better than you, but that someone better than you worked harder than you." He Jing nodded heavily, grabbed the books on the desk and said through gritted teeth, "I have to work hard, look at Yi Qian every day, and then motivate myself. As a military school student with great ambitions, how could she be inferior to her? You girls are so fierce, how can we boys endure it?" Qian Yanjun also grabbed the books on the desk, his eyes wide open, digesting the professional knowledge he had learned. After reading for less than 5 minutes, Qian Yanjun couldn't help but close his eyes. So tired, so sleepy, he wanted to lie on the desk and sleep for a while. It was too difficult. Yesterday's 5 kilometers run hadn't allowed him to recover his stamina, and today's morning exercise, he just wanted to sit in the classroom and have a good sleep. A few minutes ago, Qian Yanjun was still talking about how he wanted to rise up. Now his head was dizzy. He turned to look at He Jing. Good Lord, she had already fallen asleep on the table. There were 45 students in the class, and all of them had once been top students. However, entering a military academy where training was even more arduous than studying, the strain on their bodies was so great that it was very difficult for them to balance their studies with their training. He Jing and Qian Yanjun were the epitome of the entire class. The high-intensity and high-load training every day made it difficult for these straight-A students to focus on their studies. Furthermore, if you were not good at military affairs, internal affairs, or formation in the military academy, the negative impact would often be greater than the negative impact of not being able to study well. Therefore, even if the students knew that they were not able to balance their studies well, they were not worried. After all, as long as you didn't fail your subjects or take makeup exams, no one would find trouble with you. After a long time, the focus naturally shifted towards military affairs, internal affairs, formation, and physical fitness. However, Yi Qian didn't. In class, she listened attentively, took notes, and after training, she combined study and rest into one. She let study become rest, and rest become study. She never missed a single class. She always knew what her dream was, and had always worked hard to achieve it. The hard work she was going through now was all for the sake of becoming an outstanding Special Forces soldier like Xia Jinyuan. So what if she had to work a little harder now? Chapter 1533. Yi Qian was never confused or discouraged. She kept her original heart and kept moving forward steadily. She was a simple but extraordinary girl. After October, it was November. The city where the University of Science and Technology of China was located had become cold. The students were wearing slim-fit winter clothes with overcoats on the outside. They were the kind of people who walked on campus with their own style. Just looking at the back of a student would make one feel that they were incomparably handsome. The camphor leaves on the campus fell one by one. A thick layer of camphor leaves could cover the campus in one night. After walking out of the library, Yi Jian and Song Zhiqiu were discussing a major topic while walking. At this moment, Yi Jian felt a little lucky. When she had chosen her major, she had followed Xia Jinyuan's advice to give up the technical major and choose the commanding major instead. Command majors focused on military training, while technology majors focused on cultural knowledge. It seemed that technology majors were relatively easy, but that was not the case. Technology majors not only had the same physical training, but they also had a lot of academic work. In the second half of the second year, the laboratory, classroom, and training ground almost had the same amount of time. The University of Science and Technology of China was famous for its technology majors, and the school emphasized this aspect. Therefore, technology majors tended to work harder than command majors, which made it difficult for them to balance their academic work with their training. The University of Science and Technology of China was one of the best military schools. It had cultivated countless missile researchers, scientists, technology experts, and new commanding officers. It was indeed a wise move for Yi Qian to avoid technology majors. After all, her development direction was not to join the laboratory with a military rank, but to go to the front line and become a special force soldier. Yi Qian was an infantry joint training program, which meant that she had a double major in science, engineering, and military. In the first 2 years after entering the university, she would receive a unified education and basic military and political training. In the second semester, according to the needs of the military branch and the training objectives specified during enrollment, as well as her personal interests and strengths, she would choose a joint training major within the prescribed scope. Yi Qian chose Command Automation Engineering, which had 8 main courses. Again, it was Xia Jinyuan's suggestion. Her personal ability had reached the standard, but her technical level was just at the beginning. Command Automation Engineering had a strong professional content. Military operations research and information acquisition technology courses would be of great help to Yi Qian in the future. According to Yi Qian's personal ability, Xia Jinyuan carefully studied, analyzed, and discussed with Major General several times. Finally, he let Yi Qian choose Command Automation Engineering for joint training. Yi Qian chose it. Actually, she needed to spend a lot of time, but it was still less than the technology majors. Song Zhiqiu's choice of course. Calm. For more than 10 days in the city. For the first time, the school did not arrange any training subjects. Instead, they gave each class a certain number of places to leave the school so that the students could go out. After the roll call last night, the class monitor Song Zhiqiu announced the good news. In less than a minute, the 10 exit passes in her hand were announced. It was so fast that it was even faster than eating fast food at the end of the long training. In the blink of an eye, the 10 exit passes were gone before they even thought about what to do with the exit passes. It could be seen that the exit passes were so popular that they were hard to come by. Sometimes the class didn't even have one. Chapter 1534. Yi Qian and Song Zhiqiu were talking about how many things the students would bring back. Their classmate Lu Yang walked toward them in a hurry. When he saw Yi Qian, his eyes lit up. If it were not for the fact that he was afraid of the pickets, he would have run over. He quickened his pace and said to Yi Qian in a low voice with sweat all over his forehead. Something happened outside. Su-Wen accidentally dropped the ice cream in her hand on a young man's coat. Su-Wen apologized hurriedly, but she was touched by him. Su-Wen was scared. Gu Jinglin came out of the supermarket with her, and saw several young men dragging Su-Wen into a Santana car. Then when the hot-blooded male students saw their female classmate being bullied so badly, they suppressed their anger and rushed over to drag Su-Wen back. However, the young men did not let them go and beat them directly. Gu Jinglin and the others were wearing winter clothes inside and big coats outside. They did not dare to beat them too hard for fear that their military uniforms would be exposed. However, the young men thought they were scared and chased them all the way. Now they are blocked in the Sizhou alley and are wondering whether they should fight. Yi Qian's face became cold. There are 10 people in total. Su-Wen and He Jing are 2 girls and 8 boys. Are they all together? No. If the 10 of them fight together, they will have a chance to win. However, they are separated. So they are wondering whether they should fight or not. Lu Yang said anxiously, if they are really beaten, they will definitely fight back. If the young men come to the school and make trouble, we students will be at a disadvantage. After being molested and almost being dragged into a car by the young men, if they really fought back, it would be self-defense. The problem now was that they did not have enough people. Song Zhiqiu said immediately, we can't alert the school. Let's go out and have a look first. After saying that, he looked at Yi Qian up and down. Suddenly he said with interest, my cousin said you are very good at fighting. You defeated 10 people easily. As your classmate, I don't know if I can have the honor to see your heroic appearance today. The top students wouldn't have said these words in the past. To them, fighting was a distant matter. In their 12 years of education, only bad students would fight. Good students were always well-behaved and obedient. It looked like the military academies were the same as the military headquarters. They were both places that could incite the bloodlust of anyone. They, who were so weak that they could not even wring a bucket of water, had actually started to play with violence today, and played it so naturally too. The environment changed people. Every day's training stimulated the belligerence, competitiveness in the young people. Usually, they were strictly disciplined and were not allowed to take half a step out of the minefield. However, once there was an explosive point, the scholar would turn into a beast, and the hands holding the pen would turn into fists for fighting. Although they had resorted to violence, they were still rational and had not lost their minds. They knew that with just the four of them, there was no way they could win, so they could only ask their classmates for help. And the person asking for help could not be anyone else. It had to be Yi Qian. Because only Yi Qian could get an exit permit from the instructor. Lu Yang was stunned. When Yi Qian and Song Jiqiu walked to the teacher's office together, he came to himself and followed them. "Comrades, do you mean to go and fight together? How can we do that? If the school knows about this, all of us will be punished." Calm down, you must calm down. We can report the actual situation to the teacher, and let the teacher deal with it. Isn't it better? It was a typical way of dealing with the situation. Chapter 1535. Song Jiqiu patted the good student's shoulder and said, "Comrade, we've been in the school for more than 40 days. Don't you feel suffocated? Don't you need to go out to vent your anger? Now there is a good reason for you to go out to vent your anger. Do you have the heart to refuse?" That was right. The three of them went out to pick up their comrade. If the other side refused to let them go and force them to defend themselves, they had no choice but to take action. Their reason was upright enough. Moreover, they were bold enough to drag the female students of the military school into the car. Obviously, their motives were not pure. They dared to rob people in the hall, which was extremely bad. In order to protect their comrade, they had no choice but to take action. How could the school punish them? Lu Yang was interested. He even proposed to take more students who were good at fighting to the other side. "Okay, there are already 10 people outside. Including the three of us, it's enough. If we take more people with us, we'll go out to have a gang fight. It's a fundamental change." Song Jiqiu explained. It could be seen that this was a good student who was brave and resourceful. He had fought many times before, but he was always wise enough to protect himself. Lu Yang was enlightened. Although they were going out to have a gang fight, they should let the school know that their intention was to solve it peacefully. Since Yi Qian went out, the instructor only asked a few questions about the reason for going out. Yi Qian did not hide anything and told the whole story. The instructor then gave the 3 exit permits to Yi Qian and said, "If you have any problems, solve them outside. Don't leave any traces behind." They were so arrogant. They wanted to have sex with the female students of the military school and drag them into the car. If they did not show some toughness and let these young people know the consequences, they would really think that they were so powerful that they could do whatever they wanted. Lu Yang looked at the 3 exit permits, which were impossible to get in normal times, and his eyes almost popped out. Damn it. It was so easy. This is called the art of speaking. You can catch the main point. Learn more in the future. Song Jiqiu also learned something from Yi Jian. Yi Jian grasped the key points first and explained the matter with a rather serious expression and tone. Then she changed into an anxious and unsteady tone to express her purpose of coming here. At the same time, she did not forget to tell the instructor that she would handle the matter properly. It had to be said that Yi Qian was intelligent. Even his words were full of wisdom. The 3 of them could leave the school as soon as they had the leave slip. However, in order to prevent their identities from being exposed, the 3 of them returned to the dormitory as quickly as possible and changed into casual clothes. 5 minutes later, they left the school together. Sizhou Alley was a famous food street in the city. In the past, there were several exits. However, due to the city's renovation in October this year, Sizhou Alley was listed as a key renovation project. The food street was temporarily closed, and there was only one exit. Gu Jinglin, Su Wan, and the other 3 students who were unfamiliar with the city rushed in, only to find that the road was blocked. Motherfucker, search carefully. I don't believe you can ascend to the heavens. Outside the engineering support frame, several young gangsters walked over with steel pipes in their hands. They were yelling in an extremely arrogant manner. Gu Jinglin did a head count of the number of people on the other side. His expression did not look too good. When he could no longer hear the footsteps, he whispered, "There are 23 of them. We only have 4 people left. We have no chance of winning at all. We can only wait for Yi Qian and the others to arrive." Since they were outnumbered, they could only rely on hiding to buy time and wait for reinforcements. Fortunately, they had found a place to hide. Otherwise, if they ran into them, they would definitely beat them without hesitation. Facing the steel pipes in their hands with bare hands, Gu Jinglin felt his teeth ache at the thought of it. Maybe he would be beaten until his bones were fractured. Chapter 1536. The two of them had no way of sneaking out, so they purposely ran into Sijou Alley, thinking that they would be able to get rid of those gangsters quickly. Little did they know that Sijou Alley had started to be renovated after they had not gone out for more than 40 days. Fortunately, there was a construction site here. Wu Bingcheng directly snuck into the construction site office and called the school. Otherwise, they would not be able to make it back to school on time. The exit permit only lasted for 5 hours, and now more than 3 hours had passed. Suwon looked at the time and felt a little anxious. What should we do? It's almost time to enter the school. Will we be late? Although Suwon's father was in the military, she had always been carefully taken care of by her family. Although she was not arrogant, she was a well-protected and delicate girl. One must know that her father had forced her to enter the military school in order to get rid of her arrogance. Her family was well off, and she had received a good education from a young age. From kindergarten to high school, she had attended a famous school in Beijing. Although her classmates had bumped into each other and fought with each other, Suwon had never been in a fight before, let alone encountered something like today. If the male students in her class had not appeared in time, Suwon might have really been dragged into the car. Now that she thought about the previous scene, Suwon's calves were still trembling. However, if it had been in the past, she would have been scared to tears. She would not be able to calmly think about whether her classmates would be late. However, Wu Bingcheng shook his head. No, the reason why I asked Lu Yang to call Yi Qian out is because I know that Yi Qian is a very punctual person. She will not let us be late. You don't have to worry about that. Dabing, guard your back. Don't get ambushed. He also reminded the other male student, Yuan Dabing. His words made the other 3 people sigh in relief. Indeed, Yi Qian would definitely watch the time carefully, and not let them be late. Now they did not know how many people she would bring out. 5 should be possible, but 10 was unlikely. There were a total of 45 people in the class and 10 people had already come out. If 10 more people came out, almost half of the class would come out. It was impossible. 5, there should be 5. But before Yi Qian arrived, the 4 of them had to be careful and hide. They had been military academy students for a few months since the summer break, so they more or less knew a little about tactics. The 4 of them arranged for Gu Jinglin and Wu Bingcheng to watch the front while Yuan Dabing watched the back. As for Suwon, she was temporarily allowed to rest. Just now, when she was pulled back from the gangster's hands, her small face was pale. It was obvious that she was scared to death. Outside, more than 20 hooligans were holding steel pipes and intentionally banging on the ground in the alleyway, making ping 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 sounds everywhere. The arrogant words coming out of their mouths never stopped. They knew that the person was in Sijou Alley. Although they hadn't found him yet, they would definitely come here. They would block the entrance and exit. Let's see how long they could hide. How dare they embarrass me? I'll beat them to death. To them, fighting was a common occurrence. Today, they had lost face in front of their brothers. If they didn't get back at them, how were they going to survive? Fighting was their favorite method, but they were all cowards. They didn't dare to come out and fight alone. They loved to call a group of people, thinking that they were aggressive and very impressive. Actually, to put it bluntly, it was all for the sake of their face. Gu Jinglin and the others pulled Suwon and ran, making the hooligans think that the other party was easy to bully. Being slapped in the face by someone easy to bully was even more embarrassing. If they didn't get back at them, they wouldn't be able to raise their heads. Chapter 1537. For the gangsters, their reputation was more important than their lives. Sizhou Alley was not far from the school. It was a 6-stop bus ride. Yiqian, Song Jiqiu, and Lu Yang got off the bus and headed straight for the place Wu Bingcheng had told them about. The three of them trotted, for fear that their classmates would have been taken advantage of if they were late. There was a steel pipe support at the entrance. Several workers wearing construction helmets were squatting by the side, smoking and chatting. They did not care about the sound of ping ping pang pang coming from inside. It was normal for construction sites to make such sounds. The workers walked past them without stopping them, but raised their heads to look at them. Although Sizhou Alley was being renovated, there were still some residents who had not moved out in time. The construction team could not wait that long. They were working while waiting for the residents to move out. It was normal for people to come in and out. However, there were a lot of new faces coming in and out today. Seeing Yiqian and the other two enter the alley, the construction workers continued to rest and chat. After entering the alley, Yiqian saw 6 young men with steel pipes in their hands. They were standing unsteadily without any proper posture. Yiqian narrowed her eyes slightly. No wonder Gu Jinglin and the other 3 had to hide. They had controlled objects in their hands. If they fought, they would be at a disadvantage. They have steel pipes in their hands. Lu Yang muttered softly. He, who was originally walking side by side, was 1 step slower. He walked behind Yiqian and said, Yiqian, you walk in the middle. Don't panic. I saw a lot of planks just now. Let's take a plank to defend ourselves later. Song Jiqiu turned her head to look at Lu Yang. Inadvertently, she saw Lu Yang raise her right hand and gently caress her left wrist. Vaguely, Song Jiqiu seemed to see thin silver ornaments wrapped around her hand. Without thinking much, she said to Lu Yang, Don't be too nervous. Let's find everyone first. I am not nervous. Yiqian is a girl. It's normal for a boy to protect a girl. Lu Yang swallowed with difficulty. The expression on his face was a little tense. Could be seen that he was actually nervous. Felt a little strange to be protected by a boy. Other than her comrades covering and protecting each other on the battlefield, Yiqian had never been protected by a boy in real life. During the first class of the semester, the teacher came in and wrote the word comrade on the blackboard. Then, he called out names from the roster and asked the freshmen to stand up and explain what a comrade was. After everyone's explanation, the teacher wrote a line of words on the blackboard. The person who can carry you back from the pile of corpses is your comrade who will never leave you. This sentence really shocked all the students. The only ones who can leave danger to themselves and safety to you are your comrades. You are me and I am you. We trust each other, rely on each other, and protect each other. The first class of the semester was a class that struck directly at their hearts. Lu Yang was nervous, but he still subconsciously knew to protect his comrade. This was how a comradeship was built. Let's settle this peacefully first. If it doesn't work out, we'll settle it with violence. Yiqian did not let him go last. The 3 of them stood side by side again. In my opinion, these people are just tigers made of paper. If they really fight, they will be more cowardly than the other. Years ago, Luo Ran led a group of gangsters. Brother Huang, who was the leader, also came fiercely. In the end, 1 or 2 of them knelt down in fear and begged for mercy. It could be seen that gang fights were generally done by cowards. Why would a daring person need to ask for help? He could directly kill everyone single-handedly. Chapter 1538. Lu Yang was a little nervous at first, but after hearing what Song Jiqiu said, he felt a little funny. Looking at those people who were wearing all kinds of tight pants and wrapped their bamboo-like legs, he couldn't help laughing out loud. They are as thin as hemp sticks. I think I can beat 2 of them by myself. Anyway, he was a man with some abdominal muscles. Don't be so confident. Don't let Yiqian protect you. Song Jiqiu laughed in a low voice and teased Lu Yang. She said half-jokingly, Later we just need to protect ourselves. Don't drag Yiqian down. His cousin had said that she could beat 10 people by herself. He didn't doubt it. Looking at her indifferent expression and her slightly raised eyes, there was a hint of disdain in them. She didn't take these young people seriously at all. It could be seen that she was very confident. Yiqian asked him with a smile. How many can you beat? 3. 3 is enough. 5 is not enough. Song Jiqiu put her arm around Lu Yang's shoulder, raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, We should have a chance of winning. Yi Qian's smile deepened. You can deal with 3, Lu Yang can deal with 1, and Gu Jinglin and the others can join the fight. The chance of winning is still quite big. Before the fight started, they had divided the tasks. This was called a battle with a plan. The 6 young people guarding the door were talking with steel pipes in their hands. When they saw someone coming in, they couldn't help but raise their heads to look over. With a little bit of fierceness in their eyes, they stared straight at Yi Qian, who was walking in the middle. Excuse me. Thank you. Yi Qian stood in front of them with a faint smile and bowed first. The young man in the middle stared at Yi Qian a little obscenely. He spat out the betel nut residue in his mouth and walked up to him with a smile. Beauty, where are you going? Do you need us to give you a ride? Looking at him, I really want to beat him up. Lu Yang and Song Jiqiu stepped forward at the same time and stared at the young man who spoke. Song Jiqiu said in the local dialect, Please make way. Thank you. She bowed again. Someone shouted from inside. Fuck. Did you guys manage to defend it? Did anyone come out? No, our brothers are guarding it. The young man who had blocked Yi Qian and the other 2 came back. The moment he opened his mouth, the smell of betel nut in his mouth was so strong that it made one nauseous. Brother Hui, there's another great beauty outside. Do you want to come out and take a look? Laughter came from inside. Looks like Brother Hui's luck with women is not bad today. Brother Hui, do you want to go outside and take a look? Leave the inside to the brothers. As long as they haven't escaped, we'll definitely find them for you. Fuck, don't talk nonsense with me. Find those who dare to not give me face first. He definitely didn't run out. Keep a close eye on him. Look for him in the unlocked house. Damn it, if I find him, I'll beat him up. Beat them to death. There were not many residents going in and out. The young man who was talking inside became more and more arrogant, as if he was the biggest boss in the whole world. He was the young man who Suwon had accidentally dropped the ice cream on his coat. He was tall and strong with a crew cut. There were 5 or 6 earrings in one ear and a string of flamboyant silver jewelry around his neck. He was chewing betel nut in his mouth and walked energetically as if there were lice on his body. The other 20 or so young men were basically dressed in the same way. There were silver jewelry around their necks. Some wore black jackets and some wore denim shirts. Their pants were either loose jeans or tights. There was a silver chain hanging from the side of their belts. Their clothes, appearance, and speech were completely different from those of Yi Qian and the others. Chapter 1539. When the young man who was blocking Yi Jian outside heard the voices inside, he laughed heartily and said, Huizi, don't regret it if you don't come out. The beauty will be snatched away by me later. Even his laughter was annoying. Lu Yang and Song Jiqiu's faces darkened. We're going in to find our friends. Please make way for us. Yi Qian didn't look angry at all. He had a faint smile on his beautiful face, like a lotus blooming with dew in summer. When he smiled, the petals made people want to pick them up and smell their fragrance. The young men's eyes were fixed on her. She was a real beauty. With a covetous look, they stared at her and said frivolously, Beauty, don't be so heartless. You're not in a hurry to find your friends. Come and chat with us first. I'm sorry. I'm really going to find my friends, Yi Qian said again. There was no change in his expression and words, but his eyes were cold. The young men didn't know what was good for them and moved closer to Yi Qian. Why don't we go with you to find your friends? After you find your friends, you can play with us. I'm sure you won't refuse this arrangement. Beauty, Brother Chung likes you, so he wants to play with you. Don't be so ungrateful. Exactly. You should know what's good for you. It's your honor that Brother Chung likes you. If you refuse, Brother Chung will let you go, but we won't let you go. When we use force, don't be afraid that we won't be polite. Lu Yang was furious. Hey, don't go too far. Boy, how can you talk like that? 2 young men in black tights jumped out immediately. In order to show off, they patted their hands with the steel pipes in their hands. If you don't want to be beaten, you'd better get out of here. Song Jiqiu pulled Lu Yang back. Don't be impulsive. Follow Yi Qian. Until now, Yi Qian was very calm. It seemed that he had other plans. Moreover, she felt that Yi Qian seemed to be gentle on purpose. He should be like her, who would be polite first and then use force. Thinking of the key point, Song Jiqiu whispered to Lu Yang, Yi Qian told the teacher that she would be reasonable first. Now she was being reasonable. After we've reasoned with them, we'll find Su-won and the others before we make other plans. What he meant by making other plans was naturally fighting. Alright, then can you all step aside and let me in? Just as Song Jiqiu had expected, Yi Qian had indeed planned to do so. He agreed with a smile and waited for them to step aside. No matter what, finding Su-won and the others was the most important thing. Once everyone was found, there was no need to be distracted by fighting. Yi Qian and the young man walked in front. Whenever the young man spoke, Yi Qian would reply politely without a trace of anger. However, when the young man wanted to touch her, she glanced at him and said calmly, "Watch your step. Don't break your hand." His casual words made the heart of the young man called Brother Chung tremble fiercely, and he obediently withdrew his hand that was about to reach out. In front of them, there was a frame covered with a green net to prevent sand from splashing. Before Yi Qian walked over, Gu Jinglin, who was guarding inside, had already seen her. Coming, Yi Qian is here. He even brought people here. 1, 2, 3. He counted quickly and said happily, "Awesome, there are 9 people here. Almost half of the students in our class are here." Chapter 1540. He didn't take a good look at who they were. After counting the number of people, he turned around and talked to the students behind him. When Yi Qian and the others came closer, he realized that he didn't know anyone other than Yi Qian, Song Jiqiu, and Lu Yang. Moreover, they were dressed like the gangsters who were chasing after them. No way! Gu Jinglin's heart sank. The 4 of them hadn't gotten away yet, and they had dragged Yi Qian and the others down with them. It's over. Yi Qian and the others still have 6 people behind them. We haven't gotten away yet, and now we've dragged her down with us. Gu Jinglin stared outside and quietly said to the students behind him, "Brothers, when we get out later, I'll leave my back to you. No matter how hard they fight, we can't be separated." They were all smart and knew what to do with just a little reminder. Wu Bingcheng said, "We'll stand back to back in a circle. If one of them throws a steel pipe at us first, just reach out and grab it. You must be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Grab it and use it as a self-defense weapon." Fighting against 23 steel pipes with my bare hands, it's a bit hard to grab this one. Yuan Dabing bent over and said carefully, "My back is also in your hands later. Don't let them hit the back of my head." Yi Qian got closer and closer to them. Finally, he stood in front of the support and said to the young man, "My friend is resting here. Do you want to go in and take a look?" Damn it, they're with them. The young man finally realized that he had been fooled. His cheeky smile turned into anger. They've got guts. How dare they trick my brother Chung? After that, he shouted toward the alley, "Huizi, call the brothers over. The people you found are all hiding here. They've got guts. They even called for help to deal with us." Then, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard in the alley. More than 10 gangsters rushed toward the support. Gu Jinglin was the first to come out of the support. He said to Yi Qian, "We've caused a bit of trouble. I'm sorry, Hen." "It's nothing." Yi Qian shook his head with a smile and asked Su-won, who came out later, "Su-won, are you okay?" Su-won stood beside Yi Qian and said, She's fine. She had a big scare earlier, but she's fine now. She's fine." She moved closer to Yi Qian and said uneasily, "Gu Jinglin and the others said that if we can't win, we should run out and call for help. Do you think anyone will come in to help us?" "I won't." Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh. They all have steel pipes in their hands. Normal people wouldn't dare to provoke them. They would only stay far away to avoid getting involved and injuring themselves. This was human nature. Su-wen's face was a little pale. The group of people who were looking for them were walking towards them with steel pipes in their hands. Su-wen was so scared that his shoulders shrunk, but he didn't hide. He stood beside Yi Qian and gulped. He said without backing down, "Then we can only fight them head-on." Gu Jinglin said that we should form a circle back to back. Whoever hits us with a steel pipe, we'll snatch it from them first. Military school students were strong when they met strong opponents. What's more, they were up against a group of scum. Yi Qian smiled until his eyebrows were curved. Military school students had always been very united. "Okay, but you have to remember to protect your faces. You can't show any external injuries. On the other side, Brother Hui, who was looking for trouble with Su Wen, came over. When he saw Gu Jinglin and the 7 of them, he said without hesitation, "Beat them up. Beat them up hard. Beat them until they're kneeling and begging for mercy." This kneeling and begging for mercy. Chapter 1541. When it came to fighting, the goal was always to end it quickly. Whoever beat the other to the ground first would have a clear winner. But there was also the concept of fighting. Fighting was a civil matter, and it was a case of private prosecution. If you hit me with your fists, I hit you with my fists, and it was basically over. Fighting was more serious and was considered an illegal act. Depending on the severity of the case, there would be certain punishments and fines. For example, fighting with controlled items was not called fighting but breaking the law. Yi Qian and the others were acting in self-defense. If they did not fight back when they were attacked, they would be really stupid. They would just be waiting to be beaten to a pulp. The other party often fought and had a certain amount of experience. They planned to take turns fighting Yi Qian and the others. The young man who had stopped Yi Qian earlier said with a fake smile, "Take turns. The brothers outside can't squeeze in. Be careful not to hurt your own people." Yi Qian said to Su Wen beside him, "Fight boldly. We are acting in self-defense. Don't be restrained. Before we came, I told the instructor that you guys were in trouble." That can also be said. How did the instructor react at that time? Su Wen rubbed her wrist. She was clearly a delicate girl, but now there was a murderous look on her face. The military academy was a place to change people. No one was born a soldier, and after being changed, trained, and improved step by step, they finally became a qualified soldier. Su Wen belonged to this kind of military academy student who grew up step by step. There was no time to talk. The young men surrounding them picked up their steel pipes and began to beat them up one by one. Beat them until they kneel and kowtow. Brothers, don't be polite. These people are obviously students. Beat them up. Ha ha ha, they can't even hide it. If the school finds out, they will all be expelled. Yi Qian picked up a red brick unhurriedly and smiled at the ruthless young man. There's a difference between fighting and fighting. I think you guys don't want to go to the police station. As for us, we don't want to either. Controlled items are a little dangerous. If someone uses too much force and their head explodes, it will be a life for a life. Let me give you a suggestion. Although you're here to look for face and show off your might, why don't you fight with your bare hands? To be honest, if I'm the only woman who sees you like this, I'd like to give you 2 words, cowards. 23 of them surrounded the 7 of us. Yet they were still afraid that they wouldn't be able to win. They even brought their controlled items. Since you're here to show off, why don't you show off even more? I also like those with a bit of personality. 8 at a time. Let's go to the side and spar a few moves with our bare hands. How about that? Her words were meant to arouse the temper of this group of people. She had lured 8 of them over by herself. There were still 15 of them left, which would be enough for Song Jiqiu and her companions to fight for a while. When Song Jiqiu and her companions finished the fight, Song Jiqiu and her companions could come to support them. The young man called Brother Hui spat on the ground and waved his hand. "Throw away all the fucking pipes in your hands. 8 of you come." Except for Song Jiqiu, who was not surprised, the rest of the students were all shocked by Yi Qian's words. Even if they wanted to persuade him, it was too late. Song Jiqiu stepped aside and fought against 8 people by herself. Seeing this, Brother Chung smiled. He waved the steel pipe in his hand and took the lead to rush up. The steel pipe was the first to hit Song Jiqiu. Wu Bingcheng, who stood aside, shouted loudly, "Watch out!" As he shouted, he raised his hand and tried to catch the steel pipe that was swinging over. Song Jiqiu reacted quickly. She grasped the wrist of her opponent directly and squeezed the steel pipe backward. Then she lifted her foot and kicked the lower part of her opponent's belly hard. She said to Wu Bingcheng, "Kick here." She was experienced in fighting. Chapter 1542. Song Jiqiu's move really shocked Wu Bingcheng. He felt that she was so awesome. You are so awesome." Wu Bingcheng grabbed the steel pipe and hurriedly blocked the steel pipe that was swung at him. He was already full of admiration for his classmate. "He is so awesome. Have you learned it before?" He was still in the mood to chat in the face of fighting and killing. It could be seen that he had good psychological quality. Song Jichyo kicked away a young man who was shouting and rushing at her with 2 consecutive kicks. There was a bit of arrogance on her young face. I have fought many times. Of course I have experience. Did she mean that she used to fight a lot? Don't think about him, bro. Watch him. Yuan Dabing saw that his classmate was still in the mood to look at Song Jichyo with admiration. He bumped a man away with his shoulder and reminded him. Yi Qian is fighting 8 people alone. Should we hurry up and finish the fight and help her? Lu Yang is playing hard. What are you waiting for? Lu Yang's eyes were red. When his fists hit his opponent, what he felt was not fear but excitement. When he heard his opponent's screams, he felt that there was a wild beast in his heart that wanted to rush out from his fists. The more he fought, the more excited he became. The more he fought, the more powerful he felt. Wu Bingcheng, who had never fought and had always been strictly restrained by his parents, went crazy when he saw Lu Yang. His adrenaline soared, which made his breathing speed up, heartbeat and blood flow speed up. The scholar's weak blood boiled all of a sudden. Affected, he began to wave the steel pipe to protect himself and his comrades. The 5 boys stood back to back in a circle to fight against more than 10 ruffians. It was very difficult for them to fight. However, none of them cried out in pain. Even if they were hit by the steel pipe and felt that their bones were broken, they stayed close to their comrades and continued to wave their fists. They had not started to learn close combat. However, after a few months of physical training, the weak scholar had changed. He was not flustered at all. He was calm and collected in the face of danger. Knowing that he was not as awesome as Song Jichyo, Wu Bingcheng directly waved the steel pipe in his hand, which created a strong wind. The several young men who wanted to beat him became cautious and were afraid of being hit. Among the 5 people, Song Jichyo's fighting skills were the most skillful. As long as one was beaten by her, the screams would definitely be the loudest, which made one's scalp numb and heart flustered. It was true that Song Jichyo often got into fights. She used to be in the same junior high school as her cousin Yang Heng. The 2 brothers often went to the internet bar to play games together. Places like the internet bar were filled with a foul atmosphere, where good and bad people mixed in with the honest people. People with bad tempers would start a fight once they had a disagreement. The 2 brothers were very good at playing games. They often formed teams in internet cafes. Because they only had one internet cafe to go online, people often came to the internet cafe to play games with them. Over time, the 2 brothers gained a certain amount of fame in the vicinity. With fame came a problem. Some people were not convinced and brought their brothers to challenge them. At that time, the 2 brothers were still young and their temperaments were not fixed yet. After gaining a little fame, they could not help but become complacent. It was inevitable that they would speak carelessly and offend people. It could be said that the 2 brothers fought from the 2nd year to the 3rd year. In the end, the 2 brothers got into a fight and were sent to the police station together. This time the fight became serious. The parents of the 2 brothers came from other places in a hurry. After cleaning up the mess, the parents of the 2 brothers went to the neighborhood to investigate. It was not until then that they knew what their children had done. The parents of the 2 brothers were so angry. Judging from the grades of the 2 brothers, there was no way to know that they were so lawless. Chapter 1543. Yuan Dabing gasped and leaned against Song Jichyo. I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting. I didn't find you at school. Good girl. You hit so well. You are good at studying and fighting. Bro, you have to teach me next time. I don't need to teach you how to fight. After today you will know how to fight. When you are in your junior year, I believe you can deal with 3 or 5 people by yourself. Song Jichyo could still answer with a smile. It seemed that she was fine, but in fact she had been beaten all over her body. He was good at studying and fighting. This was nothing. When he was in junior high school, he fought and played games. He pretended to be a good student at school and a vagrant outside. Outside and inside the campus, he was so proficient that even the teachers didn't find anything unusual. If he hadn't been in the police station and Uncle Yang hadn't been promoted and returned to the southern province, he and his cousin Yang Heng would have had a fight. Director Yang, who had been promoted and returned to the southern province, took his son and nephew back from the police station and made a prompt decision to separate the 2 brothers. Director Yang took Yang Heng to the southern province to study in the summer vacation of the 3rd year of junior high school. Song Jiqiu stayed in the city for 1 year and continued to study in the 3rd year of junior high school. Although the two brothers were separated, their rebellious nature didn't change. Yang Heng, who had studied in the southern province, still went to the internet bar to play games on Saturdays and Sundays. He was not as arrogant as he had been in junior high school, but he still fought when he was in a fight. His fists were very tough. Otherwise, Luo Ran wouldn't have been so obedient and followed his lead. Without her cousin by her side, Song Jiqiu restrained herself a lot. She played fewer games online and fought fewer times. However, when it was time to fight, she still showed her fists. Her father, who was a university professor, was so worried that he would hear the news that his child was in the hospital one day. After thinking it over, he discussed it with his wife and decided to send Song Jiqiu to learn Taekwondo. As a result, Song Jiqiu's fighting skills improved a few levels. Once he was good at fighting, the young people who besieged him almost all targeted him. Fortunately, Gu Jinglin was also a person who could control the situation. Gu Jinglin was a northerner. He was tall and strong. Standing among the students, he was like an iron tower. Judging from his height, he was very imposing. Usually, he would eat one more bowl than the average guy. His hands were very strong. He grabbed a guy's wrist and punched the guy's armpit. That scream. Eh? Not only did you bully the girls in our class, you're also so arrogant. I'll beat you to death. Gu Jinglin, who had the forthrightness of a northerner, lifted his long leg and ruthlessly kicked a young man away. He cursed and swore, but he had no intention of stopping. Luckily, Yi Qian had goaded most of the youths into throwing away their steel pipes. Only a few of them were still holding on to their steel pipes, including Brother Chang. Brother Chang was used to playing dirty tricks. Seeing that Song Jiqiu and Gu Jinglin were not easy to deal with, he targeted Wu Bingcheng. Seeing that Wu Bingcheng had been punched several times, he picked up his steel pipe and smashed it on Wu Bingcheng's shoulder. Even if the other party wanted to end the battle as soon as possible, Song Jiqiu, Gu Jinglin, and Yuan Dabing would not allow it. Although the three of them were furious, they did not lose their minds. After all, they had received several months of military school training and various assessments. Even though Wu Bingcheng had been punched several times, the three of them could still keep calm. They did not turn into Avengers and randomly hit him. The three of them were very clear that if they were in a mess, they would end up in a more miserable state. Chapter 1544. Watch out for that skinny guy with the steel pipe. He's playing tricks on us. Yuan Dabing was from Zhujiang. He was usually gentle, but he grew up in a rural area and had a wild personality. He was not afraid of trouble and punched people's eyes and noses directly. When fighting with bare hands and knuckles hit people's faces, the sudden excitement was indescribable. In addition, they had been trained for a long time in school and were restrained by strict discipline. The boys, who were still in the transition period from undisciplined to strict, seemed to have found a way to vent their anger. They punched, kicked, pulled their opponents over and beat them together. In short, they did whatever they felt good about. Relying on their advantage in numbers, their opponents did not take these students seriously. They threw away the steel pipes in their hands and really thought they were invincible. Unexpectedly, they kicked an iron plate. Although 15 people surrounded 5 boys, they did not gain much advantage. However, Song Jiqiu and the others did not gain any advantage. Shi and Lu Yang had changed into casual clothes, and were not afraid of exposing their identities when fighting. Gu Jinglin, Yuan Dabing, and Wu Bingcheng still had to take care of their outer clothes, so that their winter clothes would not be exposed. However, among them, Yi Qian was the one who had the least concern. While leading Su Wen in the fight, he did not forget to instruct her. Hit a snake where it hurts the most. It's the same to hit people. The nose is the most vulnerable to pain, followed by the eyes. The abdomen is the most vulnerable part of the body. As for men, the crotch is the most vulnerable part. You just choose this part to kick. Every time you hit a man, you hit a man. Su Wen was dumbfounded. This works. Soon she tasted the sweetness. As Yi Qian said, those who were kicked in the crotch were all in so much pain that their bodies bent like a shrimp. Their facial features were so distorted that they could not bear to look at them. Good. Increase your strength. This time let them be in so much pain that they can't stand up. Yi Qian kicked a young man with a side kick. He flew a few steps away and fell to the ground. When he withdrew his foot, he praised Su-won. In a fight, you should finish it quickly and gain the initiative by striking first. Be careful not to be sloppy. Your hands and feet are tied. You can't use all of your strength. With a leap, Yiqian grabbed the man who was shouting the loudest. With a smile on her face, she easily pinned him down with one hand behind his back. At the same time, she wrapped her left hand around his neck from behind and lifted her leg to kick the man's left knee. The man screamed even louder. He was in so much pain that when Yiqian let go, he fell to his knees. Then he screamed even louder and fell to the left. It turned out that his left knee had been dislocated by Yiqian's kick, and his right hand, which had been locked behind his back, was hanging limply by his side. Brother Hui, I thought you were good at fighting, but it seems like you're only SOSO. Yiqian laughed coldly. His eyes were like blooming frost, emitting a dazzling and frightening chill. Snatching someone on the street? With that little bit of ability of yours? Just go home and lie down. Injured tendons and broken bones would take 100 days to recover. Indeed, one could only obediently return home and lie down. Fighting 1 against 8, he did not give Su-won much of a chance to make a move. Yiqian only used less than 5 minutes to finish off all 8 of them. All of them were lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. Their bodies were twisted, and their mouths were constantly letting out painful cries. Yiqian stepped over their bodies and cast an indifferent glance down at them, as if he was looking down at ants. Chapter 1545. Su-won's eyes were twinkling with stars. She was so cool. So cool. Especially when Yiqian lifted her leg for a side kick. Her legs were stretched perfectly straight. With a sweep of her leg, she stood steadily on one leg and sent her opponent flying with one kick. Cool, cool, cool. So cool. Also, when she fought in close combat, she grabbed her opponent's shoulder and threw him over her shoulder. Her movements were so free and easy that they were explosive. Awesome, awesome. Su-won followed Yiqian's footsteps closely. The admiration in her eyes was so deep that she almost lost herself. Seeing Yiqian push all 8 people down, she did not worry about how to explain it to the school later. She only had eyes for Yiqian and did not have time to care about other things. Go to the front and rest for a while. If you see anyone playing tricks behind, come out and beat him up. Yiqian did not rest after the fight. She was done here, but Song Jiqiu and the others were not done yet. After giving Su-won some instructions, Yiqian jumped over several young men who had fallen to the ground and joined the group of male students. Awesome, how can she be so awesome? It's the first time I see a girl fighting so cool. Su-won was so fascinated that all her eyes were focused on Yiqian. When she ran to the side and stood there, she only stared at Yiqian. Yiqian had been besieged too many times in her previous life. At that time, she did not have the ability to defend herself, and had to rely on her 2 legs to avoid being besieged. In this life, she had not escaped yet. The faint sneer in her eyes gradually disappeared. Yiqian raised her hand and touched the silver wire on her wrist. Without saying a word, she walked behind a young man who wanted to pick up a steel pipe and hit him. As the light in her eyes gradually faded, only darkness remained in her dark pupils. Yiqian bent down to pick up a steel pipe and directly locked the young man's neck from behind. The neck was the weakest part of the human body. Once it was attacked, it was usually the most fatal attack. Just like ferocious beasts, they liked to bite the neck of their prey when they attacked because they could kill in one move. However, Yiqian would not kill anyone. Her purpose was only to teach them a lesson. The young man, whose neck was strangled by the steel pipe, was so scared that he shivered. He reflexively grabbed the steel pipe that was already strangling his neck, causing him to have difficulty breathing. He struggled with all his might. Yiqian did not do anything to him, but her actions were too dangerous. Her opponent felt that his life was in danger. She pulled him back step by step until they reached Brother Chung, who was laughing arrogantly as he fought. Then he threw him out, and he hit Brother Cheng's back. The place where she was fighting with the other 8 people happened to be around a corner. Brother Chung, who was fighting excitedly, did not expect that the 8 of them could not win against a girl. Therefore, he did not even look in that direction. Before Brother Chung could stand up, He turned his head around vigilantly and saw that the girl who dared to challenge his 8 brothers alone was standing in front of him and scathed. "Why is it you?" His expression instantly looked as if he had seen a ghost. Yi Qian raised her eyebrows and smiled while holding the steel pipe. "Why can't it be me?" Walking over, Yi Qian stepped on his ankle with one foot and tapped his knee with the steel pipe in her hand. "Brother Chang, pick a place for me to hit. Knee or leg? Choose one of the two." How could Brother Chang endure such a provocation? He picked up the steel pipe in his hand and stood up. His eyes were filled with viciousness as he roared, "Brothers, beat this girl up. Damn it. She dares to threaten me. She must be tired of living." Although he was shouting, he did not dare to charge forward alone. Chapter 1546. He had enough momentum, but he didn't have the guts. Yi Qian laughed out loud. "The hand holding the steel pipe is so stiff that it's difficult for you to straighten it. Brother Chang, you're so scared, but you're still trying to be brave. I'm threatening you. What can you do to me? Fight me one-on-one if you dare. I'll wait for you." One-on-one. Brother Chang didn't dare. His thoughts were exposed. He was so embarrassed that he flew into a rage. "Who do you think you are? You're not worthy of my fight." It was really annoying to hear him say "your father" again and again. Hearing their brother's voice, 3 of the 15 people who were attacking Song Jiqiu ran over immediately. They wanted to help, but they didn't even have a chance to get close to Yi Qian. The 3 people were knocked down by Yi Qian in less than 3 minutes. Brother Chang, who was standing aside with a sneer, didn't dare to stand aside and watch. He shouted and raised the steel pipe to hit Yi Qian. "Brother Chang, this is a one-on-one fight." Yi Qian dodged easily, but his words were aggressive. "Brother Chang, since you're so powerful, why don't we have a fight? Why don't we sign a life and death contract? It's up to God whether you live or die. What do you think?" Brother Chang, who was embarrassed, spat out the betel nut residue that he had been chewing and hit Yi Qian with the steel pipe again. Damn it. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat a girl. He could beat others with the advantage of numbers, but it was difficult to beat Yi Qian, who used to be in the special forces. 11 people had been knocked down in front of him. It was not a big deal to knock down a few more now. Yi Qian didn't rush to beat him. Song Jiqiu and the others were besieged by 12 local ruffians. It was not too late to kill a few of them first. The fight went on for nearly 10 minutes. The local ruffians, who had been laughing arrogantly while fighting, soon stopped laughing. Lu Yang, who was the weakest and had been beaten up the most, stared at Yi Jian with his eyes wide open. Even his mouth was agape in shock. He stared at Yi Jian in disbelief. He watched as she kicked several people to the ground in succession. They were all convulsing on the ground and could not even stand up. What the fuck? Gu Jinglin watched as Yi Qian single-handedly snatched a steel pipe from a gangster's hand and used the steel pipe to lock the gangster's hands behind his back. He even twisted the gangster's hands like a square plate. Tisk! Gu Jinglin sucked in a breath of cold air. Even he felt pain for that gangster. Twisting the steering wheel like that would probably break his arm. Without waiting for him to come back to his senses, Yi Jian grabbed the sleeve of another gangster whose jacket was not buttoned up. She circled around him from behind as if she was dancing and took off his jacket easily. What followed next was Gu Jinglin and Wu Bingqing prostrating themselves on the ground. So cool. It was like watching a fight on TV. She used her clothes to strangle the other person's neck from behind. At the same time, she could also raise her slender and straight leg and kick the other gangster who was holding a steel pipe to the ground. Oh my god. Oh my god. This. I feel like my eyes aren't enough. It was too exciting to watch, too satisfying. No, my blood was boiling after watching it. Song Jiqiu supported her shoulder with one hand and shrugged her right shoulder that had been beaten. Looking at Yi Qian's valiant and heroic movements, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His cousin had said that Yi Qian was very good at fighting and ordinary people were no match for her. Seeing it with his own eyes today, he was more shocked than when he had heard about it. He also felt that it was more incredible. How could a girl fight like this? She was so good at fighting. Watching her fight, he felt that he had learned Taekwondo in the past few years in vain. Chapter 1547. At the same time, she understood why her cousin looked like that at that time. She didn't understand it at that time and even joked about whether he liked her or not. Her cousin smiled and answered after a long time. Of course I like her. How can I not like her? How can I not like a girl like her? However, the like I'm talking about is different from the like in your mind at this moment. Until he saw Yi Qian, he still felt that his cousin had not told him the truth. His cousin must not have known how gentle his eyes were when he mentioned Yi Qian's name. There was only gentleness in his eyes. Before he saw her, it was hard to imagine how beautiful a girl who was good at fighting and studying could be. At most, her skin was fair and delicate. After all, his cousin had said that her skin was as fair as a peeled egg. A fair complexion could cover 100 ugliness. When he saw her on the day of the military training, he really felt that it was normal to like Yi Qian. She was beautiful, tall, and elegant. Whoever liked her would definitely have good taste. His cousin had good taste. Now he finally understood why his cousin had said that he liked Yi Qian, but it was not the love between a man and a woman. He also finally understood his cousin's expression at that time. Admiration, appreciation, admiration. But there was no love. Yi Qian, for a girl like her, you would gradually lose sight of her beauty. You would only see her excellence, which was more shocking than her beauty. To Song Jiqiu's surprise, she had become Yi Jian's classmate and a student of the same cohort in her lifetime. Song Jiqiu suddenly felt that she was very lucky. Does it mean that we have nothing to do? Yuan Dabing swallowed his saliva and asked quietly, I feel that Yi Qian can deal with them alone. We don't need to do anything. Song Jiqiu shook her head and denied. It's not a feeling. We don't need to do anything at all. She can deal with all of them alone. It was indeed difficult for a girl like her to like a man and a woman. She would only worship her. After Yi Qian came back, she didn't want her classmates to fight again. One or two of them had been beaten black and blue. If she fought again, she was afraid that she would have to help them back to school. Fighting was a way to vent one's emotions. Every time Yi Qian hit someone, he felt refreshed. The things that he did not do in his previous life and did not dare to do, he experienced and faced them one by one in this life. It was as if he had conquered another difficult problem and ushered in a new life. Brother Cheng, who had been deliberately left behind by Yi Qian, was already trembling at the sight of her. One woman against more than 10 brothers, and she easily took down one in a minute. He didn't even dare to watch. He just wanted to run away as soon as possible. I didn't check the date when I went out today. I'm really unlucky. The person who was left for last wants to run away. Shouldn't you guys do something about it? Yi Qian, who was having a good time, kept an eye on Brother Cheng. When she saw him slowly moving away, she reminded her classmate. Brother Cheng just said that I don't deserve to fight him one-on-one. I'm afraid that Brother Cheng is too good at fighting and won't take me seriously. I'm warming up now. If I fight with Brother Cheng one-on-one, he will definitely think that I'm qualified to fight him one-on-one. After taking down the last local ruffian, Yi Qian took out the belt from his waist and locked his hands behind his back. She tied him up with the belt quickly and looked at Brother Cheng with a smile, whose face had changed. Song Jiqiu and the other 4 male students blocked Brother Cheng's way. The 5 of them stepped forward with bruises all over their faces. They were absolutely powerful enough. Chapter 1548. There were male students blocking the way in front and Yi Qian coming from behind. The cowardly Brother Cheng was even worse than Brother Hui, who had been beaten up by Yi Qian. He turned around and knelt down, not daring to say a word. It was said that men had gold under their knees, but this arrogant Brother Cheng really didn't. He knelt down and started begging for mercy. He didn't dare to resist. In front of him, more than a dozen of his brothers were kicked to the ground one by one. They bent over and clutched their stomachs as they cried out in pain. Fights were common in the city. As long as no one died, no one would interfere. It was also raining and humid outside, so the residents who lived here didn't come out. People outside wouldn't come in, and the construction workers wouldn't interfere either. The group fight lasted for about 20 minutes before it ended. Brother Cheng, who was begging for mercy, was directly pressed down by his brothers one by one. It wasn't until Yi Qian and the rest left that he dared to yell, "Get the fuck off!" They didn't press down on his body, only his legs. The 23 hooligans had kicked the iron plate a little too hard today. They thought that they would definitely win because they had more people, but in the end, they fell one after another. In the end, All of them were lying on the ground and wailing. Even the two so-called big brothers were beaten black and blue. Yiqian, you are my idol. Do you have a picture? I want to take your picture and paste it on the wall. At first she was scared witless, but now she was overjoyed. Suwon was so excited that she chattered nonstop like a sparrow. I want to see you every day. I want to learn from Yiqian every day. Learn well and fight well. She didn't need to learn how to fight. Yiqian patted her shoulder and joked. Fighting requires talent. What about you? If you don't have talent, you can only sit in the laboratory and do experiments. I think I have talent. I kicked a few people just now. Suwon, whose mind was only filled with Yiqian's handsome fighting image, refused to give up. From then on, she kept pestering Yiqian. Needless to say, Suwon, who had good skills, directly joined the field forces and became a famous female officer in the military. Song Jiqiu did not talk much. She only listened to her classmates asking about Yiqian incessantly. Compared to them, she knew a little about Yiqian through her cousin. She knew that Yiqian had an uncle who was very difficult to deal with, and who was eager to see Yiqian in trouble. Cousin also said that Yiqian didn't have a good life when he was young. If he didn't become stronger, he probably wouldn't have survived. It was still good to be a little more powerful. That was how Yiqian was born today. I've learned grappling and grappling before, so fighting won't be much of a problem for me. Yiqian smiled as he answered his classmates' questions. There was no need to hide such things. The military academy's physical training was a competition where you competed against each other, and it was also a place where the strong could speak. There was no need to hide one's abilities like in high school. In a place like the military academy, there was no way to hide one's abilities. After a few training sessions, everyone would know what you were capable of. If you were too humble, it would even give others the impression that you were a hypocrite. Suwon had been holding Yiqian's arm. Her eyes didn't move at all. Even if the male students were talking beside her, she only had eyes for Yiqian. Hearing this, she immediately said, Teach me, teach me. A great teacher produces a great student. Believe in me, Yiqian. I will definitely be a good student. If she had Yiqian's skills, she wouldn't have gotten her classmates into trouble today. Chapter 1549. For the first time, Suwon understood how sincere her father was when he said those words to her before she went to the military academy. Her father had said that after entering the army, you were no longer an individual but a whole group. If you did not do well, the whole class would be punished. Joining a group, not only did one have to work hard to improve himself, but he also had to remember to help his comrades improve. A group was not you or him. A group was you, me, and him. Every word and action represented the honor and disgrace of the whole group. In a group, one had to learn from each other, understand how to care for each other, supervise each other, and learn from each other's strengths to make up for each other's weaknesses. Suwon felt that she had dragged the group down this time. Because of her, 6 classmates had stood up for her and fought for her. All of them had been beaten black and blue. Thinking about this, Suwon's eyes turned red. She suddenly became depressed. How can we go back to school like this? The guards directly stopped us. Then what should we do? After the fight, she knew that she was scared. Song Jiqiu glanced at Yiqian. To be honest, this matter could only be left to her. They could not deal with it. Don't worry. As long as we arrive at the school gate on time, the brigade leader will take us in, Yiqian said softly, which made the 6 of them feel cheerful. It was as if the clouds and fog had cleared to see the dawn. Suwon was stunned. Leader, the brigade leader will take us in? Yes. Didn't I tell you before? You were bullied and blocked outside. I hope the instructor can let me, Song Jiqiu, and Lu Yang go out to solve the problem. Moreover, I told the instructor that we would not bring the trouble to school. Yiqian explained calmly to prevent his classmates from worrying. Now we will solve the problem outside so there will be no problem. Really? But they. Suwon felt that the news was a bit unreal. They had fought. After the fight, the brigade leader would come out to take them into school. It sounded incredible. Don't worry. Since Yiqian asked us to fight freely, he must have a way to make sure that nothing will happen to us. I believe that Yiqian can solve the problem. Yuan Dabing laughed heartily. His tone was full of trust for Yiqian. If Yi Qian says it's fine, then it must be fine. Lu Yang, who was covering his face, nodded heavily, indicating that he also believed in Yi Qian. His face was punched a few times, and the corner of his mouth was bleeding. His mouth was in so much pain that he couldn't even speak clearly. Gu Jinglin, who was the happiest of them all, laughed out loud. We've earned a lot today. You don't know how much fun I had just now. I punched the guy in the face. Ouch, I saw his spit flying. But, as he spoke, he frowned and swung his hand. I was in so much pain that I thought my knuckles were broken. Old Gu was very mighty today. I was the closest to him and his elbow almost hit me a few times. Lao Gu, you have committed a grave mistake. Song Jiqiu joined in the conversation. In a short while the atmosphere became more harmonious. There was no tension at all. Su Wen was a girl, and her mind was more delicate than that of boys. Although she also believed in Yi Qian, she could not be completely at ease until she actually went to school. Because she was the one involved and she had implicated her classmates. Yi Qian could tell that she was still worried. When they got on the bus, he said softly to her, "Don't blame yourself. We are a group. We should learn to take care of each other and rely on each other. We should not stay away from you immediately after you make a mistake, for fear of being implicated." Chapter 1550. The bus rocked back and forth. Yi Qian's slightly cold voice gradually calmed Su Wen down. "It's normal to be worried about us now. But Su Wen, you're our comrade. If you get bullied outside, we will definitely help you. Because you're our comrade, we can't just stand by and watch. We're comrades in arms. Not only do we have to help each other in learning and training, we also have to help each other in life. Don't the instructors, brigade leaders, and teachers always say that we're a team? No one can give up on the other team. In my eyes, fighting together is the same as testing the team's results together. No one is allowed to say that they're dragging each other down." Yi Qian didn't want Su Wen to feel too burdened. As he spoke, he intentionally changed the topic. He no longer revolved around fighting, but instead brought up their daily training. "Since you know who's dragging us down, why don't you help him out more often? We clearly know that he's not as good as others in certain aspects, but everyone is indifferent. This isn't teamwork, this is exclusion. Since that's the case, we have to accept that when one of us makes a mistake, everyone will be punished." Yi Qian spoke very quickly and gently, but every word carried a deeper meaning. He spoke directly to Su Wen's heart, making her listen carefully and attentively, afraid to miss even half a word from Yi Qian. Life, training, hygiene, learning, we have to learn to take care of each other in all aspects. During training, everyone has to remember to give a hand to whoever runs slower a hand. Failing a regulation exam, failing physical training, being late for an emergency gathering, etc., we'll encounter a lot of these things in the future. While we learn to accept it, we have to remember to help the students who are dragging us down. I know what you're worried about. The military's regulations restrict your every word and action. Fighting is definitely not allowed. However, we have to help each other and care for each other. In the military academy, even the most independent individuals have to learn to get along. Even the most dictatorial people have to learn to obey. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Whatever the brigade leader asks, we just have to answer truthfully. Look, we didn't cause any trouble. We didn't cripple anyone, and we didn't bleed. Su Wen's forehead was slightly sweaty. Why did she feel that those people were beaten very badly? Yi Qian seemed to have guessed what she was thinking. He blinked and said meaningfully, "I only dislocated their joints, and damaged their subcutaneous tissues. They were all minor injuries. It was already miserable enough." But Su Wen did not expect the brigade leader to nod and say, "This way of handling things is still acceptable. However, none of you are allowed to go out again, including Yi Qian." After saying that, he waved his hand and let the 7 of them go. When the instructors and teachers heard the captain's recount, they all smiled and shook their heads. This female student from Yi Qian is brave and resourceful, and has the air of a great general. What's more, he has a strong sense of collective honor. When his comrade is being bullied outside, he doesn't just stand by and watch. Instead, he directly chooses to step in. He even knows when to stop. At that time, he even remembers to remind the students to protect their faces. Haha, this child is quite interesting. The instructor was a soldier, so he definitely did not like students who were like cowards. They were at the age where they were hot-blooded and vigorous. As long as they knew when to stop and teach the scum outside a lesson, it was not a big deal. Also, don't you think that this student from Yiqian is very good at commanding and controlling people? I'm quite relieved that he's handling matters personally. Therefore, she clearly explained the reason for going out and gave the 3 clearance slips to her. Chapter 1551. As a civil servant, the teacher did not object this time. That's true. He has strong commanding ability and persuasive ability. But we can't just let it go like this. We still have to abide by the rules. Yiqian can handle it well, but I'm still observing the other students. What he meant was that he believed Yiqian would always be good, but the other students were still a question mark. I agree. Although this matter was handled appropriately, I don't recommend it. The captain added. Although the 7 people who fought later were not punished or expelled, the teacher said that there were a lot of fallen leaves on campus recently, and the cleaning lady was too busy to handle it. The 7 of them could help the cleaning lady until the winter vacation this year. The 7 of them helped the cleaning lady to clean the campus. The students in the class were confused, but they could not find out the reason. After a week, no one asked about it. Jing knew it that day. She said indignantly, "If I were there, I would definitely disable some of them." Thinking that she did not help and that Jing took the initiative to clean the campus, no one could persuade her to stop. In her words, "We'll share blessings and misfortunes together." Simple and pure comradeship was built day after day, year after year. Every day they crawled, touched, and rolled around together. They ate, drank, and slept together. Even if they were separated later, they still thought of each other and worried about each other. After this incident, Song Jiqiu, Su Wen, and the other 5 people were absolutely obedient to Yiqian. As long as Yiqian said something, they would listen and believe that what he said must be correct. They were not the only ones who believed in Yiqian. After a long time, the other students in the class were also influenced. They no longer resented someone for being punished because of him or her. They also no longer warned anyone not to make the same mistake again. During training, if someone ran slowly, someone would immediately stop and pull him or her to run together. If someone failed the internal affairs and was punished, they would solve it together and complete it together. The teachers and instructors were very surprised by this change. According to their experience, it would take at least 1 semester for a class to integrate, supervise, and care for each other to see the results. Unexpectedly, their class did not even finish the semester. The atmosphere in the class was so harmonious that the teachers and instructors felt refreshed when they walked into the classroom. This proved once again that Yiqian did indeed have a certain level of leadership, cohesiveness, control, and command ability. On top of that, she had excellent physical fitness and never lagged behind in her studies. All the instructors and instructors felt that Yiqian was the most outstanding student of this year. In December, Yiqian became busier. She would be leaving school for training in about half a month. Her studies were all self-taught, and she would ask the teacher if she did not understand. At the same time, she had to go in and out of the laboratory more often. Sometimes, she would still be in the laboratory at midnight. This was because she had to personally complete all the experiments during the time she was away from school. She had to write a report and submit it to the higher-ups. Other than a few kilometers of cross-country and group events, she didn't participate in any other individual training. When they entered the military training, the 4th-year senior said, "As long as you perform well, you can watch your classmates train." Yiqian belonged to this category. However, she really didn't have the time to watch her classmates train. She had to put all her time into her studies. She needed to compress the 45 days' worth of learning until she left school on December 12. Chapter 1552. Her classmates did not know that she had left school for training. On December 12 at 12:05, the students were still having lunch. Yiqian wore casual clothes and was sent to the airport by the school's car. This time, no one came to pick her up, so she had to go there herself. In the afternoon class, Yiqian's seat was suddenly empty. Everyone in the class was surprised. Jing even suspected that Yiqian was too tired and fell sick. The teacher only said, "Yiqian went out on a mission." Everyone in the class suddenly understood. No one thought that it was strange for a freshman Yiqian to go out on a mission. Last Saturday, they had a comprehensive training session with the 4th year's class. Yiqian had defeated the best senior in every subject, and had become the 4th-year senior's nightmare. seemed normal for her to go out on a mission. At this time, Yi Qian was walking in the crowded airport. She checked in and flew directly to the southernmost city in China. Then, she took a military helicopter to an island to complete the competition. The Snowfield Brigade led by Xia Jinyuan had already started combat training with the Storm Amphibious Frogmen Assault Team, led by Li Jinyan. After the competition between the two teams, they found problems and completed the combat training together. Yi Qian, who did not participate in the early stages, only had 10 days of combat training this time. Then, there would be a 5-day competition, and finally there would be a month of combat training. Not only did she have to train, but she also had to review her homework. Besides Xia Jinyuan, there was also Li Jinyan who tutored her. Both of them were soldiers with excellent results and were qualified to be teachers. Yi Qian carried only a small piece of luggage into the departure lounge and waited for her flight to Hainan at 2:40 p.m. Sharp. It was still early. Yi Qian took out her textbooks from her luggage and began to review what she had learned this morning. She sat alone in a corner and set her phone to vibrate. She was completely focused on studying. She only looked up when she heard a familiar voice less than 3 meters away from her. She and Ying were really fated. The world was so big and there were countless airports in the country. She couldn't believe that she met her here. This fate was really deep. Ying did not see Yi Qian. She was holding a small white phone and talking to someone. "Young Master Qin, you really don't have to pick me up. My parents and I are only going to the capital for a transfer flight, and we'll be staying there for 3 hours. There's no need to trouble you to pick me up." "It's true. I'm not lying to you. I'm really only staying for 3 hours. Yes, I'm flying to France at 8 o'clock p.m. Yes, it's confirmed. I'll be studying in France from now on." There was obvious impatience on her face, but her voice was very gentle. She didn't know what young Master Qin said on the other end, but Yi Ying's brows furrowed. After a while she said, "It's my body that's not strong enough to join the army. How can I blame you? Medical skills are advanced overseas. When the time comes, let's see if there's a cure overseas. I don't blame young Master Qin. How can I blame young Master Qin? I can only blame my body for not living up to expectations." Yi Qian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. She couldn't join the army, so she continued to use her poor health and heart disease as an excuse to regain her face. Yes, this was Yi Jifan's family's usual tactic. Yi Ying looked extraordinarily angry on the phone. She was so angry that her hands were clenched into fists. Unfortunately, the other party was someone she couldn't afford to offend. She could only endure it. After talking for about 5 minutes, Yi Ying hung up the phone. The smile on her face immediately disappeared. She turned to Yi Jifan and said, "An illegitimate child dares to pretend to be a young master in front of me. Dad, don't bother with this kind of person. Useless thing. He even said that he knew the Beijing government group. To think that I believed him before." Chapter 1553. After hanging up the phone, Yi Ying's tone changed. She was no longer as gentle and sweet as before. Instead, she was cold and gloomy. "How dare he call me every day after wasting so much of our family's time?" Yi Ying seemed to have thought of something and took a deep breath. "That's not right, Dad. How did he know that our family of 3 would be transferring to France today? I didn't even mention this to him." Ever since Yi Ying found out that Qin Yi was an illegitimate child, her attitude had changed completely. She was glad that she had made a trip to the capital. Otherwise, she would have been kept in the dark. Sun Dongqing's eyes flashed. "If I didn't tell him and you didn't tell him, then it must have been your mother." Yi Jifang glanced at his wife coldly and said to Yi Ying, "That's why I reminded you not to tell your mother about your affairs. Your mother doesn't use her brain. She does things based on her personal preferences. If she had treated Yi Qian better in the past and not instigated her daughter to bully Yi Qian, things would not have turned out this way." When Yi Ying heard that it was her own mother who had done this, she could only suppress the anger in her heart. After all, this was her own mother. She could not lose her temper, but she still had to say something. She looked at Sun Dongqing with her almond eyes that resembled Yi Jifan's. She suppressed her anger and said, "Mom, do you still want me to get involved with Qin Yi? He is an illegitimate child. He only knows how to play. Are you trying to get me killed? I'm already miserable enough. If I get entangled with Qin, I won't have a peaceful life. Mom, I beg you, please don't meddle in my affairs. When I go abroad, please dress up and don't embarrass Dad, okay? Yi Qian had gone far enough. She did not want to be surpassed by an orphan. From now on, she had to work hard. However, she could not let her own mother drag her down. Sun Dongqing did do things based on her personal preferences and temper. If she thought it was right, even if it was wrong, she would still think that she was right. However, she could tolerate her daughter's words. She even complained, I heard from your father that although Qin is an illegitimate child, he is his father's only son. Isn't he a man of the Qin family? Isn't it a good thing to have some connections with them? Besides, Qin was from a powerful family. He also seemed to care about her daughter. If she married into the Qin family and became their daughter-in-law, she would definitely be successful. Sun Dongqing did not dare to say this. He's nothing in the Qin family. Dad and I asked around when we returned to the capital. Ying could vaguely guess what her mother was thinking. She couldn't help but feel exasperated. His status in the Qin family means that he rarely shows up at home. Tell me, what good does he have? Yi Zhifang glanced at his wife and said sternly, Our daughter will focus on her studies in the future. Don't talk nonsense to her. Don't contact Qin. I have my own arrangements. Yi Zhifang and Ying found out about Qin's identity by coincidence. Ying had caused Yi Zhixiang to be hospitalized, and now Yi Jian was involved. The combination of these two things made Yi Zhifang, who had always been calm, panic. Suddenly he thought of Qin. He wanted to see if he could use the Qin family's influence to get his daughter to join the army as soon as possible. Therefore, he asked his colleagues who were on a business trip to the capital to help him find out more about the Qin family, while he stayed in Nan province to appease Yi Zhixiang. The first day, Yi Zhixiang was still making a fuss about filing a case and suing Ying. The next day, she relaxed and started negotiating with him. She demanded that Sun Yaozu win the provincial government project. Otherwise, she would not give up. Chapter 1554. In order to appease her, Yi Zhifang had to use his power to give Sun Yaozu a project. He also told him that if he wanted to work with Yi Zhixiang again in the future, it would be best for him to let her settle down at home. A project that cost tens of millions of yuan fell into Sun Yaozu's hands easily. Later, when Yi Zhixiang did not cause any more trouble, he had time to take his daughter to the capital. He wanted to find Qin and see if he could solve his daughter's enlistment problem as soon as possible. However, when they had just arrived in the capital and were checking into the hotel, a colleague of the Qin family called and told them that Qin was an illegitimate child. Qin was not a prominent figure in the Qin family, and was also a well-known playboy in the capital. He only knew how to eat, drink, and play, and did not know how to do anything serious. At that time, he stood at the front desk of the hotel and took a few deep breaths to suppress his anger. He did not expect that he would be fooled by an illegitimate child. He mistook a fisheye for a pearl. Originally, he wanted to ask Qin if there was any progress on Yi Ying's enlistment in the army. Now there was no need to ask. What could a playboy do? The colleague said, although Qin is an illegitimate child, he is also his father's only son. Therefore, even though he is an illegitimate child, people in the capital do not dare to casually talk about his identity. With this sentence, Yi Zhifang felt a little better. Then he mentioned Qin Xiu. Everyone in the capital knew that he was the most promising young man in the Qin family. He could speak many languages and entered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as the chief translator at a young age. He had accompanied the country's top leaders to many meetings and had accompanied the leaders to many overseas visits. It was not that he had not taken the initiative to make friends with Qin Xiu. On the day of Grandfather Chow's birthday, he had deliberately followed Qin Xiu to the bathroom. However, before he could say anything, Qin Xiu had left with the excuse that he had something to deal with. It was obvious that Qin Xiu was a difficult person to deal with. He had the dignity and arrogance of a young master. Just as he thought of Qin Xiu, Ying, who was next to him, said, Dad, it was all because Qin deliberately hid his identity. Third young master Qin came to the private room that night. We missed the opportunity to meet him because of Qin. Just half a month ago, third young master Qin had been promoted from a translator to a diplomat. It was even reported on the news. 2 days ago, He had even accompanied the country's top leader on a visit abroad. Yi Jifan didn't mention that he had gone out of his way to make friends with Qin Xiu that day, but Qin Xiu didn't give him any face. Hearing this, he said calmly, "That's enough. What's done is done. There's no point in saying more." After that, Yi Jifan's face darkened even more. When he found out about Qin Yi's identity, he was not in the mood to stay. Moreover, Yi Jixiang was no longer making a fuss. He was not worried that his daughter's record would be tainted, so he did not go to the capital. He stayed for one night and then returned to the southern province. Now that he thought about it, he should have stayed in the capital for a few more days and met Qin Xiu through Qin Yi. The family of three did not speak loudly. However, the departure lounge was relatively quiet, and no one spoke loudly. Even though Yi Qian was some distance away from them, he could still roughly hear what they were saying. The Qin family in the capital, Qin Xiu. That was the Qin Xiu she knew. She didn't expect that Yi Jifan would pull so many strings in order to get Ying into the army. In the end, Yi Qian was not allowed to enter the army. Ying studied in France. Just like in her previous life, she still went to France. Chapter 1555. However, the difference was that in her previous life, Ying went to France to study and became the first girl in town to study abroad. In order to curry favor with Yi Jifan, the town officials even put up banners in town. After that, Ying became a real celebrity in Fujian town, a golden phoenix that flew out of the mountains. In this life, she had Yi Jifan to protect her. Although she was in a difficult situation, she still went abroad. Sun Dongqing muttered something under her breath, which made Yi Ying's expression change drastically. She felt so wrong that she was about to cry. "That's enough. Your mother is like that. Just don't be like her." Yi Jifan didn't want his daughter to be unhappy on the eve of studying abroad. It was rare for him to speak up for his wife. He glared at Sun Dongqing, who knew that she was in the wrong. He pressed his lips together and reminded Ying again. "If you want to take down Yi Qian and trample her into the mud again, going abroad is your last chance to turn things around." Yi Jifan lowered his voice even more, as if he was about to talk about something important. His expression was so cold that it revealed a hint of viciousness. "Also remember, Ying being tortured alive is a fate worse than death. If you die, it's better to end everything once and for all. Don't keep saying that you want to get rid of her and make her disappear from your sight. You're no match for her now. Even Dad is no match for her." Yi Qian had too many people protecting her. He originally wanted Sun Yaozu to get rid of her during the National Day holiday, but in the blink of an eye, he saw her standing upright beside the country's leader and watching the celebration together with him. His thoughts of going all the way and killing her were instantly extinguished. For someone to appear beside the country's leader meant that she was valued, even more so than him, the Provincial Construction Bureau chief. Remember what Dad said. If you don't have enough power, don't try to provoke Yi Qian. Once you lose your cool, you'll only bring disaster upon yourself. In the end, you won't get anything, and Yi Qian will still be the Yi Qian you'll look up to for the rest of your life. Ying, do you want to look up to an orphan girl who used to be inferior to you in every way? No, she definitely did not wish for such a day to come. Ying shook her head. Her watery almond-shaped eyes were filled with coldness. "I won't let her stand on my shoulder forever. I'll make her lie at my feet obediently and never get up for the rest of her life." Yi Qian, who had been paying attention all this time, smiled. He smiled so much that his bright eyes curved into crescent moons. His eyes rippled like black pearls that had fallen into the blue waves. Washing away all that was left was pure beauty. It turned out that Ying wanted to kill her at this time. "All right, Ying, I'll wait for that day to come. Let's see who will be kneeling at whose feet in this lifetime." No wonder she was teased by Yi Jifan in her past life. Turned out, it was all because of Yi Jifan. He was the one who taught Ying how to torture her when she was alive. Just as he said, death was the end of all troubles. Only being alive was true torture. If it was in the past, Yi Qian would definitely lose her cool when she heard the conversation between father and daughter. But now, Yi Qian deeply understood what she wanted and what was important. "Yi Jifan, Ying, Sun Dongqing, old Madam Yi Jixiang, Sun Yaozu, just you wait." Yi Qian closed her eyes slightly and suppressed the hatred in her heart. Things had changed in this lifetime. One day, She would destroy Yi Jifan's reputation. One day she would do it. Chapter 1556. The evidence she had collected in her previous life could not be used in this life because Yi Jifan had just become the chief of the Provincial Construction Bureau. She was waiting for him to secure his position and use his power for personal gain. She remembered what Xia Jinyuan had said. Before she found out who was behind Yi Jifan, she could not act rashly. She also remembered what Grandpa Zhen had said before he died. Before she had enough power, she should not think about Yi Jifan's family. She should not let her hatred blind her eyes and make her unable to see the right path to take. You must be careful when you are abroad. You can't be as casual as you are in China. You don't have to worry about domestic matters. You should focus on your studies. As for Qini, don't worry. I will not let your mother do anything rash. Yi Jifan was indeed a responsible father. No matter what his daughter did, he would always choose to forgive her and do his best to strive for better things for her. At the same time, he did not forget to remind Ying in case she lost her sense of propriety due to jealousy. Dad, I will leave Auntie and Qini to you. Don't worry. I will not embarrass you again. Ying cried softly. She regretted it. She really regretted it. Now that she had a chance to stand up, she would not miss it. Yi Jifan did not say anything. He gently patted Yi Ying's hand. She would not embarrass him? Yi Jifan rubbed his face. To be honest, he was not as confident as he used to be. Yi Qian stood at the top. He could not compare to him. She had accompanied the country's leaders to the celebration. Even if it was just an appearance, it was enough to show that she had reached a height far beyond his imagination. How could it be easy to bring down Yi Qian? As for Yi Zhixiang, there would not be any problems. If she wanted to cause trouble, she would have to see if Sun Yaozu agreed. Now it was Sun Yaozu who was in charge of the house, not the old woman who couldn't move on the bed. Sun Yaozu, who had tasted the sweetness of success, was afraid of losing their partnership in the future. He patted his chest and promised that he would look after Yi Zhixiang. Sun Yaozu was an ambitious man. As long as he could bring benefits to Sun Yaozu, nothing would happen to Yi Zhixiang. As for Qini, Yi Jifan thought for a while and said, "Don't worry about Qini. When you arrive in France, don't let him contact you. Also, Qin Xiu works in the French embassy. If you have the chance, you can find him and see if you can talk to him and get to know him." His daughter's appearance and temperament were not bad. If she caught Qin Xiu's eye, Yi Jifan said meaningfully, "Sometimes opportunities are fought for by oneself. Ying, make good use of your strengths and seek a better promotion for yourself." Sun Dongqing, who knew that she had caused trouble, chimed in excitedly, that's right. If you had to choose between Qini and Qin Xiu, Ying, you would definitely choose Qin Xiu." Oh. 20 minutes before boarding, Yi Qian picked up his luggage and left. The plane to Hai Province was ready to take off. It landed at the airport in less than 3 hours. By the time Yi Qian changed into his training uniform and boarded the helicopter to the Reef Island, it was already past 7 p.m. There was no light on the Reef Island. It was pitch black everywhere. The sound of the waves crashing against the shore could be heard. Other than the sound of the waves crashing against the shore, there was no other sound on the island. Wave after wave crashed against the shore. A tall figure suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea like a ghost. He stepped on the water and walked towards the shore. Then, a few more figures emerged from the sea and walked towards the first figure on the shore. Chapter 1557. There was a man on the shore. He had an aura as majestic as a mountain. He stood in the darkness like a waiting reef. No matter how high the waves were, he didn't move an inch. He turned on his waterproof watch. His slender fingers gently pressed on the dial. The watch glowed with a faint green light, illuminating a few sets of numbers. One of the numbers showed 2118-47. It took 2.5 hours to fly from the military airport to the Double Moon Reef Island. They should be there soon. As more and more people came ashore, the man turned off the night light on his watch. He stood straight in front of everyone, his gaze slowly sweeping across the crowd. It was clearly dark, but his eyes were like the eyes of a beast that could glow. There was an extremely sharp light flashing through his eyes. A sense of oppression followed. Everyone who was already exhausted maintained their straight posture, motionless as he inspected them with his gaze. He didn't say anything. Everyone stood like that, motionless, as if they would stand together until dawn. The clear moon in the sky was dotted with stars. On the surface of the sea, the waves rose and fell without end. The monotonous sound of the rising and falling tides was like the applause of tens of thousands of people, applauding this group of soldiers guarding the borders of the motherland. After about 20 minutes, when the ink-like seawater slapped higher and the sound of the waves grew louder, the sound of propellers blended into the monotonous sound of the sea. The man standing in front said, "Turn back." His voice was like the blooming of the first snow, with the most primitive coldness. It was so cold that it seemed to have rubbed the snow into his heart. Every word was extremely cold. Everyone turned around and faced the sea. Their eyes looked up at the sky in unison. The man standing beside them pressed a button on the side of the dial. A light source lit up at 12 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and 8 o'clock. This was a signal to the aircraft on the helicopter that was flying over, letting the helicopter pilot know their specific location. Confirm location. Prepare to launch. The helicopter pilot with earmuffs received the ground signal and reported the distance between the ground and the sea, as well as the aircraft signal, to the two crew members behind him. Distance 600 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. As the helicopter pilot accurately reported the distance, everyone standing on the coast saw a military helicopter gradually enlarging from the size of a petrel until it stopped above them. The strong wind from the propellers blew, blowing up the seawater and sand. It blew on all the resolute faces facing the sea. In less than a minute, their wet combat uniforms were covered in fine sand. Their faces, eyebrows, and eyelashes looked like they were wearing sand masks. It was impossible to tell who was who. Sand got into their eyes, causing them to feel sore and painful. The sea breeze blew past their eyes, bringing with it a strange itch as if thousands of ants had crawled into their clothes and crawled over their bodies. Still no one moved. They maintained their straight posture and used their torch-like eyes to stare ahead, protecting every inch of land behind them. Open the hatch and launch. On the plane, the helicopter pilot skillfully operated the helicopter, keeping the entire fuselage stationary in the air. After confirming the dropping altitude, he began to drop the items. The man who spoke coldly walked in front of them and looked at the helicopters dropping supplies with his comrades. It seemed that this time, thanks to Yi Jian, the supplies were delivered 3 days earlier than planned. Chapter 1558. After the materials were delivered, a rope was thrown out of the helicopter. Everyone held their breaths for a moment. Someone was coming down. Who would come to their deserted island in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Was she here to inspect their work? Was she here to lecture them? A figure appeared at the entrance of the cabin and waved at them. That person looked so familiar. They hadn't figured out who was waving at them. Then, he saw the man grab the rope and descend swiftly and handsomely. The man had already fallen into the sea. The figures standing on the shore gasped one by one. The descending figure was slender, and it was obvious that it was a woman. A woman? A female soldier? A female leader? A girlfriend? Yi Qian, who had landed on the water surface, had already received dozens of gazes, each more intense than the last. When she was on top, everyone's gazes were on her. When she reached the bottom, everyone's gazes shifted to the bottom. Long time no see, comrades of the Snowfield Brigade, comrades of the Storm Amphibious Assault Team. She turned on the multifunctional waterproof military watch, and the light on it flashed 3 times to indicate that everything was fine. The helicopter crew who received the signal gave her an okay hand signal. After the cabin door closed, the helicopter left with the sea breeze and sand in its wake. After sending the helicopter off, Yi Qian didn't even have time to look down when she heard the splashing sound of dumplings. She looked up. Ha! Dozens of people rushed towards her. Yi Jian, who came with supplies, became the target of the male soldiers. Han Zheng of Z7 had already recognized the female soldier. Since he was standing at the front of the line, his speed when he dived into the sea was as fast as a dragon coming out of the sea. He was like a dragon coming out of the sea. Oh my God, I finally saw a female creature. But someone didn't like it. Little guy, my girlfriend is coming over. Why are you so excited? Go to the side. Go to the side. Xia Jinyuan had always been good at fighting. She bent down like a cheetah and hugged Han Zheng's legs. With a splash, Han Zheng, who was running the fastest, fell into the sea and drank a few mouthfuls of salty seawater mixed with sand. Who's playing dirty? He got up at lightning speed. He had no choice but to move quickly. He was afraid that his comrades behind him would rush up and step over him to reach Yiqian without looking at the water. This group of brats, each and every one of them had met. Pervert. Forget. Righteousness. Bah. Are we still brothers? Amidst the happy splashing sound of the water, a cool voice answered Han Zheng's question. It's me. What do you want? Han Zheng shrunk his neck and silently changed from running in a straight line to running horizontally. Damn. I was so happy to see Yiqian that I forgot that her real boyfriend Xia Jinyuan was also on the team. What else could he do? He could only obediently pick up the items. The man standing on the shore did not move. His handsome face, which was as cold as snow, contained a trace of gentleness that was hard to see. He quietly watched the two teams of comrades struggling in the sea. Then his gaze turned to the distant sky. The weather was good tonight. The moon was bright and the stars were twinkling. Yiqian really knew how to pick a day to come over. However, he didn't expect that Xia Jinyuan would not be reserved when he saw Yiqian. He even rushed into the water with his comrades. This was interesting. Other than the Devil King Li Jinyan, who only walked 5 steps on the shore, everyone else jumped into the sea and warmly welcomed Yiqian's arrival. Chapter 1559. Yiqian watched as dozens of people ran towards her. Their imposing manner made her take a few steps back. Water splashed everywhere, creating a mist. Yiqian couldn't help but squint her eyes. She quickly picked up an item by her feet and ran towards the other side at the same speed. She had seen the enthusiasm of the male soldiers. She was really afraid that they would lift her up, throw her into the air and then catch her. Even though she saw the familiar figure, she didn't change her mind. She dragged the item and continued running to the side. Xia Jinyuan wanted to be more reserved, but when he thought about how his little fox was going to be on the water demon's side, he felt a little jealous. Previously, he was a little excited when he thought about becoming Little Fox's opponent, but now he wasn't as excited. What was so good about being her opponent? Fighting side by side was what was good. He who was running at the front saw Yiqian suddenly run to the side and a deep smile appeared on his handsome face. You guys are too enthusiastic. Can't you see that you've scared everyone away? Go to the side and pick up the items. Yiqian, why are you running? We're here to pick you up, but you're still running. You're not giving us any face. Go away, why should we give you any face? Hey, the items in front are floating away. Hurry up and pick them up. These were the words of the comrades who knew Yiqian. As for the water demon and the special forces members of the Snowfield Brigade who weren't familiar with Yiqian, they quickly picked up the items and brought them to the shore. There were dozens of people who needed a lot of items. A total of 14 buoyancy boxes were dropped from the helicopter. There were a few waterproof buoyancy boxes that contained medical supplies, but they were carried dozens of meters away by the waves. Several members paddled with their hands and tried their best to catch up with the buoyancy boxes that were bobbing up and down with the waves. Because of Yiqian's arrival, the atmosphere at the scene was very lively. Everyone was in a good mood and there was a rhythm to their steps. Li Jinyan, who had been observing from the shore, looked at the two figures running to the side. His thin lips seemed to curve as he strode towards the two of them. Since the Snowfield Brigade's king was welcoming his comrades from the Storm Commandos so enthusiastically, he had to go over and remind him. Don't be too enthusiastic or you'll be sad later. Little Fox, your appearance has ignited the fire in their hearts. They're so passionate that even the real boyfriend's heart can't take it anymore. Xia Jinyuan, who managed to get his girlfriend, started to gain sympathy. This man always revealed a side of himself in front of Yiqian. After being apart for almost 2 months, Yiqian noticed that his teeth seemed to be whiter than before. That pair of burning eyes stared at her without blinking, and the fire in them seemed to want to set her on fire. Yiqian didn't blush as easily as before when she met his burning eyes. Moreover, she was still standing in the cold sea, so she wouldn't blush from his gaze. Yiqian placed the buoyancy box in his hands. He blinked and said with a smile, Captain Xia, if I remember correctly, we're in a hostile relationship right now. Don't you think it's a little inappropriate for you to come over to my side like this? If Major Xia could defeat them with just a few words, then he wouldn't be Major Xia. Hearing this, he raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a teasing tone, "So I have to make the best use of the time before you join the team. Who knows, I might even be able to infiltrate the team and steal information." Chapter 1560. Under the moonlight and starry sky, Xia Jinyuan's handsome face was obviously tired, but when he saw Yi Qian, it seemed as if all the tiredness of the past few days had disappeared. There was a kind of spiritual sustenance called love supporting him. All the fatigue in his body and mind was swept away, leaving only the joy of reuniting with her. He was an introverted man. He was calm even in the face of a life-and-death battle. Only in front of Yi Qian did he reveal a side that no one knew about. Sometimes he was rogue, sometimes he was noble, sometimes he was cold and arrogant, and sometimes he was like a naughty child asking for candy. Yi Qian looked at Major Xia, who had a slightly evil smile on his face, and replied unhurriedly, "That's true. It seems that I should seize the time to get in touch with you. Who knows, maybe I can even infiltrate the enemy's internal department to steal information." After saying that, he even raised his hand to touch his face and said excitedly, "I've never been a femme fatale before. I can give it a try. TSK, TSK, TSK. Little fox, your skin seems to be getting thicker and thicker, just like mine." Xia Jinyuan laughed heartily as he stared at her dimples that were brighter than the moon. Suddenly he gave her a sneak kiss, a gentle kiss landing on her forehead. It was a light kiss. Before Yi Qian could react, he had already left, leaving behind only a trace of moist seawater. "Welcome back to the team, Yi Qian." A second ago, Major Xia was like a cat that had stolen a fish. Now his expression was cold. Dressed in a combat uniform, he had transformed into an unyielding Special Forces soldier in a second. Yi Qian. Why did it feel like he had deliberately changed in a second? However, Major Xia had always been a scheming person. Until now, she still hadn't figured him out. It wasn't until he reminded her that Demon King Li is behind that Yi Qian understood why he had changed so quickly. Then she heard him chuckle softly. "You're quite good at ruining the atmosphere. Otherwise, I would have stolen another kiss. Then I have to thank Demon King Li." Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. She always felt relaxed when she was with him, as if nothing was difficult and he could solve anything. It gave her a sense of pleasure from inside out. There was no reason for her to miss out on a man who could give her happiness and security. On the shore, Li Jinyan frowned slightly. He wasn't sure if Xia Jinyuan was kissing Yi Qian. It happened so fast that before he could see it clearly, Xia Jinyuan had already straightened up. The two of them were already walking towards the shore. Xia Jinyuan had been walking side by side with her the whole time, keeping a certain distance from her. There was nothing strange about his behavior. She must have been overthinking things just now. For the past 2 days, he was in charge of the sea training. As expected of the Demon King, the intensity of the training challenged everyone's limits every day. This morning we swam 5 nautical miles in full gear. In the afternoon we swam in light gear. After that, we completed the underwater shooting before returning to the camp to rest. Training with him is indeed rewarding. The training for the next 10 days will only be more intense. You still have to study at the same time. Little fox, drink more energy supplements. Don't tire yourself out if you're not careful. He wasn't exaggerating. Yi Qian hadn't undergone any intense training for 2.5 months. Her body's functions weren't fully functioning yet, so it wasn't impossible for an accident to happen. Yi Jian recalled the time when she trained with him during the summer vacation. The corners of her mouth curled up. "It's indeed very difficult, but I'm looking forward to it." She turned her head and smiled at Major Xia. "Captain Xia, I'll be looking forward to your guidance next." Chapter 1561. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you some good advice. Let me tell you something. There's a captive plan for the upcoming tactical training. So Yi Qian, be careful. Once you're captured, the punishment you'll receive will be unforgettable. He wasn't joking around, nor was he joking around. His voice was just cold. Yi Qian was very sure that once she was captured, she would definitely not receive any preferential treatment. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like this confrontation training would definitely be tougher and more difficult than the previous training. Otherwise, Xia Jinyuan wouldn't have used such a tone to remind her. She wasn't afraid of difficulties. She was only worried that she wouldn't be able to catch up with her comrades' progress. Yi Qian took a deep breath. She could already feel the immense pressure even before she started training. Li Jinyan took the luggage from her hands and turned around to look at Xia Jinyuan, who was still following him, and said, "How long do you plan on keeping in touch with my comrades? Don't you plan on going back to reorganize the team?" His training style was completely different from Xia Jinyuan's. One was more cold and hard while the other was more relaxed. But it was undeniable that Xia Jinyuan's training style was indeed the training style that the Snowfield Brigade needed. So, at the time, he wanted to join the Army Special Forces and even submitted his letter of intent. In the end, he was invited by his superior to have a heart-to-heart talk and was advised to stay in the Navy and become a member of the Navy's Special Forces. Because his personality and training style were completely different from Xia Jinyuan's, it just so happened that the Snowfield Brigade needed Xia Jinyuan's training style. It was one thing for him to get along with his comrades on the team, but why was he always eyeing the members of the Storm Commandos? Li Jinyan, the Devil King, didn't hesitate to chase him away. Major Xia, who had always been thick-skinned, wouldn't be chased away so easily. He said calmly, "Yi Qian and I haven't seen each other in a long time. This time when we meet again, I want to chat a little more so that we don't become strangers." He was very sincere and calm. It was impossible to tell that he was just spending more time with his girlfriend. Xia Jinyuan only had a side to him that was unknown to Yi Qian. In front of others, he had always been unfathomable. No one could guess what he was thinking. In any case, from his expression, Li Jinyan could not tell whether he was telling the truth or not. But he also knew a little about him, so a strange feeling surged in his heart. His gaze lightly swept across him and Yi Jian's body without leaving a trace, and the scene of a kiss flashed in his mind again. Could it be that he wasn't mistaken? As a woman, she had to be more sensitive. Yi Qian immediately sensed Li Jinyan's probing gaze, so he calmly continued, "We will be meeting and communicating for more than 40 days. Captain Xia, you don't have to rush." "In a hurry," he emphasized. Xia Jinyuan raised his wrist to look at the time. The faint light on his watch flickered. After seeing the time clearly, he said seriously, "It's still early now. It's not even 10 o'clock yet. I'll give you 2 hours of tutoring. Tonight, we'll be returning to the camp early. Usually, we gather at 11 o'clock. This excuse was very strong. Devil King Li nodded. "Okay, make the best use of your time. I need to organize the information tonight. I'll leave it to you, Q King." After saying that, he looked at Yi Qian. His gaze was cold and sharp. "Yi Qian, no one here has a name or surname, only a code name. His code name is Q King, my code name is Devil, and your code name is Jin Feng. From this moment onwards, you've joined the Storm Commandos and become a member of our team. I hope you can remember this." Chapter 1562. "Yes, sir," Yi Qian answered, accepting the devil's criticism. Xia Jinyuan did not stand up for him. From now on, Yi Qian was a member of the Storm Commandos. As for him as a boyfriend, the time for him to welcome his girlfriend was over. Putting his personal feelings aside, for the next 45 days, they were just comrades who completed the training together, not lovers. The supplies were placed neatly to the side. Xia Jinyuan placed the last buoyancy box and walked to the front of the two teams with Li Jinyan, while Yi Qian stood beside them. Li Jinyan introduced Yi Qian, new member of the Storm Commandos, codename Jin Feng. The introduction could not be any simpler. After that, he gestured for Yi Qian to step forward and introduce himself. Yi Qian's self-introduction was equally simple. "I am Jin Feng. In the upcoming training, I will not disappoint my comrades in the Storm Commandos. Over." There was a round of applause. The Snowfield Brigade's comrades who knew Yi Qian were clapping hard, but they were muttering in their hearts. After the dismissal, Han Zheng jumped out and asked Xia Jinyuan in disbelief, "Q King, what's going on? How did Jin Feng become a member of the Storm Commandos? Shouldn't she belong to our team?" "It's the military's arrangement. There's no why. It's just what you see." Xia Jinyuan took off his wet combat uniform, revealing his muscular upper body. When his hand reached for his belt buckle, he turned around and said, "I'm going to change. Can you leave me alone for a while?" Although the conditions on the reef island were limited, it was still possible for a person to change his clothes. Since the conditions allowed, Xia Jinyuan always changed his clothes alone. Han Zheng, who was silenced by the words military's arrangement, looked at his friend's upper body and whistled frivolously. "You have a good figure. All right, your problem with being a playboy can't be cured. We have to make way for you." There was no fresh water on the island, but that did not prevent the two teams from obtaining fresh water. It had been raining heavily for the past few days, so the two teams had stored a lot of fresh water in the buoyancy boxes that they had used to drop supplies in, and then used it to wipe their bodies. There were still 5 days left to complete the combat training at sea, so they had to use the stored water sparingly. Bathing had become a luxury, so they could only wet a towel and wipe their bodies. Xia Jinyuan changed his clothes. When the Snowfield Brigade members saw Han Zheng coming over, they were waiting for him to explain why Yi Qian had become a member of the Storm Commandos, and why he didn't join the Snowfield Brigade. It was obvious that Yi Qian only knew the members of the Snowfield Brigade. Also, Q King had gotten permission from the military and the general to tell Yi Qian what kind of special forces the Snowfield Brigade was. How did she become a comrade of water demons? "It's the military's arrangement," Han Zheng walked over and said seriously. Then, he looked at his comrades with a serious expression. The Snowfield Brigade members who were listening to the sound of the waves all looked at Han Zheng, waiting for him to say something. But after waiting for a while, Han Zheng did not say anything. "That's it?" J5 asked. "That's all you have to say? Are you sure you didn't miss anything?" Han Zheng nodded seriously. "Understood." J5 nodded seriously. He then took off his combat uniform as he walked. K7 also turned around and walked away. His actions were the same as J5's. What did he understand? Why don't I understand anything? I've already said that it's the military's arrangement. What else do you not understand? T6 told his comrade with a serious expression. He patted his comrade's shoulder and repeated, "Military's arrangement." The reason was that it was the military's arrangement. Chapter 1563. The Snowfield Brigade had a total of 22 Special Forces members participating in the training for the competition. These 22 Special Forces members were the best of the best. It could be said that if they were placed in any basic unit or field unit, they would definitely be the king of soldiers in that unit. Among them, including Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian only knew 8 of the Special Forces members. There were also a few members who had accompanied the higher-ups to Pakistan for a secret meeting, and were in charge of security. They had secretly seen Yi Qian before, but Yi Qian had never seen them before. As for the other members, although they had never seen Yi Qian before, they were not unfamiliar with the name Yi Qian, just like Bai He did before. This was because people in the team often mentioned her name. If they were familiar with the name but not the person they were familiar with, they were probably the most familiar strangers. "Didn't you guys talk about Yi Qian every day in the past? Why didn't she join our team? Why did she join the Water Demons team? The military's arrangement? Could it be that we didn't fight for her? Even if we fought for her, she might not necessarily become a comrade on our side. This matter mainly depends on how the military arranges it. In the end, it still depends on how the military arranges her." Did you guys see what she looked like clearly just now? A member who was putting on a pullover turned the topic to her appearance with interest. He said what several of his teammates were thinking. Yeah, did any of you see her clearly? When she introduced herself, my eyes almost popped out of their sockets. But unfortunately, she was facing away from the moonlight, so I couldn't see anything clearly. I just thought that her voice was really nice, like a lark's. After a day of training, the topics of conversation were much more relaxed during rest time. Yi Qian's arrival was first because of her identity, and second because of her gender. This group of male soldiers who had been facing the sea for the past few weeks had secretly started talking about her. And the topics of discussion were mainly about 2 things. First, how did she end up in the Water Demons team? She was clearly familiar with their comrades in the team. Second, how did she look? Was she pretty? As for how capable she was and how capable she was, that was put aside. If she could train with the male soldiers and join the water demons team led by the Devil King, she definitely wouldn't be too bad. If she was too bad, would the military arrange it? If she was too bad, would the Devil King want her? Therefore, there was no need to discuss this issue. It was better to discuss the topic that they were most interested in order to relax. Not only did high-intensity training require physical relaxation, but it also required mental relaxation. As the saying goes, men and women work together to make it less tiring. There was a reason why there were always a few female soldiers in a troop. Female soldiers, no matter where they went, would become the most beautiful scenery in the eyes of the male soldiers. Pigeon and White Crane had seen Yi Qian before. When they heard this, they said in unison, "We'll know when we see her tomorrow, as long as she doesn't have any camouflage paint on her face. It seems like you're all very interested in her looks. Why don't I tell the Demon King tomorrow and have him bring Yi Qian to walk around in front of you?" A faint voice with a hint of cold laughter rang out. The team members who were originally resting together quickly pulled their sleeping bags over their heads and fell asleep in a second. Xia Jinyuan took a few steps forward and walked over to the teammate who had asked, "What does Yi Qian look like?" He bent down and smiled calmly. "If you really want to see him, why don't I take you there now? It just so happens that I'm going to look for her." He sounded very sincere. It sounded like he really intended to take his teammate there. If they really believed him, they would definitely end up in a terrible state. Chapter 1564. It was not until Xia Jinyuan had left for at least 3 minutes that his teammate, who even hid his head in the sleeping bag, let out a sigh of relief. It was too frightening to be caught red-handed. His back was drenched in cold sweat from the shock. Q King, the youngest captain of the Snowfield Brigade, was also the most capable king among all the previous captains. Although he was usually able to fight with his comrades, when he sat there, other than the elegance that came from his bones, he also had the ferocity of a sleeping beast. No one knew what kind of expression this captain, who even had a noble smile, would have in the next second. No one knew what he was going to do other than change his expression. No one could guess what he was going to do, but no one believed in him. He was just like the Demon King of the Storm Assault team. He looked cold and unapproachable, but every water ghost trusted him. They never doubted his abilities, and they obeyed his orders without question. The water ghosts must be overjoyed. Look, they haven't even come to rest yet. TSK. They were going to be happy. The only female soldier had entered their camp. When they caught them tomorrow, they would definitely tell them not to be too complacent. The water ghosts were indeed happy. Although Yi Qian briefly introduced herself, she still had to introduce herself in detail when she joined the team. "I'm good at sniping long-range, and close-range attacks. I can hide for a long time with a record of 92 hours. I'm good at sniping, and I'm good at using all kinds of guns." Yi Qian took the time to complete her introduction so that the water ghosts of the Storm Assault team could have a better understanding of her combat abilities. She listed out everything she was good at one by one. The water ghosts who were sitting cross-legged were already dumbfounded. She knew this, she knew that. "Female soldier, is there anything you don't know?" It wasn't a formal occasion, so the assault team could ask Yi Qian any questions at any time. Someone asked her what she didn't know. Yi Qian thought for a while and smiled. "There are many things I don't know. I don't know anything about flying in the sky. I don't know anything about running underground other than driving tanks and construction vehicles." She had never felt that she was very powerful. Every time she went on a mission, every time she learned something new, she would give it her all with 120% determination. The members of the Storm Assault team were already laughing and joking. "You're already good enough. If you want more Jinfeng, us male soldiers will be trained to death by the Devil King." Every soldier had their own field. No matter how good a soldier was, it was impossible to be good at everything. "If that's the case, I believe the Devil King will be happy. He will increase the difficulty level of training to 20 points. Yi Jian stood in front of the water ghosts and spoke without any hesitation. "The Devil King once told me a famous saying from a military school in a Western country. Reasonable training is called exercise, unreasonable training is called tempering. He told me that if I have any unreasonable training in the future, I should refer to this saying." The laughter below became even louder. Li Jinyan, who was standing to the side, glanced at Yi Jian indifferently. Then, his sharp and cold gaze slowly swept over his comrades who were completely relaxed. Water Ghost, who originally had a smile on his face, instantly withdrew it. When his gaze swept over their heads, it was like a knife scraping against their scalps, bringing about a tangible sharpness. Chapter 1565. Receiving the Devil King's gaze, the same thought flashed through the minds of all the water ghosts. This is bad. We relax too much. Something big is going to happen. Yi Qian, who was closest to the Devil King, also felt the change in him. Like the water ghosts below, he felt that something big was going to happen. He and Captain Xia were really the same type of people. They had no idea what they would do in the next second, but their instincts told them that it would not be anything good. Everyone was silent for 30 seconds. Li Jinyan's thin lips moved slightly, and the water ghosts narrowed their eyes. Then they heard his voice and the sea breeze. There was no fluctuation in his voice at all. Tell us what you don't know. Everyone has 3 minutes. Begin. Something big had really happened. Based on their understanding of the Devil King, as long as they didn't know, he would make them know. Brothers, keep your guard up. Don't make any noobs from the army or the air force. A good discussion turned into a review meeting. When Xia Jinyuan came over, he saw the Devil King standing in front with a cold expression. The water ghosts were lined up neatly and were all saying, "What do I not know?" The water ghost with the code name Big Shrimp was clearly very cool at night, but sweat was forming on his forehead. His fingers were rapidly tapping on a laptop. He was clearly memorizing every word that the water ghost said. Li Jinyan looked up and exchanged glances with Xia Jinyuan. He turned to Yi Qian and said calmly, "Go and tutor with Q King. Return to the team at 12 o'clock sharp. I will put the training materials next to your sleeping bag tomorrow." Yes. Yi Qian saluted and turned to walk towards Xia Jinyuan. At 10 o'clock at night, the starry sky seemed even purer. The starry sky, which was far away from the hustle and bustle of the mortal world, was so clear that it seemed to be still. Even the nebula was faintly visible. The members of the Snowfield Brigade had already fallen into a deep sleep. After an hour of self-reflection, the water ghosts of the Storm Commandos crawled into their sleeping bags at 11 o'clock sharp. Standing in the vast darkness of the night, the sentries with steel guns in their hands stood straight like white poplar trees. One of them stood at the front while the other stood at the back to guard and alert. Li Jinyan glanced at the 2 figures sitting on the ground, facing the sea breeze. He took a few steps toward them and suddenly stopped, because Xia Jinyuan sensed someone approaching and turned to look at him. Nodding at him, Li Jinyan turned around and walked to his sleeping bag. The background of the two was very harmonious. Even though they were separated by a certain distance, they faintly exuded a closeness that no one else could join them. However, at present it seemed that there was no relationship between the two of them. Some seagulls flew away in fright, letting out a series of startled cries. They flapped their wings and rushed into the sea. Their small figures circled in the sky a few times before returning to the island. Li Jinyan also did not go to sleep immediately. Instead, he flipped through the combat training progress of the two teams. After looking at the data of the training, Li Jinyan, who was usually expressionless, raised his head and pinched the space between his eyebrows. A trace of coldness flashed across his cold and exquisite handsome face. It had to be said that the Storm Amphibious Frogmen Commandos, which had been established for more than 10 years, had a huge gap in strength between them and the Snowfield Special Forces, which had been established for more than 10 years. In terms of actual combat experience, the members of the Snowfield Special Forces were much better than the Storm Commandos. They still had to strengthen their training. As the country's military strength increased, the country's requirements for the abilities of the Special Forces also increased. Every special force had to be developed in an all-round way, not just in one area of combat but in all aspects. Chapter 1566. The first mission of the Storm Commandos was direct military operations. They had to quickly seize, destroy, and occupy military targets. The second mission was special reconnaissance missions, the third was unconventional operations, the fourth was overseas missions, and the fifth was anti-terrorist operations. In general, it looked similar to the missions of the Snowfield Brigade, but in reality, the main focus of the army was land warfare, reconnaissance, surprise attacks, and harassment. The army would be involved in snow, plains, forests, mountains, deserts, forests, and lakes. This already included the specialty of the water ghosts. However, the water ghosts were definitely not as good as the members of the Snowfield Brigade when it came to land warfare, forests, mountains, and snow. On the sea, the water ghosts focused on sneaking and landing on the beach. Diving was also the most important. The focus was on special operations on islands and ships. After the sea battle, they would have to follow the Snowfield Special Forces to fight on land. The two teams would learn from each other and complement each other. This was also the purpose of the training for the two teams. Li Jinyan didn't look up from the various materials for a long time. From time to time, he would pick up a pen to write and draw on a few training subjects that the Storm Commandos had failed or lacked. He would also write a summary and save it on the encrypted computer. These were all precious materials that were hard to come by during training. He could dissect the Snowfield Brigade from all aspects of the training and gain valuable experience from it. Not only was the information precious, but it was also confidential. Time ticked away. The young Special Forces soldiers listened to the sound of the waves and fell asleep. In the entire camp, other than Xia Jinyuan, who was still helping Yi Qian with his homework, Li Jinyan and the two sentries were the only ones who hadn't slept yet. At midnight, Xia Jinyuan closed his book on time and said to Yi Qian, "You have to combine it with experiments. You can't just rely on memorizing the theory. Previously, you were rushing the process and didn't pay attention to the theory building." He was talking about the theory of the single-chip microcomputer. Although she was a commander and didn't have much to do with technology, her second-year training was still related to technology. Her teacher's progress was very fast, so she had no choice but to speed up. He had seen Xia Jinyuan win countless trophies during his time at the National University of Science and Technology. Among them, he had led an experimental team to solve a difficult problem at a missile base, and was awarded a third-class merit. Now that he was asked to explain the most basic content, it was a piece of cake for him. Moreover, his explanations were very detailed and he could get to the point. Yi Qian was able to absorb it very quickly, and there was no sign that he could not understand. After putting away all the textbooks, Yi Qian looked at him with a smile and joked, "Is it a little hard for you to teach me? It's been so many years since you graduated, but I didn't expect you to still remember the knowledge in the textbooks. Looks like when you're old and retired, you might even be able to return to the military academy as a professor to teach and groom the next generation." Xia Jinyuan was not afraid of being teased. Hearing this, he raised his eyebrows elegantly and smiled in an especially noble manner. "How could I feel wronged? I'm just afraid that I'll forget, so I'm using you to practice. But you're right. I do plan to return to the military academy as a professor when I'm old and live a comfortable life in the military." Wearing this military uniform, he couldn't bear to take it off for the rest of his life. When the day came for him to retire, he had joked with his old man that he planned to return to the military academy to teach. However, his old man had dismissed him by saying, "Don't mislead the students." Chapter 1567. He seemed to be in high spirits as he gazed at Yi Jian tenderly. The smile on his thin lips deepened. "I'm old and you're old too. Why don't we go back to the military academy to teach and mislead the students together? Q King is in his prime now. There's no need to think so far ahead. It's getting late. Thank you for tutoring me tonight, Q King. Good night." Yi Qian yawned. He stood up and said goodbye to the young major who was still interested in continuing the conversation. After saying that, he left swiftly. Xia Jinyuan was speechless. What should he do? His little fox was getting harder and harder to deal with. The more she was like this, the more his heart itched. He smiled as he watched her slender figure disappear from his sight. He stood there and watched for a long time until the gentle smile on his face gradually disappeared. Only then did he leave. The devil's light was still on. He had to see what he was researching. At midnight, Li Jinyan was still sorting out the results of the training over the past few days. In order to better see the difference in strength between the two teams, he specially drew a table and wrote down the training process over the past few days. No one knew what he was thinking. His slender and good-looking eyebrows were tightly knitted. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the table he had drawn and the words in it. He realized a problem. The training that Xia Jinyuan led last week was not so much a training program as it was a training course. He led the Snowfield Brigade and provided lessons for the Storm Commandos through training, from directional and narrow combat training to large-scale mountainous infiltration and close-range combat. He used a one-on-one learning mode to let the Storm Commandos catch up with them on land. Still sorting out the information? About a meter away, Xia Jinyuan spoke first. He glanced at the illuminated ground and saw a very simple sand table made of sand and stones. Studying battle tactics? Do you have any good battle plans? Usually, when the other team members were asleep, Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan still needed to discuss some of the problems that occurred during the training during the day, and analyze the reasons for them so that they could change and adjust the training in time. Hearing his voice from behind, Li Jinyan closed the document in his hand and stood up. He turned around and looked at the young major who had put in a lot of effort. I was studying some of the weak points in my team, and accidentally found a problem. Problem? Xia Jinyuan thought it was a problem during training. His handsome face turned cold. He pointed at the beach and gestured for the two to sit down. What problem? How serious is it? Knowing that he misunderstood, Li Jinyan explained, it's not a problem during training. The two of them sat together on the soft beach. Li Jinyan handed the document in his hand to Xia Jinyuan. Draft, please take a look. Q King of the Snowfield Brigade was indeed worthy of his reputation. If he did not want to sort out the training information, see what else needed to be added, and analyze the gap between the combat standards of the two teams, he would not have realized that Q King had put in so much effort. The duration of the competition overseas was 20 days. 5 days were for naval battles and 15 days were for land battles. At that time, Xia Jinyuan joked with him, Devil King, you're under a lot of pressure. 15 days on land, including snow, plains, and mountains are the strengths of our army. You have to speed up your progress. Chapter 1568. Xia Jinyuan was still looking at the analyzed data when Li Jinyan said calmly, the competition will be held in May of next year, which is less than half a year from now. The Storm Commandos really need to speed up their progress. Otherwise, it will be a waste of Q King's painstaking arrangements. It's nothing. I'm just repaying you for training Yiqian so diligently. Xia Jinyuan closed the data and glanced at his laptop. He couldn't help but laugh. Devil King, don't tell me you're still planning to send this data to the higher-ups? Devil King Li put the data he had sorted out on his laptop and raised his eyebrows. Do you have any objections? I don't have any objections. I just think it's a small matter. However, he didn't expect him to be so serious. He hadn't changed at all. Xia Jinyuan smiled and shook his head. He seemed to have thought of something and said, Yiqian's codename is Jin Feng. Is that her code name in the Storm Commandos? Also, don't write her code name in the report. This was puzzling. Li Jinyan calmly looked at Xia Jinyuan, who had a look of disdain on his face when he said the two words Jin Feng. Do you have any objections? I really do have objections here. Xia Jinyuan looked at him sternly. Our team hasn't decided on her code name yet. You can't just randomly give her a code name. Once the military approves it, we won't be able to change it even if we want to. Faced with Li Jinyan's confusion, Xia Jinyuan explained in more detail. Because it's really unpleasant. There are plenty of code names like Jin Feng in the military. So it's because it's unpleasant. Li Jinyan glanced at him coldly. Then he pressed the delete button on the laptop to delete the two words Jin Feng. Then he asked him, what's the code name? Xia Jinyuan picked up a pen and wrote the two words Qing Niao on a piece of paper. He said, for the time being, replace it with Qing Niao. Remember to write for the time being. Don't mess it up. She would become the Phoenix King, and in the future, Phoenix King would be her lifetime code name. Qing Niao sounded better than Jin Feng. There is a saying in Chu Ci. 9 size. The three birds fly from the south to the north. I would like to send a message to the three birds, but I can't get it. This was a mythical bird from ancient Chinese mythology. It had a beautiful luster and a light body. Moreover, it was the predecessor of the phoenix. The little fox hadn't used the phoenix's nirvana skill yet, so she could only use Qing Niao for now. Qing Niao indeed sounded better than Jin Feng. Li Jinyan had no objection. He quickly typed the 2 words Qing Miao into the computer without asking for the reason. Xia Jinyuan straightened his back, stood up and said to him, "Rest early." Li Jinyan nodded. After Xia Jinyuan left, he didn't get up to rest. He organized the information in his hands one by one and sent it to the Navy headquarters. Only then did he call it a day. Li Jinyan placed his palm lightly on the computer screen. After a while, his cold eyes narrowed slightly. There was a hint of darkness in his eyes that were as deep as the sea. "To repay you for training Yi Qian." His words seemed to have a deeper meaning. It was almost 1 in the morning. Li Jinyan only thought about it for a while before he got up and went back to his sleeping bag to rest. No matter what the deeper meaning was, Q King had indeed helped them a lot this time. He had completed dozens of advanced individual training courses for the Special Forces. With him leading the training of the Storm Commandos, the combat standards of the entire team would definitely increase by a level. Under the leadership of Q King, the Snowfield Brigade had made a visible leap. Chapter 1569. A sniper was not only a sniper, but also a long-range and close-range assaulter. An electronic explosive technician also had to focus on breakthroughs. Even the technical soldier codenamed Z7 could become a firepower specialist. That K7 should be a medic, but his professionalism and combat skills were on par with each other. As a major in charge of the deployment, Xia Jinyuan really did try to develop the potential of every member. In his words, "Man is a machine. Only by operating it can one know how powerful it is." That was indeed the case. Only by operating it could everyone's potential be stimulated. The moon had already risen above the sea, and the stars were slowly fading away. Morning star flashed, signaling the arrival of a new day. Yi Qian used the fastest and most stable speed to catch up with the training progress of the 2 teams. As the only female soldier of the 2 teams, she did not receive any special attention from the beginning. She had to train according to how the team members trained. Other than sleeping a little further away, Yi Qian was no different from the male soldiers. She ate and lived the same as the male soldiers. No one took special care of her just because she was a female soldier. During training, no one raised the heavy rock in their hands higher to lessen her burden. There was never any special treatment because everyone knew that the hardship they were going through now was all for the sake of successfully completing the mission and coming back alive. After 10 days of training, the meat on Yi Qian's face that she had painstakingly put on in school was visibly thinner, making her facial features look even more exquisite and well-defined. "Qingniao de Xia, the 2 of you get to the highest point closest to the beach in 10 minutes. Here." Li Jinyan spread out the combat map and started to closely plan the battle plan. After midnight, the match between the 2 teams began. They had only been sent to this unfamiliar island half an hour ago. The place was covered in rocks and lush with trees. Based on the military map, it was not much different from the terrain and mountains. However, this was a wrong map. The east and west directions were reversed, and the coordinates were all wrong. Looking at this wrong military map, Li Jinyan started to come up with a battle plan based on his experience. The entire island was already covered in surveillance cameras. Every member was equipped with a signal device, so that the military leaders who were observing the match could keep track of the movements of all the members in real time. The Storm Commandos and the Snowfield Brigade had arrived in half an hour. The military had purposely arranged an unfamiliar island to test them more realistically, and to make it more challenging. "The 2 of you will carry out the infiltration and cleanup. The 5 of you will form a small group and cover the beach landing. Remember, no one is allowed to act alone. We must cover each other and be vigilant of each other. The 3 of you will form a team and dive in to land. You will fight in a semi-encirclement." Li Jinyan was very good at commanding. He and Xia Jinyuan were like kings meeting kings. The only thing left was to see which king would win this time. As a sniper and assaulter, Yi Qian needed to carry 2 guns on her back. The assault rifle was placed in front of her chest and the sniper rifle was placed on her back. After everyone listened to Li Jinyan's battle plan, they all lay quietly in the cold seawater, waiting for midnight to arrive. In the Snowfield Brigade, Xia Jinyuan spread out the military map that he had just received. When he looked at it, his face darkened. The military was indeed evil. They even intentionally gave him the wrong map. But it didn't matter. If he had the wrong map, Demon King Li would definitely have the same. Chapter 1570. Xia Jinyuan took a closer look at the map and realized that not only were the west and south directions reversed, even the coordinates were wrong. Since even these were wrong, he no longer expected this map to be of any help to them. The members of the Snowfield Brigade could still complete the battle without a map. Although the sea was the territory of the water demons, they could not blindly rely on a military map when it came to battles. He rolled up the wrong military map in his hand and was about to put it away when a wave suddenly came crashing over. Xia Jinyuan looked down and saw that the supposedly waterproof and mold-proof military map was instantly soaked. Then, the topography and landforms on the map were all dyed red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only are there mistakes, but there are also shoddy materials. I have to mention it in the report. Xia Jinyuan shook the seriously shoddy military map slightly, then carefully folded it and put it in a waterproof bag. Although it was a military map made from rice paper, it was still a map. It was not his habit to throw it away. When he wrote the report, he planned to put it in a sealed plastic bag and bind it at the end of the report, to show the higher-ups in the military how shoddy this map was. Actually, the higher-ups in the military wanted to play a harmless joke on them to lighten the atmosphere. The comrades of the Snowfield Brigade looked at the military map that died before the start of the battle, and felt that something would happen to their Q-King after the competition. Based on their little understanding of him, something would definitely happen. It couldn't be helped. As long as their Q-King went against the military, he would be even more petty than a woman. Ha ha ha, but they liked it. Because Q-King was petty on purpose to gain benefits for the Snowfield Brigade. In the words of a major general in the army, if a swallow flew over his head, he would pluck a few of its feathers to use as a quill. We won't use the map. I'm afraid that if we use it, it will be equivalent to pushing our comrades into a fire pit. We still have some time, so let's make the best use of the time to deploy our tactics. Xia Jinyuan arranged for 4 comrades in army combat uniforms to be sentries and quickly began to make arrangements. Their Qing Yao is familiar with our fighting style, so once we find her, we must capture her alive and never give her a chance to escape. The first thing Xia Jinyuan mentioned was Yi Qian. He also told everyone how they should treat Yi Qian. The members of the Snowfield Brigade nodded. This was a must. Having a Qing Yao who was familiar with their fighting style in the water demons camp was like having a bright and cold saber hanging over their necks. If the saber fell, there would definitely be blood. Capture her alive. Let's see if we can pry anything out of her mouth. You guys have seen Demon King Li's training. Of all his arrangements, he will definitely only choose the most fatal ones. As long as we know one, it will be like tearing off a piece of flesh from his body. When it came to fighting, Xia Jinyuan's entire aura changed. He was no longer that noble and elegant gentleman. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a blood-soaked Azura. That pair of deep and dark eyes were filled with a biting chill. As he spoke, Bao Rui's voice contained a sharpness that made people's hearts involuntarily revere. Q-King is discussing capturing Qing Yao alive. It seems like they plan to kill as many as they can. In a temporary command center on a certain island, a group of high-ranking generals with bright gold stars on their epaulets were watching Xia Jinyuan's arrangement on the big screen. Major General Yang of the army laughed and said, Qing Yao is familiar with the fighting style of the Snowfield Brigade. Q-King will not leave such a big threat alive until the end. However, Qing Yao is quite capable. Her anti-reconnaissance and reconnaissance skills have always been at the top level. She will not show herself easily and let Q-King and the others capture her. Chapter 1571. The Navy commander looked at the Storm Commandos with a serious expression. His gaze was locked on them. Although it was only a competition between 2 teams, it reflected the combat standards of each team on the battlefield. There were 5 major events in this competition, which meant that there was 1 major event per day. Although this competition was not about winning or losing, it was about discovering one's own problems and gaining experience to improve one's combat standards. However, they could not lose easily. He had already read the analysis data sent by the Demon King. It clearly stated that the Storm Commandos were at a disadvantage against the Snowfield Brigade. Highlands, forests, plains, and deserts were their weaknesses. Among the water ghosts in the Storm Commandos, only Li Jinian had completed training on the highlands. The rest of the water ghosts had not even touched the highlands. The Navy commander's mood was unusually heavy. Major General Lu's mood was equally heavy. Qing Niao was not easy to deal with. It would be difficult to capture her alive. The Snowfield Brigade likes to attack at night and sneak attacks. We have to guard against these 2 points. However, Q King knows that I'm familiar with their combat style. Based on my understanding of him, he will definitely adjust his tactics. Demon King, seizing the beach is the strength of the Storm Commandos. Let's not care about the later battles. Let's take down today's battle first. The one who spoke was Yi Qian. At this moment she was a member of the Storm Commandos. She was not a comrade who fought alongside Xia Jinyuan and the others. Since it was a competition, there would naturally be a winner and a loser. She had read the information Li Jinian gave her. She knew where the Storm Commandos' weaknesses were. What they needed to do now was to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. I'm in the same team as Prawn. Prawn's anti-reconnaissance ability is very strong. If something happens to me, Prawn will immediately inform everyone. If I'm unfortunate enough to become a captive, don't rush into action. The Snowfield Brigade will use me as bait to lure you in. So if I'm captured, I'll find a way to escape myself. Li Jinian looked at Qing Niao, who had guns on her chest and back. His thin lips curled slightly. He said calmly, "You don't look like someone who will be captured." "Thank you, Demon King, for your kind words. I definitely won't let myself become a captive, but Q King will put me first and capture me first. After all, there's still a captive plan involved. He warned me from the beginning." Yi Qian knew Xia Jinyuan very well. Both sides had yet to exchange fire, and were already analyzing each other. All the water ghosts in the Storm Commandos listened very seriously. After they were done with their deployment, they checked their equipment. A water ghost pointed at the yellow firepower adapter installed on the muzzle and smiled. "I have to be careful with this. The firepower is a little strong." This was an underwater rifle, but it wasn't the usual underwater rifle used for training. It was the latest underwater combat rifle developed by our country, and specially assigned to the Frogman Special Forces. It was mainly used for underwater breakthroughs and beach breakthroughs. The equipment for this confrontation was pretty good, especially the supporting firepower. There were assault rifles, sniper rifles, submachine guns, and pistols. The communication equipment was also complete, but the most complete equipment was still the metal equipment. In short, everyone was filled with confidence when they saw the equipment. Of course, they were originally full of confidence. Qing Niao, a sniper is equivalent to the strength of 10 people. I'll leave the key point of beach breakthroughs to you. Li Jinian handed the sniper rifle to Yi Qian, but the magazine was still in his hands. When Yi Qian took the rifle, he bent down slightly. His cold and handsome face was focused as he personally loaded the magazine. "Good start." Yi Qian put the sniper rifle on his back and smiled. "Good start." Chapter 1572. At midnight, an order from the military came through the wireless earpiece. The 5-day competition between the two armies had begun. Once the order was given, the members of the Storm Commandos, who were wearing black rubber diving suits, slid into the sea silently. Their hands glided lightly, and in a short while they were several meters away, diving into their territory like devil rays. Armed swimming was the specialty of the frogmen of the Storm Commandos. Because the military map was in the opposite direction, even their landing point was in the opposite direction. Therefore, they needed to carry all their heavy equipment and complete the swim before they could reach the real spot to snatch the stalls. "There's an undercurrent. Be careful." The water ghost at the front, who was in charge of scouting and exploring underwater, turned around and gestured to the back with his hand in front of the underwater searchlight, reminding his teammates to be careful of being swept away by the undercurrent. Encountering undercurrents during underwater training was the most common thing that water ghosts encountered. Regarding this, as long as they sent out a signal, everyone would have a countermeasure. The water ghosts that were about 2 meters below the sea surface quickly surfaced, adjusted themselves into groups of 3, and quickly swam through the undercurrent area. Although the rubber diving suits had anti-cold properties, they were surrounded by seawater. No matter how good their anti-cold properties were, their bodies would still feel cold after swimming for half an hour. They were still 2 nautical miles away from the landing point. Under Li Jinian's lead, Yi Qian avoided a few submerged reefs and used his fastest speed to catch up with the team members in front of him. As the landing point for her and the water ghost, codenamed Big Shrimp, was different, they needed to go around the back of the island and land from the edge of the island. After swimming 2 nautical miles, Li Jinyan gestured for them to split up. He reached out his right hand, which was clenched into a fist, and lightly bumped Yi Qian's clenched fist. He made an okay gesture and waved at Big Shrimp. Yi Qian saw his tall and slender figure disappear from her sight in the blink of an eye like a swordfish attacking. "Let's go." Big Shrimp gestured forward, indicating for Yi Qian to follow his swimming path and head to the landing point. The waves on the sea were very big. Yi Qian and Big Shrimp swam through the ink-like waves like flood dragons and arrived at their landing point at the designated time. The two of them took off their simple breathing masks and pressed their backs against the cold rock layer. They raised their heads and looked up. The underwater lights had already been turned off, so they could only rely on their eyes to estimate how far away they were from the landing point. No lower than 6 meters. Granite layer. Severe weathering cannot be ruled out. Climbing time, 1 hour. Da Xiao lowered his head. His chest was still heaving as he whispered to Yi Qian. There might be snipers hiding up there. It's a little mysterious. If they could think of a landing point, the Snowfield Brigade would definitely be able to think of it too. Yi Qian, who was adjusting his breathing, heard this and a sly smile flashed across his dark eyes. If there's something wrong with the military maps we've obtained, then the Snowfield Brigade will definitely have the same map as us. We'll be the first to occupy an advantageous location, which will also make them feel confused. In a battle, there would always be some falsehoods to deceive others. Both sides had already witnessed each other's valiant strength. No one would act blindly without thinking, and no one would think that they had the upper hand. If Big Prawn said it was mysterious, the Shuiyu team would think so too. The waves slapped against the rock, and the salty seawater fell into their mouths. It was so bitter and salty that their facial features contorted. Yi Qian grabbed onto the corroded black rock with both hands and used the strength of his arms to climb to the top of the island and occupy a high defensive position. On the other side, the storm commandos swam ashore and simultaneously completed the first step of infiltration. Chapter 1573. In the Snowfield Brigade, Xia Jinyuan led his team members directly through the dense forest on the island. There were too many vines, and in order to not expose their movements, they couldn't use their hands to cut a path through the vines. Instead, they had to choose the right place to walk. Use the vines as ropes and descend directly. The reconnaissance team and commando team at the front quickly advanced. Since they had a good grasp of the terrain, they needed to quickly and accurately provide a route for their comrades behind them. When the 4 team members behind them heard this, 2 of them half-squatted behind them while the other 2 covered the sides so that their comrades could complete their descent quickly. Quick, 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 quick. Descend to a height of about 3.5 meters. The Snowfield Brigade's comrades who were the first to descend quickly found cover and moved forward quickly on the rocky island. Although the military gave them a reverse landing point, none of the participating team members raised any objections. Battles on the battlefield were ever-changing, and adapting to and quickly finding the right place to fight was a skill that every team member had to master. J5 climbed up a tree and landed nimbly with a few movements. He whispered, "It's a protruding mountainous area. Let's occupy the highest point first and send 2 snipers to guard it. No one can get close within a radius of 800 meters. It's too late. Demon King Li always goes for the fatal point in a battle. He's already had his eyes on this place." Xia Jinyuan put away his binoculars and hung them around his neck. Then, his thin lips curled into a sinister and cold smile. "Qing Niao might be up there. Pigeon, White Crane, hurry forward and lock onto her position. Confirm her exact location and report to me immediately." "Yes, sir." Pigeon and White Crane accepted the order and threw the assault rifles in their hands behind their backs. They jumped up and grabbed onto the exposed tree roots that had been growing for an unknown number of years. The 2 extremely agile Special Forces soldiers disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xia Jinyuan curved his thin lips and looked at the highest point with his dark eyes. "Little fox, you have to be careful. If you get captured in a single match, I'm afraid that your dream of joining the Snowfield Brigade will have to be delayed." Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing 5-finger combat gloves, secretly clenched his fists. His heart was a little tense. There were no open areas on the island, only strange rocks and trees that were easy to hide in. Although it was easy to hide in, it was also very dangerous. When a scout from the Snowfield Brigade jumped down from a rock, his feet landed on a smooth rock covered in moss. His left foot was suddenly sprained. Fix it with a bandage first to prevent a second injury. Spray it with anti-inflammatory and analgesic spray. Let's finish tonight first. K7 became a medic. He took out bandages and sprays from the first aid kit, took off his comrade's combat boots and socks, and started to bandage the wounds. After the bandaging, the injured comrade moved his ankle. It's done. All right, let's go, brother. J5's voice came from the earpiece. It was very low, and the sound of the waves could be heard. He was close to the beach. It was already 3:20 in the morning. 3 hours and 20 minutes later, neither side seemed to have made any progress, but the battle had already begun. Big Shark, 6 o'clock. The sentry position is hidden. After setting up his gun, Yiqian used the scope to observe the surroundings. After nearly an hour of observation, he saw a few leaves swaying slightly. The wind was strong on the sea, so it was normal for the leaves to sway. What was abnormal was that the leaves were all tightly packed together. Chapter 1574. Yiqian, who had discovered the situation, reminded the storm commandos in a low voice. She began to adjust her sights, prepare for cover, and complete the sniping. She needed to maintain the consistency of her short-range and long-range shooting, so she would need to adjust her sights occasionally. The water ghosts of the storm commandos had successfully reached the beach and began to advance into the island. After being reminded, the great merman who had discovered the sentry post avoided the enemy's line of sight and went around the side to outflank them. At 3:30 in the morning, a comrade of the Snowfield Brigade was ambushed by 2 members of the storm commandos and was unfortunately killed. With a good start, the Marine commander let out a long sigh of relief. With a good start, he was finally able to catch his breath. The sound of empty bullets began to ring in the air above the island. Knowing that one of their comrades had died, the Snowland team quickly took care of a water ghost that was lurking in the dark. Very good, within 5 minutes both sides were tied. The Major General of the army also let out a sigh of relief. It was not bad to be able to win a round in 5 minutes. Li Jinian's cold voice reached everyone's ears. They've entered the attack range. 2 teams in a team move forward alternately. During the night battle, they could focus on ambushes and sneak attacks. Using such tactics would yield good results. Although they had sufficient firepower in this match, modern equipment did not even have infrared sensors other than communication devices. They only had night vision goggles to make it easier for them to walk without falling. Therefore, they relied on their eyes and ears to receive dangerous information from the outside world, and they could quickly turn danger into safety. Xia Jinyuan sat directly on a rock, looking very domineering. He was waiting for the scout to come back with a reply, and then he would confirm the specific mission of the storm commandos. The military map was wrong, and the missions of both sides were unclear. In a match without a clear goal, Xia Jinyuan waited patiently with a gun in his arms. His beast-like eyes were shining with excitement. Fighting a match where both sides did not know what the final outcome would be was indeed more challenging than having a clear mission, a clear location, and a clear target to attack. That was because the entire process required one to fight while fumbling around. Whoever figured out their mission first and the other party's mission would be able to deploy in advance and seize the opportunity. Team A is 700 meters away from Team B's target. In the command room, the technician operated the computer and double-clicked on the war zone to enlarge it. On the big screen, an abandoned 3-story building appeared. The storm commandos needed to occupy this building in order to win the competition. The Navy commander looked at the Major General sitting beside him and sighed in admiration. The nation's sharp blade really lives up to its name. They found the base so quickly. Once they found the base, they could start defending and attacking. The storm commandos would have to use brute force to attack. Both sides entered from different places. If Team A still hasn't discovered the situation, I'll consider whether to remove the Q-King's position. 3 hours and 40 minutes have passed. If both sides don't even know what they're guarding, I'll have to apologize to the country. Among the technicians, Group A was the Snowfield Brigade, while Group B was the Amphibious Frogman Assault Team. 5 minutes later, Xia Jinyuan suddenly jumped down from the rock like a leopard. Then he rushed into the night and entered the forest with intertwined branches. Chapter 1575. The members of the Snowfield Brigade had arrived in front of a dilapidated building that looked no different from a haunted house. It was unknown how long it had been built. The outer walls were covered with vines and vegetation. The walls were peeling and some of them had even collapsed. Z7, who was close to the wall, used his finger to dig at it. A large piece of the wall was easily plucked out by him and instantly turned into pieces. Q King. This is the position we need to cover, right? Yes, that's about it. Okay, I need to know the internal structure of the entire building in 5 minutes. Xia Jinyuan looked up at the abandoned building. It was really well hidden. It was actually built at the lowest point of the entire island. It was 3 stories high. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't even know it was there at night. He looked down at the time and said, "The countdown starts now. Come back in 5 minutes." He didn't even need to divide the work. Some stayed behind to keep watch, some to ambush, and some to scout. Soon they started moving. Occasionally, the members' voices could be heard through the earpiece, reporting the situation on their side. Xia Jinyuan said calmly, "We found a shelter. It's 3 stories high and dangerous. The 6 of you will guard outside while the rest of us will guard inside. Whoever is sacrificed, stay aside and think about your life. Also think about what I'll do to you." The threat was self-evident. Although there were good benefits to following their captain, it was also stressful. That night there were no stars in the sky. The weather on the sea was always changing. One second the moon might be cold and the stars sparse. The next second, it might be dark clouds, followed by heavy rain accompanied by thunder and lightning. The 6 members of the Snowfield Brigade who were sent outside deliberately misled the water ghosts of the storm commandos into thinking that they were all wandering in the forest and didn't dare to show their faces. However, Xia Jinyuan didn't think that this trick would fool Li Jinyan. Then, he immediately contacted Bai He and Pigeon who were sent to scout out Yi Qian's location. "How's the situation on your side? Have you found the exact location?" White Crane did not reply. Instead, it was Pigeon who replied in a low voice. "Q King, White Crane has died in battle. Right now, he's holding up his gun as a silent punishment. Sai Qingniao's long-range sniping is a little too far. What kind of sniper rifle is she using? I reckon it's over 800 meters away. It's quite fast. Let him squat for 2 hours." Xia Jinyuan's voice was heard almost as soon as the pigeon's voice fell. His tone was calm and he did not seem surprised at all, as if he had heard something very normal. Pigeon glanced at her pitiful comrade who had been sniped, and her expression became even more solemn. "Q King, Qingniao has also stalled me. I'm afraid that the Demon King already knows about your stalling tactic. I didn't think that I would be able to hide it from him for long. For me, every minute counts." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. He was happy for Yi Qian's performance, but also a little disappointed. He also wanted to fight side by side with her. He then ordered Pigeon, "Stay calm before retreating. Be careful that she doesn't have any blind spots. Also, tell White Crane not to be surprised that he was sniped by Qingniao. Her sniping skills have surpassed mine, so it's normal for her to snipe White Crane. As for you, be careful. Qingniao is very patient. She can hide in the desert for a day and a night. As long as the sand doesn't cover her body and she doesn't get buried alive, she won't move. She also won't let go of her next target. So do as you see fit. If you're really killed by her, White Crane will have a companion." Chapter 1576. Pigeon was speechless. He was stunned. Her sniping skills were even better than Q King, who was also a sniper. Why didn't he and White Crane ask Q King more about her situation? Xia Jinyuan did not have the time to care about his comrade's complicated thoughts. After cutting off the communication, he glanced in the direction of Yi Qian. There was a hint of gentleness in his cold, handsome face. His unyielding tenderness bloomed only for Yi Qian. He would not be surprised if even Pigeon was killed by the sniper. To him, this was a very normal thing because he understood Qingniao Yi Qian's capabilities. Snipers needed to constantly practice and master new skills. In order to support her superior's unit, she needed to be able to fight in any environment and cooperate with any unit that needed her cooperation. Yi Qian was very talented and had trained with Demon King Li before. It could be said that the two of them had developed a basic level of tacit understanding. Now that her identity had changed to that of a water ghost, she did not need any buffer time and could directly engage in combat. Previously, when she came over from school, he was worried that she would not be able to keep up with the pace of the two teams' training. After only half a day, he knew that his worries were unnecessary. The military required a sniper's physical and mental strength to be extremely high. She needed to be able to use her unique skills in any environment. Once she entered an island on the sea and received sniping instructions, she would be able to quickly enter her best state. Yi Qian had an extremely high level of rapid scanning ability. She could quickly check if there were any signs of enemy activity in the area. If it was daytime, she would be able to know if there were any signs of enemy activity in the sniper's hiding spot in less than 30 seconds. But at night, she would definitely observe carefully as she walked. Once she was well hidden, she would carefully observe her surroundings through her scope. Her super strong memory allowed her to remember every single blade of grass and tree that she saw. The next time she observed something, she would know that there was something wrong. Once she noticed that something was wrong, Yi Qian would not hesitate to take action. Now, whether Pigeon could escape from the sniper's muzzle would depend on her own abilities. In the Storm Commandos, Prawn had already reported Yi Qian's situation to Li Jinyan. His tone was full of admiration. Very impressive. Even in the complicated mountainous terrain, she was able to complete an accurate long-range snipe of 800 meters, directly taking out a member of the Snowfield Brigade who tried to approach our territory. There's no need to occupy it. After Li Jinyan heard this, he gave a new order to Yi Qian and Daxia. Q King is trying to mislead the public. Only a few members are active on the island. Seizing the beach is not our focus. If that was the main point, there should have been a firefight when they entered the island, but there was no firefight. There were only sporadic sounds. Yi Qian, who had not taken his eyes off the scope, joined in the conversation. It matches Q King's fighting style. Over. There should be another target. Where was it? After saying that, Yi Qian checked the entire area she was in charge of again. She first scanned the area from left to right, then from right to left so that her vision could cover the entire area quickly to avoid missing any spots. After finding no problems, she did another full scan. She focused on dividing the area she had completed her previous snipe by the system. Starting from her line of defense, she divided the entire area into 3 sections. Left, center, and right. Each section was scanned to a depth of about 55 yards. Chapter 1577. Regardless of whether Yi Qian had seen the Snowfield Brigade Special Forces before or not, they were like a towering snowy mountain that was difficult to climb, and so was their strength. To be honest, having a match with them was even more exciting than becoming their comrade in arms and fighting alongside them. Yi Qian gripped the butt of her sniper rifle. Hidden in the dark, her beautiful face was cold and calm. After quickly completing her first sniping, she did not immediately get up and move to the next sniping spot because there was no need for her to leave her position now. The reason was simple. She was the hunter, and her teammates from the Snowfield Brigade were the prey under her gun. Due to the fast reaction of the Snowfield Brigade Special Forces, Yi Qian did not pause for long. She only moved her sniper rifle very slightly to complete a full scan. After scanning from close range to medium range, and to long range, she finally aimed at the medium range and completed her scan from the left and right of the medium range. She had to be careful and complete her search without missing any details in the area she had locked onto. Finally, she found something strange when she was about 50 meters away from the first sniping target. Yi Qian smiled faintly, like a red plum blossom blooming in the snowy wind. It was so beautiful that it was dazzling but also so cold that it was frightening. Yi Qian adjusted her scope and held her breath. She did not immediately shoot. She needed to use her off-center vision to achieve accurate sniping. At night, the structure of the eye was different from during the day. During the day, she used the middle part of the pupil, while at night, she used the outer part of the pupil. Only by using the off-center vision could she complete her sniping. She was about 5.2 inches away from the center of her sight. Yi Qian did not hesitate and pulled the trigger to complete another sniping shot. Bang! The sound of the gunshot rang out, and the seabirds that had finally returned to their nests were startled once again. The pigeon immediately covered its chest and fell backwards, pretending to be dead. At the same time it contacted Xia Jinyuan. "Q King, I'm dead. The lonely white crane finally has a companion." Xia Jinyuan did not answer and directly cut off the communication with the pigeon. Faced with the heartless abandonment of the pigeons, he turned off his signal device and walked to White Crane, who had been squatting with his gun raised for almost an hour. When he saw how his comrade was squatting, the corner of his mouth twitched. After a long while he sighed and said, "Brother, the way you squat is a bit like the way you squat with constipation. It's not very elegant." Bai He, who had died an hour earlier, glanced at his comrade who didn't even speak elegantly, and said indifferently, "Those who resist will be punished severely, but those who confess will be lenient. Now it's a little uncomfortable to be squatted down." When Q King sees this, his anger will subside a little. "I couldn't tell that he was angry. I didn't contact him before he died. He told me directly that it was normal for the two of us to be attacked by Qing Miao." The pigeon found a flatter spot to squat down and told White Crane everything that Xia Jinyuan had told him. "Qing Miao's sniping skills have already surpassed Q King's. It is indeed normal for the two of us to be sniped. Back then, when Q King came to our brigade to challenge us, he used a submachine gun and a sniper rifle to wipe out all 4 of our squads. He even killed 8 of our brothers with the sniper rifle in his hand. Now he says that Qing Miao is even better than him. White Crane, Qing Miao's skills are really terrifying. Q King killed 8 of our brothers during the day, but Qing Miao killed the 2 of us within an hour at night. Q King said that her sniping skills have surpassed his, and it's true. Most importantly, she's even younger than Q King at that time." Chapter 1578. Bai He was silent for a long time before he said, "Qing Miao is indeed very strong. I've already experienced it. As long as she's willing to join our brigade, there will definitely be a place for her in our brigade." Bai He then said with a smile in his voice, "Now that a female soldier has joined the brigade, a talented and beautiful female soldier, the brigade will be lively in the future. I don't have to look at you old faces after training every day. I can go back and look at my Qing Miao every day and relax my body and mind." Pigeon immediately retorted, "I'm tired of looking at your old faces. I can go back and look at my Qing Miao every day and relax my body and mind." On the other side, Xia Jinyuan, who was about to contact his 2 dead comrades, happened to hear this and a cold look flashed across his eyes. The competition had only started for less than 5 hours, and the 2 of them had been sniped and killed. Instead of reflecting on themselves, they were even chatting about things unrelated to training. As veterans, when did their self-awareness become so poor? Qing Miao is very strong, but don't they know how to reflect on themselves and realize that they're not as strong as others? Sounds like you guys are having a good chat. His cold voice came through their earpieces. Pigeon and Bai He, who were chatting happily, were caught red-handed talking to Q King, who was younger than them. Their calves and stomachs began to tremble. Oh no, they wanted to say that they were going to atone for their crimes. Now they could only hope that their punishment would not be increased. And you wanted to say that the weather is going to change. You two should find a place to hide from the rain. Now it seems like there's no need to hide from the rain. Continue standing. Xia Jinyuan felt that he shouldn't be too kind. If he was too kind, it would be easy to get into trouble. It's 4:30 in the morning now. Stand until 5:30 in the morning. Is there a problem? Realizing that they had made a mistake, the 2 of them immediately answered, "No." "Very good. Raise your guns and stand in the horse stance until 5:30 in the morning. I want you to reflect on your actions." When it came to combat, Xia Jinyuan had always been ruthless. He was not as casual as he usually was. He always knew when to do what. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the captain of the Snowfield Brigade, and the youngest captain in history. The startled seabirds returned to their nests. Dark clouds seemed to be sweeping across the inky sky. Yi Qian and Daxia quickly descended from the highest point. She turned her head to look at the sea and frowned slightly. The weather has changed. Fighting in bad weather would be even more difficult due to the environment. It all depended on how their comrades dealt with it. Even though it was only a spar and not a competition of victory or defeat, it would still be embarrassing if he lost. It's very common for the weather to change at sea. It also makes it easier for snipers to hide. After continuously sniping 2 members of the Snowfield Brigade for an hour and 5 minutes, Daxia was impressed by Qing Miao. He jumped down from the rock and supported himself with one hand. He smiled at Yiqian, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. This weather is the best weather for us water ghosts to fight in. The Major General of the army thought so too. Seeing that 2 of his generals had been sniped in one go, the Major General's eyes darkened. He asked the technician, "Who was the one who fired just now?" "Reporting Team B Qing Miao." The technician immediately replied. The technician answered immediately and zoomed in on the location where Yijian was hiding at that time, so that the leaders could know more details. After measuring the distance, the first sniper target was 802 meters, and the second sniper target was 852 meters. The sniper rifle she used was accurate and had a range of 600 meters. The maximum range was 3,700 meters. Chapter 1579. The Major General of the Army was stunned for a moment. So, the 2 Special Forces soldiers under his command were killed by another Special Forces soldier that he had temporarily sent out? Suddenly, the Major General of the Army didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What the hell was this? The younger generation will surpass us in time. Qing Miao's strength is indeed amazing. The Navy commander couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He joked with the Major General of the Army again. "It seems that I have to consider recruiting a group of female frogmen, and then list Qing Miao as the first talent to recruit." The Major General of the Army laughed heartily. Although his face was thin and his hair was weathered by the years, his hale and hearty eyes that were full of majesty made him look particularly young. He looked at the Navy commander who was making fun of him and sighed. "Don't even think about it. It's definitely impossible. This is a soldier that we have been waiting for 4 or 5 years. It was not easy to train her into a talent. How can I let you take advantage of her?" "Ha ha ha, I do want to take advantage of her. But Qing Miao's intention is not here. Even if I want to take advantage of her, there is no chance for me to take advantage of her." The atmosphere in the command room had been tense before. The 2 senior generals joked with each other, and the low pressure made the tense atmosphere a lot less tense. It didn't last long. As the battle went deeper, the 2 senior generals seriously discussed the advantages and disadvantages of the 2 teams. The torrential rain hit at 5:05. The heavy rain swept across the entire island with the wind, blowing the trees to the side as if they were about to be uprooted. The stormy waves that were several meters high slammed against the shore, as if there was a dragon under the water that was going to swallow the entire island with the huge waves. The tornado came from the horizon of the sea with the power of nature. It moved from the sea to the shore and then to the island, bringing about a devastating and terrifying disaster. "J5, please answer if you hear me. J5, please answer if you hear me." Xia Jinyuan, with a tense expression, called out to J5, who was closest to the beach. With rainwater dripping down his face, he moved forward quickly and kept calling out to J5. As the storm hit, J5 only said one sentence in the channel. "A tornado is coming. Brothers, be careful." Then it suddenly cut off, leaving only the buzzing sound of the radio waves. No matter how much Xia Jinyuan called, there was no response from J5. He immediately ordered the channel. "J5's situation is unclear. Eagle, Sparrow, Hawk, support J5. 50% were captured, 50% were knocked out by the waves." "Roger." 2 robust voices were heard. Then 2 shadows of almost the same height and body shape dashed out of nowhere, braving the torrential rain to rush out for several meters. It was only the first day of the tournament, but it was already extremely difficult. Out of the 6 members of the Storm Commando sent by the Shuiyu Brigade, 3 of them were killed and 1 of them was missing. Standing in the heavy rain, Xia Jinyuan stared at the dark clouds in front of him. A cold smile gradually appeared on his face. Tornadoes came from the east and west of the island, bringing disaster to the island and breakfast to the water ghosts. They cut open the stomach of a sea fish with a dagger and dug out its innards. They rinsed the innards in the rainwater and put them in their mouths to chew. Yiqian picked up a squid. She ate it gently, cutting it into strips before chewing. Beside her, Big Prawn, who was watching her eat, couldn't help but laugh. Put a few strips in a Ziploc bag. We'll have it for lunch. Chapter 1580. They rested temporarily under a rock to replenish their energy. The two of them happened to be outside of the tornado. Once the tornado passed, they would have breakfast. Yiqian really did grab a few fish and put them in a sealed bag. He then cut them into slices and put them in. After wiping away the traces, he walked with Prawn to the rendezvous point. They needed to meet up with the rest of the team. The sky was already bright, and they could see the dark clouds above the sea clearly, as if they were going to merge with the sea. The rain was so dense that it was like a net, and it never stopped. The leaves were crackling under the rain, which covered the sound of movement very well. At 7 o'clock in the morning, 2 members of the Storm Commandos were assassinated and even their guns were taken. In terms of numbers, the two sides were once again tied, but from a tactical point of view, the 2 members were obviously killed by a close-range sneak attack. The Snowfield Brigade was good at sneak attacks. Li Jinyan took the fish that Prawn handed over and slowly chewed on it before saying, "Don't worry, we still have their captives." The captive J5 was also eating seafood. He was treated well, and he didn't even need to deal with it himself. "I'm the same as you guys, I don't know anything. If you capture me, based on my understanding of Q King, I'd love for you to get rid of me so that he won't be angry." J5 used to be an instructor. He was so eloquent that he could escape with his mouth. Even if he was captured, he wasn't in a hurry and could even talk to them with a smile. Yiqian knew that J5 had once used his mouth to escape from danger. His eyes were full of pity. He really didn't understand the Devil King. Now that he had become his captive, it would be difficult for him to escape. Li Jinyan looked at him calmly and said to the water ghost who was feeding him fish, "Feed him until he's full. Don't let Q King think that we're harsh on our captives." This sentence didn't sound wrong at all, but for some reason J5 felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was being targeted by a vicious beast. He suddenly felt a sense of danger. The wind and rain made visibility quite low, but this was nothing to the water ghosts. They had changed into jungle camouflage combat uniforms upon landing. Even though they knew that there was danger ahead, they were still fearless and continued to advance. The 2 scouts sent news that there was movement in an abandoned building. They were requesting the Devil King's instructions. This news lifted the spirits of the entire Storm Commandos. Needless to say, this was definitely their target. "Give the order. Order the Storm Commandos to take down the occupied building before 12 o'clock. The command center issued the order of the Marine commander. The originally calm eyes of the Storm Commandos who received the order suddenly burst out with wolf-like gazes. They all stared at the Demon King. Seeing this, J5's expression changed. The Water Ghoul team was about to engage in a great battle. "Oh, this. All of them were pinching him to death. After training together for so long, it wasn't that they didn't know the Demon King's strength, but they only knew how strong the Demon King was after seeing his commanding ability. "Sniper, I don't need you to snipe too many targets. Open up a gap for me." Li Jinyan used a rock as a target building. He held a tree branch in his hand and began to deploy. "The 3 of you complete the blast. Block their retreat." Chapter 1581. Li Jinyan, codenamed Demon King, was an expert in close and long-range combat. His skills were excellent and he was especially good at commanding. His goal was to annihilate the enemy. His fighting style was tough and he did not give the enemy a chance to counterattack. Li Jinyan left a deep impression on Yiqian once again. Moreover, Demon King Li's strictness was beyond her imagination. Because they did not have a battle map, although the scouts had explored the abandoned building in front of them, they had not investigated the surrounding environment in detail. In order to make the arrangements more detailed, he ordered 2 more scouts to quickly get a general understanding of the terrain around the building. They had to take down the building before 12, and it was already 8:17. Now that they knew the mission, Li Jinyan was not in a hurry. He first went through all the arrangements in his mind, and then gave them one by one. He was the battle commander in the competition. Only by making the battle arrangements in advance could he be clear about everyone's mission. Never fight a battle that you are not confident in. That was Li Jinyan's motto. The water ghosts were not in a hurry. They patiently waited for news from the front. Yi Qian had always been patient. While waiting quietly, she leaned against a rock and closed her eyes to rest. The rain was so heavy, but she was still able to calm down and rest. Li Jinyan could not help but look at her a few more times. There was a faint, inexplicable darkness in his cold eyes. Qing Miao, able to endure hardships, stronger and more resilient than he had imagined. She was a very outstanding female soldier. He did not look at her for too long. After looking at her a few more times, Li Jinyan moved his gaze away and contacted his team members who were also fighting on the periphery. Demon King, one of our brothers died. 2 people from the Snowfield Brigade died. And 1 was bitten to death. Both sides did not show up easily. The Big Shark reported the situation of their battle on the periphery. Like Xia Jinyuan, Li Jinyan would not gather all his team members. He would split a small team to eliminate the smoke bomb team that Xia Jinyuan had released. Both Li Jinyan and Xia Jinyuan received the report from the Great Mermaid. So far they had 1 more casualty than Xia Jinyuan. The strength of the 2 teams was already quite strong. Now there was only 1 difference in the number of deaths. The Major General of the Army and the Commander of the Navy discussed and analyzed. In addition to the analysis of other generals, they estimated that the Storm Commandos had a chance of winning, but they would have to pay a high price. The advantage of the Storm Commandos was that they were familiar with fighting on the island in such strong winds and heavy rain, and they could quickly make advantageous judgments based on their experience. The Snowfield Brigade, on the other hand, was tenacious and had rich combat experience. Although they were fighting on the sea, they were still grounded. To them, it was no different from fighting in the mountains. The only thing that made them inferior to the Storm Commandos was that they were not familiar with the island's environment. In the future, we should have such a competition once a year. Only then can we advance together and encourage each other. Major General Chang Ken reflected on their shortcomings and pointed out their shortcomings. All this time we've never focused on fighting on the sea and focused on fighting on land. This is a huge mistake. When he returned, he would apply for a sum of military funds for the Snowfield Brigade from the military headquarters to be used for fighting in various regions. The commander of the Navy nodded in agreement and said earnestly, "You're right. This kind of competition should be held once a year. Only then can we not be blinded by what we see. Only then can we constantly discover new problems and improve." Chapter 1582. Why was there a need to carry out normal military preparations, drills and confrontations between different types of soldiers? Firstly, it was because they were afraid that if the peace lasted too long, the soldiers' bloodlust would fade and they would think that they were real soldiers after just 1 round of training. Secondly, there was a need to constantly innovate and improve. They had to constantly discover new problems and improve the soldiers' ability to fight on the battlefield. As the saying went, "Those who love to fight will die. Those who forget to fight will be in danger." If they did not fight, did not practice, and did not engage in confrontations between different types of soldiers, they would only guard their own fields every day. It was all for show. If the enemy attacked, the entire army would be wiped out. The soldiers were the guardians of a country. If even the guardians became vegetarians, what awaited the country would be destruction. As special forces, they were the sharpest sword of the country. They were the sword that could turn the tide at critical times. If even they were unable to see the big picture, there was no need for the country to attack. They would be digging their own graves. After seeing the shortcomings of each other's teams, the 2 senior generals understood what kind of targeted training plans they had to arrange in the future. The battle situation changed on the big screen. Team B ambushed a member of Team A. And then Team A directly entered Team B's defensive zone to launch a sneak attack. No one could take advantage of the other, and no one would end up well. The Storm Commandos scouts brought back news at 9:30. Li Jinyan's battle deployment was even more meticulous. Split into 5 sectors. 3 teams will be responsible for clearing out their own sectors. The 7-shaped building had a team in the front, back and middle sections. 1 team would be at the back and the other team would block the retreat. The Demon King's ruthlessness could be seen from his tactical deployment. This was a man who was equally ruthless and steady in battle. He was on par with Captain Xia. Yi Qian listened attentively until Li Jinian pointed at her. Qing Miao, the two of us will be the first to enter within 1 kilometer of the target. I will scout and you will complete the breakthrough. Okay. Yi Qian nodded. This time she was not the only sniper. There was another sniper who went around the back of the building to intercept them. Demon King Li's plan was very clear. He would press everyone into the urn and fight until there was no one left on both sides or no bullets left. J5's face was extremely solemn when he heard this. The Demon King's battle was very stable. So stable that no one could find a single flaw. He was a little worried for his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade. It was exciting to meet such an opponent. Unfortunately, he had been captured. What awaited him was still unknown. There was no need to wait any longer now that there was a thorough deployment. Escorting the captive, J5 shuttled through the dense rain like a net, advancing towards their destination. The rain showed no signs of stopping. The phantoms on the island started to move closer to the abandoned building. Yi Qian and Li Jinian were faster than the other members. The two of them covered each other and braved the heavy rain to get within 1 kilometer of the target. Using a pair of binoculars disguised as leaves, Li Jinian carefully observed the building that was less than a kilometer away. After he finished observing, he bent down and gestured for Yi Qian to crouch down. His slender fingers, which were wearing combat gloves, directly divided the ground into various regions. He pointed at one of the regions and said, "This is their escape route. This is a breakthrough point. You are responsible for tearing it open. Come and take a look at their terrain." Yi Qian took the binoculars from him. After she finished observing the terrain, she pointed at the region that she was responsible for breaking through. "I will hide here. This is a turning point in the crossfire between the two sides. I can attack and provide cover." Chapter 1583. The island's environment was complicated and the rain was heavy, which provided her with a lot of hiding spots. This spot could be used for both attack and cover, and it was also convenient for her to change positions quickly. This was also the spot that Li Jinian was optimistic about. Seeing that she pointed it out so quickly, there was a hint of appreciation in his cold eyes. "Okay, I'll wait for your news." At 10 o'clock sharp, the members of the Storm Commandos all went into battle. Yi Qian did not approach directly like they did. She fought alone and carried out a sniper operation. Therefore, while maintaining contact with the water ghosts, she reached the spot that Li Jinian had agreed on with her. This spot could be used for both attack and cover, and it was a sniping spot with a wide field of vision. Sniper Qing Miao in position. Over. After sending her position and coordinates, Yi Qian began to aim her gun at the bottom of the building, waiting for the water ghosts to arrive so that they could finish the battle together. The comrade in charge of reconnaissance noticed the situation and reported that the water ghosts of the Storm Commandos were approaching them. Xia Jinyuan immediately said to Ingke and Xiaoying, "You two work with G3 to attack the periphery." There were originally 6 comrades in arms moving around the periphery, but only G3 was left. With Ingke and Xiaoying, who were good at shooting, providing support, Xia Jinyuan was very calm. The 2 special forces of the country were fully engaged in battle. The water ghosts directly sneaked into the building and started to kill. Yi Qian was even faster, aiming at the entrance on her side to complete the mission that Li Jinian had given her. The big screen in the command room showed the situation of the battle between the 2 forces. All the data was analyzed by the technical staff so that the senior generals in the command room could understand it in time and send the data to the military headquarters in time. In the military headquarters, General Xia placed his hands on the conference table quietly. His eyes were fixed on the data on the projection screen and the situation of the battle between the 2 forces. There were not many generals in the conference room. Other than the 3 senior generals in military uniforms, the leader that Yi Qian had accompanied before was also present. Beside the leader sat a dignified leader in casual clothes. This was the country's highest leader. He attached great importance to the battle between the 2 forces of the country, and arrived at the military headquarters at 7 o'clock in the morning to watch. The combat standards of these 2 groups are very strong. However, Group B is obviously more suited for naval combat, and can accurately find the Mingmen. Group A's counterattack is strong. Not bad to be able to remain so calm in someone else's territory. It's clear that their combat skills are above average. China's highest leader gave a very high evaluation of this confrontation. Although he was serious throughout the whole process, his gaze was very gentle. Although the invisible pressure was still there, it could be seen that the highest leader was quite satisfied with this day's confrontation. When the leader saw the last scene, he couldn't help but point at the screen and ask Commander-in-Chief Xiao with uncertainty, "Lieutenant General, this soldier is a female soldier, right?" "Yes. She is a military student from the National University of Science and Technology. She is currently in her first year. Her code name is Qing Miao for this operation." Commander-in-Chief Xiao replied calmly and said admiringly, "She's a very outstanding female soldier. If there are no accidents, she will also become a soldier who will go abroad to participate in the competition next year. She is also the only female soldier who will participate in this battle." Yi Qian was outstanding, even more outstanding than that rascal of a son of his. Her excellence was not only seen by him but also by the people in the room. To be fair, Yi Qian was worthy of praise. An orphan, a child without roots, since she was so outstanding, he would give her a good wind and hope that she could soar to the top.